なことなら母さんに遅くなるって伝えとくべきだったな。
Today, we're diving straight into the next chapter of Hunter Sung Jin-Woo's unstoppable rise. After clearing the first wave of magical beasts in the Red Gate, Jin-Woo pressed forward with his summoned soldiers, advancing toward the next target. Then, the dungeon boss emerged, flanked by his elite guard. He scanned the battlefield, searching for the one responsible for the massacre of his forces. His gaze locked on to Jin-Woo, an overwhelming presence that sent a ripple of unease through him. But before he could even issue a command, a chilling realization set in. The battlefield was silent. His entire army, all of them, had already been wiped out. Jin-Woo found the situation amusing. He commanded his shadow soldiers to reveal themselves, then, with a cold gaze, ordered them to eliminate the enemies standing before him. Jin-Woo, along with his shadow army, marched forward, exuding an overwhelming aura that was impossible to ignore. Sensing the imminent threat, the magical beasts charged with ferocity, but they were no match. The battlefield descended into chaos as Jin-Woo's forces brutally tore through their enemies, dismantling them piece by piece. The boss, now paralyzed with fear, could do nothing but watch as his forces were annihilated. His agonized screams echoed through the dungeon as he called out for his fallen subordinates, but none remained. In a final, desperate attempt, the boss lunged forward. Baru, moving at lightning speed, struck first. His claws pierced through the boss's body. Igris followed up, severing an arm in one swift motion. Tusk delivered the finishing blow, slamming the boss into the ground with overwhelming force. The entire battlefield trembled from the impact. As the dust settled, Jin-Woo stepped forward. The boss lay in a pool of his own blood, barely clinging to life. Jin-Woo demanded answers, but the creature remained silent. The system was likely interfering again, preventing it from revealing any crucial information. With a sigh, Jin-Woo dismissed the thought, for now. He had something else to focus on. Opening his inventory, he retrieved a key, the cursed random box key, a rare item he had obtained after defeating Baron in the Demon Castle. At the time, the key had offered no information, leaving Jin-Woo puzzled about its purpose. But now, after reaching level 100 following his achievements in the Jeju Island raid, the required conditions had been met. The system had finally revealed the details behind the mysterious key. It was the key to the Kartanon Temple's gate. A message popped up, stating that the location of the designated gate would be revealed once the allotted time had passed. The name struck a chord in Jin-Woo's mind, Kartanon Temple. A rush of memories flooded in, the double dungeon, the ancient temple, the eerie stone statues, and the stone slate held by one of them. The pieces were finally falling into place. Jin-Woo realized that the system was calling him back to where it all began. The very place that had set him on the path of a reawakened hunter was summoning him once more. But this time, it felt different. If everything had been orchestrated from the start, if the system had been waiting for his return, then Jin-Woo knew he had to answer the call. The story then shifted to an earlier event in the timeline. The scene cut to America, where a hunter was trapped in a high-level dungeon. Fear gripped his face as a chilling presence emerged before him. Sid, the Frost Monarch, who was on the hunt for the rulers within the country. A moment later, a gate opened behind him, revealing Yogun, the Transfiguration Monarch. He hurried towards Sid, bringing urgent news about a small island to the east. Sid frowned, questioning why Yogun was bringing up a place he had already claimed. After all, that island in the east was home to the Shadow Monarch. Yogun explained that the rulers were attempting to free Legia south of that location and he needed to head there immediately. He urged the Frost Monarch to take his place in the east. But Sid pressed again. What about the Shadow Monarch? Yogen reassured him that as long as the architect fulfilled the contract, everything would go according to plan. He also shared an intriguing detail that made Sid grin with excitement. The greatest fragment of light had been located in the east. Just then, the Frost Monarch sensed a powerful presence. A ruler had arrived. It was Il-Huan, Jin-Woo's father. He had deliberately left traces of his power, luring the monarchs to America. His glare was filled with fury as he demanded to know if they were referring to Korea as the small island to the east. As they prepared to leave, the Frost Monarch confirmed it, taunting Il-Huan to chase them if he dared. Not one to back down, Il-Huan launched a swift attack. But Sid countered effortlessly, erecting a massive ice wall that exploded upon impact, shaking the entire area. Back in the present, Yu Jin-Ho sat in the office, fully committed to his new mission, silencing anyone who dared to badmouth Jin-Woo. After the Jeju Island raid and the controversy surrounding Jin-Woo's involvement, he was determined to protect both his partner and their guild's reputation. Wasting no time, he meticulously went through each offending comment, reporting them one by one with unwavering focus. Just then, Jin-Woo appeared silently beside Jin-Ho. The sudden presence startled him, snapping him out of his concentration. Jin-Woo casually asked, "Is there any trouble?" Jin-Ho quickly shook his head. "No, everything's fine." But then he noticed something unusual. Jin-Woo was still in his hunter gear. Jin-Woo explained, "I just returned from a gate, brought back some high-level magic cores. Should be enough to fund our guild." Hearing this, Jin-Ho felt both relieved and impressed. With such valuable resources, they wouldn't have to worry about salaries for future employees. Jin-Woo, however, looked confused. "Employees?" Jin-Ho reminded him. "We still need one more member to officially establish the guild." Before they could dwell on it, another issue came up, the guild's name. Jin-Woo initially dismissed it as unimportant, but Jin-Ho emphasized, "A name defines our identity." As they debated potential names, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Jin-Ho hesitated, wondering who it could be. As he slowly opened the door, he froze in shock. Standing before him was Hunter Cha Hae-in. Jin-Woo was just as surprised, someone of her stature showing up at his office. Completely unexpected. He asked, "What brings you here?" Without hesitation, Hae-in answered, "I want to join your guild." Jin-Woo, puzzled, sought clarification. "It's only been 2 years since your awakening. You're still under contract with the Hunters Guild." To his surprise, she was willing to pay the penalty to break her contract. What shocked him even more was that she expected nothing in return, not even a signing bonus or a salary. Jin-Woo narrowed his eyes. Why would she abandon one of Korea's most powerful guilds for his unproven one? Pressing further, he asked, "Why?" Ha-in hesitated. She lowered her gaze, struggling to put her feelings into words. She couldn't possibly admit the truth. After what happened in Jeju, after he saved her from the jaws of death, she just wanted to be near him. But she couldn't say that. Instead, she composed herself and gave a simple excuse. "I just want a simpler life." Jin-Woo listened. He understood more than he let on. As a rank S hunter himself, he knew the burden that came with it. But he wasn't about to let her join just like that. To test her resolve, Jin-Woo introduced a guild entrance test. Ha-in blinked. Test?" There was no mention of this in the recruitment notice. For the test, Jin-Woo announced, "You'll have to face one of my summons." my strongest one yet. Despite the unexpected challenge, Hei-in didn't even flinch. No fear, no hesitation. She was ready. Jin-Woo suggested heading to the Hunter Association's gymnasium to conduct the test. As they prepared to leave, Jin-Ho suddenly realized the gymnasium was quite far from their office. Jin-Woo smirked. No need for a long walk. We'll take a shortcut. He stepped closer to Hei-in. She felt a lump in her throat. He was closer than she expected. Before she could process it, shadow exchange activated. In an instant, their forms sank into the shadows, vanishing from the room without a sound. They arrived at the gymnasium. The lights flickered on automatically, reacting to their manner. The vast space was brightly illuminated, and Hei-in couldn't hide her amazement at what she had just experienced. She took a moment to take in her surroundings. Then, her gaze finally settled on Jin-Woo, who was already prepared to begin the test. Just as they were about to start, Hei-in realized she had left her weapon behind. Jin-Woo pointed at the reserve weapons. You can choose from there. They're not the highest quality, but they'll do. Without hesitation, she examined the selection and chose a sword similar in weight and length to her usual one. Once she confirmed her choice, Jin-Woo summoned Igris, his best swordsman among the shadows. While Beru was undoubtedly his strongest summon, unleashing him against Hei-in might be too much. So, he settled on Igris for this test. Jin-Woo explained the conditions. Victory is achieved if you destroy the summon. You lose if you surrender. To make it fair, he retrieved the demon monarch's sword from his inventory and handed it to Igris. Without wasting any time, Jin-Woo gave the signal. The match began. Igris struck first, swinging the demon monarch's sword with deadly precision. A bolt of lightning shot toward Hei-in, crackling with immense power. She reacted instantly, dodging with cat-like agility. The blast struck the wall behind her, leaving a deep, charred mark.
Jin-Woo watched closely, impressed. A lesser hunter would have been fatally wounded if they had been even slightly grazed by that attack. But Hei-in!
She didn't slow down. With unwavering focus, she gripped her sword and charged forward. Igris met her head-on. Their blades clashed, sparks flying. Each strike echoed through the gymnasium. Jin-Woo had expected a good fight, but as he observed the battle, he realized something. He had underestimated her. Despite wielding the demon monarch's sword, Igris was struggling. Hei-in's attacks were relentless, precise, refined, devastating. Then one final blow. Igris was sent crashing into the wall. The impact reverberated through the space. Jin-Woo knew the outcome was decided. Before Igris could rise again, he called off the match, but Hei-in wasn't satisfied. She stepped forward, her breathing steady. Is Igris truly your strongest summon? Her gaze was unwavering. She wanted more. She wanted to face his strongest one. Jin-Woo hesitated. He knew exactly who she meant. Beru. He was concerned. She might get hurt, but her determination was absolute. She wasn't backing down. After a brief pause, Jin-Woo finally agreed. Without another word, he summoned Beru. The shadow ant materialized. Instantly, the gymnasium's atmosphere shifted. A crushing weight filled the air, but Hei-in stood firm. Beru, ever loyal, awaited his orders. Jin-Woo commanded, "Defeat her, but do not harm her." Beru obeyed. A thunderous battle cry shook the gymnasium, his blade-like claws extended, ready to strike. Just as the tension peaked, Jin-Woo's stern voice cut through the silence. "Beru, remember my command." Hearing his king's instruction, Baru immediately retracted his claws. That instant, Heian saw an opening. She moved to seize the moment, but before she could react, Baru vanished. An icy shiver ran down her spine. She had seen this move before, on Jeju Island. She steeled herself. She wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Baru reappeared behind her, his presence looming, but this time she was ready. Her blade lashed out, a flurry of precise strikes. Dozens of slashes cut through the air.
Yet not a single one landed. Baru dodged effortlessly, his form unmoving, his gaze impassive. The overwhelming difference in their power became painfully clear. No matter how fast or how precise her attacks were, they simply couldn't reach him. Confusion set in, frustration followed. How? How could he be so powerful? And more importantly, what kind of strength did Jin-Woo possess to command a monster like this, so effortlessly? As doubt crept in, Baru moved. In an instant, he closed the distance. A suffocating presence engulfed Heian, a stench of death. Her limbs froze. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if it was over. But instead of striking, Baru roared. A wave of magical power surged forward. Heian was sent skidding backward, momentarily stunned. Jin-Woo watched with a grimace. There was no pleasure in this spectacle. "Are you satisfied?"
he asked. He hoped she would yield. But she didn't. Her resolve hadn't wavered. She still wanted to fight. Jin-Woo observed closely. By now she knew she couldn't win. She had seen the gap between their strength. Yet she refused to back down. He could feel Baru's growing irritation. Unlike his other summons, Baru was still a predator. Even now, Jin-Woo could sense him suppressing his overwhelming instinct to kill. Then it snapped. Baru moved. His instincts flared, his claws extended. He lunged, lethal intent in his strike. Heian dodged, barely. She realized she had to take a risk, activating her most powerful technique, sword dance. Her movements accelerated. Her blade carved elegant arcs in the air. Each strike flawless, each attack seamless. The sound of metal clashing filled the gymnasium, but Baru blocked every single one. His calm demeanor remained, his displeasure evident. Growing tired of the game, he decided to end it. In lunged for another strike, but Baru caught her sword with his bare hand. Crack! Blade shattered. Half of it fell to the floor, but Heian didn't hesitate. She channeled everything she had left. Her remaining magic surged. The broken weapon glowed. Its jagged edge burned with light. A new skill, one she had never used before. Blade of Light. This was her chance. She thrust her glowing weapon straight at Baru. His guard was down, and from the sidelines, Jin-Woo watched. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. Something was wrong. In that brief moment, Baru's mind reset. Jin-Woo's command to avoid harming Heian was overwritten, and an old, deeply ingrained instinct from his previous life resurfaced. Annihilate all enemies. To Baru, Heian was no longer an opponent. She was prey. Claws outstretched, Baru launched himself at her. Terrifying speed, unstoppable intent. Heian froze. Her instincts screamed at her. Move! But it was too late. Just as his claws were about to tear into her, Jin-Woo intervened. A blur. A flash of motion. With bare hands, he caught Baru's attack. Silence. Baru trembled. His gaze met Jin-Woo's. Realization struck. Baru leapt back, falling to his knees. His head bowed, begging for forgiveness. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed. Oh, he understood. For a brief moment, Baru's protective instincts had overridden his command. Jin-Woo glared at the kneeling shadow, then turned to Hai In. She had fallen to one knee, her breathing ragged. And yet, she had pushed herself this far. Why? Jin-Woo frowned. Someone of her caliber didn't need to risk her life over a guild entrance exam. It wasn't worth it. So he asked her, "Why? Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" He hoped for an answer. Something that would make sense. But Hae-in remained silent. She avoided his gaze. Her silence deepened his confusion.
Still trying to understand, Jin-Woo asked, "Are you interested in me?" Hae-in's head snapped up. Shock. Pure, undeniable shock. She looked completely caught off guard, as if the question had pulled her out of a daze. Jin-Woo, sensing her surprise, dismissed the thought with a shrug. But then, after a long pause, Hae-in quietly admitted the truth. "You're right. I do have feelings for you. United States. Federal Bureau of Hunters." Director David Brennan was not pleased. The news was unacceptable. His men had failed.
They had failed to recruit Sung Jin-Woo. A hunter the Bureau had been determined to bring into their ranks. Ever since witnessing his overwhelming power on Jeju Island, they had set their sights on him. And yet, they failed. Assistant Director Connor stood beside him, accompanied by Norma Selner. Selner and Connor apologized. But Brennan didn't want apologies. He wanted answers. What went wrong? Connor took a deep breath and began explaining everything that had happened in Korea. Their attempts to bring Jin-Woo into the Bureau, their failures, and then he revealed something shocking. According to Miss Selner's observations, Jin-Woo was supposed to be one of the monarchs. The revelation stunned Brennan. If true, then Jin-Woo's power was beyond anything they had anticipated. Brennan leaned forward. "Does that mean he's on the level of a national rank hunter?" Selner took a deep breath. She'd seen many hunters. She understood power better than anyone. All reawakened hunters drew their strength from a realm known as the other side. Their abilities were not their own. They borrowed power from an unseen force. She had always been able to see these connections. She could feel the energy each hunter borrowed. Some hunters shone brighter than the rest. She called them monarchs. But Jin-Woo was different. A chill ran through her spine as she recalled the experience. When she had looked into Jin-Woo's eyes, she had seen nothing. No connection. No borrowed strength. No otherworldly force. Instead, she had seen darkness. A vast, overwhelming abyss. Something endless. Something all-consuming. Unlike other hunters, Jin-Woo was not borrowing his strength. He was the source. No external forces. No limitations. He was the darkness itself. A suffocating silence settled over the room. Director Brennan exhaled slowly. The gravity of the situation sank in.
He nodded. "Thank you for your time, Miss Selner." She bowed slightly, excusing herself. As she left, Brennan turned to Connor. His expression was hard, determined. Then he abruptly began walking. Connor hesitated. "Director, where are we going?" Brennan didn't stop. "Basement level 24. Connor's breath caught. He understood. He followed. Both men stepped into the elevator. The doors closed. The descent began. For a moment, silence. Then Brennan finally spoke. "If we can't use Miss Selner's abilities to bring Jin-Woo into the Bureau, then we'll need to find another way." His gaze darkened. "I'm not giving up that easily." Connor stiffened. He knew exactly what Brennan was referring to. The first ever S-rank gate. A moment in history no one could forget. The catastrophic dungeon break, the event that had wiped out the entire West Coast. In response, America launched an unprecedented operation, a worldwide call for hunters. Massive rewards were offered. The world's strongest warriors answered, and after the battle, only 5 survived. 5 hunters, forged in the flames of battle, granted a title that carried the weight of an entire nation, the National Rank Hunters, the monster responsible for the carnage, Kamish, the undying flame. A dragon so powerful it single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of top-ranking hunters. Its name was etched into history as a symbol of absolute terror.
Basement level 24. As the elevator doors slid open, Director Brennan walked ahead, his voice low and firm. Connor, do you really think nothing was gained from that tragedy? Connor hesitated. He realized what the director was implying. Brennan gave no further explanation. He didn't need to. The answer lay inside the last room on this level. A reinforced door slid open. Inside, a chamber unlike any other in the facility. Brennan stepped forward. With precise movements, he unlocked a safe embedded in the wall. The heavy door swung open. Inside, a heavily secured artifact, a rune stone, extracted from Kamish's remains. Brennan's eyes narrowed as he spoke. It has been 8 years since we recovered this rune from the most fearsome monster in human history. 8 years. And yet, not a single hunter had been able to activate it. The power of the rune remained untouched, waiting, lurking in the shadows, as if it had been left behind for someone else, for the one hunter who might finally unlock its secrets. Brennan's gaze drifted toward Kamish's mortal remains. His mind raced with possibilities. Could this artifact be the key to their dilemma? Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Jin-Woo stood in front of his bathroom mirror, lost in thought. Hei-in's words from earlier lingered in his mind. Had he really changed that much? He still saw himself as fairly slim. Average looks. Curious, he glanced toward the living room, where Jin-Ah lay on the couch. A grin spread across his face. Hey, Jin-Ah. She didn't even look up. Do I look cool now? Jin-Ah paused. Then she snorted. Where did you get this baseless confidence? Jin-Woo smirked. You really don't think I've changed? Jin-Ah sat up. Her eyes narrowed. Then she delivered her verdict. Nope. Still a bum. Jin-Woo's eyebrow twitched. A moment later, he pinched her cheek. Ow! Hey! Their usual playful banter unfolded, until Jin-Woo casually mentioned, I'm thinking of forming a guild. Jin-Ah immediately perked up. Oh, what's the name? Jin-Woo folded his arms. Solo play guild. A pause. Then Jin-Ah burst out laughing. Solo play? That's the dumbest name ever. Jin-Woo frowned. What's wrong with it? Jin-Ah wiped a tear from her eye. Big brother, you literally summon an army. Jin-Woo blinked. Oh! Jin-Ah shook her head. Then she grinned. How about Ain Guild? Jin-Woo raised an eyebrow. Ain? Jin-Ah nodded. A means I. In means to move forward. Jin-Woo stroked his chin. Surprisingly. It wasn't bad, but then Jin-Ah giggled. Oh, and also, it's my name spelled backward. Jin-Woo stared at her. Then he chuckled. I see. So that's your real reason? Still, he had to admit, it wasn't a bad name. That night, Hei-in lay on her bed, her face burning with embarrassment. The memory of her earlier conversation with Jin-Woo wouldn't leave her mind. She had practically confessed her feelings. She groaned. What was I thinking? What was I? She buried her face into the blanket. Did Jin-Woo think she was strange? Every time she tried to brush it off, the moment resurfaced. Her mind went blank. She told herself it was natural to be interested in him. After all, he saved her life. But deep down, she knew, her feelings were far more complicated. For a brief moment, her thoughts drifted to Min Byung-gu, the healer, the man whose abilities had actually saved her. But then a voice, faint, distant. Her eyes widened. It was familiar. She closed her eyes, desperately trying to grasp the fleeting memory. It felt urgent, as if it had been buried in her subconscious, waiting for the right moment to surface. The voice echoed again, speaking about Jin-Woo. Slowly, the fog lifted, Min Byung-gu's shadow, but something was different. His usual calm demeanor was tinged with worry. His eyes, filled with concern, locked onto her. And then he had warned her, tell Jin-Woo to be careful of the power he possesses. A chill ran down Hye-in's spine. Her eyes snapped open. She sat up abruptly. At the Knights Guild, Yunai arrived with urgent news for Guildmaster Park Jong-soo. A new gate had appeared the previous day, and securing a raid permit was proving difficult due to its high rank. While it wasn't an S-rank gate, it was dangerously close enough to cause concern. The problem was clear. The Knights Guild simply didn't have the manpower to form a proper assault squad for such a high-level raid. But as one of the 5 major guilds in the country, failing to take it on would damage their reputation. Yun pointed out that if they passed on this gate, the Fame Guild would likely seize the opportunity. The idea of handing over a gate that had appeared so close to their own territory made Yong-soo fume with anger. While their A-rank hunters were strong, comparable to those in other major guilds, their biggest weakness remained unchanged. They had no S-rank hunters. That single fact alone prevented them from taking on the raid. As Jong-soo and Yunai discussed their limited options, Jung Yarim, an A-rank healer, joined the conversation. She suggested forming an alliance with another guild, a logical choice under normal circumstances. But Yong-soo was skeptical. However, Yarim had a different idea. Instead of a guild alliance, she proposed bringing in a single hunter. Su initially dismissed the idea, questioning how a single hunter could make a difference in such a high-level raid. But before he could brush it off completely, something clicked. He suddenly realized who Jung Yarim was referring to. He knew that if they could bring hunter Sung Jin-Woo into the raid, it wouldn't just increase their chances of safely clearing the gate, but also enhance their public image. With no time to waste, Yong-soo immediately decided to meet Jin-Woo in person to discuss this crucial matter. With the Knights Guild planning ahead for their crucial meeting, Jin-Woo arrived at his office the next day, having made a decision about his new guild's name. He proposed Ain Guild. Jin-ho was thrilled with the suggestion, feeling relieved that it wasn't something ridiculous like Solo Play Guild. With the name settled, Jin-Woo and Jin-ho knew they only needed one last founding member to complete the team. Jin-ho was taken by surprise when Jin-Woo dismissed hunter Cha Hye-in as the potential candidate, even though she seemed perfect for their guild. Jin-Woo explained that she wasn't the right fit. He was looking for someone with a hunter's license who had no interest in guild activities. As they were discussing, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Jin-Woo briefly wondered if it might be Hye-in again. But when he opened the door, he was met with 3 unfamiliar faces: Park Jong-soo, Yunai, and Jung Yarim from the Knights Guild. Yong-soo introduced himself and immediately got to the point, showing Jin-Woo a video of a massive gate that had appeared in Busan. While it hadn't been officially classified as S-rank, its sheer size made it the largest gate ever recorded in the city. The situation was urgent. Yong-soo explained that the Knights Guild was struggling to obtain a raid permit because they had no S-rank hunters. That was the real reason for their visit. They had travelled all this way to ask Jin-Woo to join their assault team. If he agreed, it would fulfill the requirements needed to secure the permit. They desperately wanted to make the offer more appealing. Jong-soo offered Jin-Woo 20% of the profits, a generous share compared to the usual 10% most S-rank hunters received. Jin-Woo, however, countered with a 50-50 split. He made it clear that he would only join them if they treated him as a guild rather than just an individual hunter. Yong-soo, realizing that Jin-Woo was far from a pushover, agreed to the terms but with one condition. Jin-Woo would have to defeat the dungeon boss. Without hesitation, Jin-Woo accepted. Jong-soo informed him that the raid needed to happen by the next day at the latest. Jin-Woo had no objections and assured them he wouldn't be late. Just as the meeting was wrapping up, Jin-Woo's phone vibrated. Stepping outside to take the call, he was greeted by a familiar voice, his mother. She had just bought a cell phone and called simply because she wanted to hear his voice. Jin-Woo, happy to hear from her, suggested they have dinner together that night, as it had been a while since they had spent time together. She agreed, and Jin-Woo looked forward to the evening. The next day, at Gwangali Beach in Busan, the elite hunters of the Knights Guild had gathered at the designated meeting point. Guildmaster Park Jong-soo stood among them, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness as he anxiously awaited Jin-Woo's arrival. The scheduled start time was fast approaching. Only 5 minutes remained before the raid was set to begin. At that exact moment, Jin-Woo stepped out of his apartment building. He glanced up at the sky, sensing that it was time. Without wasting a second, he activated Shadow Exchange and disappeared. Back at Gwangali Beach, a large crowd had formed, their eyes locked on the enormous gate. Despite the gloomy clouds overhead, the sheer size of it was intimidating. Even up close, Jin-Woo observed the scene carefully. Noting the various raid teams assembled, Jin-Woo was quietly impressed by the number of A-rank hunters present. As he walked forward, he quickly found himself surrounded by the other hunters. They were eager to see him in action, especially after his legendary performance during the Jeju Island raid. The air buzzed with excitement and curiosity, but Jin-Woo found the sudden attention somewhat uncomfortable. Noticing his unease, Yong Yarim stepped in to deflect some of the attention. Her intervention gave Jin-Woo a much-needed moment of respite from the barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Yong-soo, thrilled to see Jin-Woo arrive, greeted him with enthusiasm. Yong-soo quickly addressed the group, officially announcing that as guildmaster, he would be leading the raid. The declaration was met with disappointment from several hunters, many of whom had hoped that Jin-Woo would take command instead. Despite their reactions, Jong-soo remained firm, explaining that Jin-Woo's role was to protect the backline and ensure the team's safety. With everything in place, Jong-soo signaled the start of the raid. The team moved forward, stepping toward the unknown dangers lurking beyond the gate, ready to face whatever awaited them inside. While things had settled at Gwangali Beach with Jin-Woo's arrival, a storm was silently brewing elsewhere. Inside Jenna's high school, 3 male students, grumbling about being sent on an errand, wandered through the halls following their art teacher's instructions. Their destination was the second art classroom, a room that had long been repurposed into a storage space. As they unlocked the door, a thick cloud of dust greeted them, filling the air with the stale scent of neglect. Casually discussing how many statues they needed to carry back, one of them suddenly froze. His eyes locked onto something unusual in the far corner of the room. The others followed his gaze. There, embedded in the wall, was a large blue gate. Curiosity got the better of them. One of the students stepped forward, reaching out to inspect the gate, completely convinced that nothing would happen. At that moment, a deep crack split through the gate's surface. Before he could react, a hand shot out, clamping down on the boy's head with an iron grip. He struggled desperately, but the hand's strength was absolute. Soon, a sickening crack echoed through the room. Blood splattered across the walls as his skull was crushed instantly. The remaining two students, paralyzed in horror, barely had time to scream before the gate shattered like glass. From the fractured portal, beasts began pouring into the world. The first creatures to emerge were two massive orcs. Their keen senses immediately detected prey nearby. The entire building was teeming with prey. One of them, eager for the thrill of the hunt, decided the time had come. He ordered his companion to summon their brothers. Once their forces were assembled, they would wipe out every human in the building before fortifying their position. As the leader orc walked through the corridor, he spotted two students in the distance. Without hesitation, he charged at them with his axe raised high. The students, caught in the monster's bloodthirsty gaze, stood paralyzed in terror. In the blink of an eye, a normal school day had turned into a massacre. As the nightmare unfolded, one student managed to fumble for their phone with shaking hands. They dialed the Hunters Association Emergency Center. An employee answered quickly on the other end, a teenage girl, her voice trembling with fear. The receptionist tried to remain calm and professional, asking how she could assist. The girl, barely able to get her words out, whispered that she was at her school, hiding in a bathroom while terrifying beasts roamed outside. The receptionist's breath caught for a moment as she realized the gravity of the situation. As the girl struggled to form a sentence, overwhelmed by sheer terror, the receptionist urged her to stay calm and assured her that hunters were already on their way. She gently asked the girl to describe the creatures. Through quiet sobs, the girl explained, they had human-like bodies, ugly faces and green skin. A shiver ran down the receptionist's spine. She knew what they were dealing with, an orc outbreak. But before she could warn the girl, it was too late. A deep, guttural growl rumbled through the speaker, then came a single blood-curdling scream. The line went dead. The school had turned into a slaughterhouse. While some students had managed to flee, many weren't as lucky. Bloodied corpses littered the hallways, and those still alive were either running for their lives or cowering and hiding. Orcs with blood dripping from their axes stood over the lifeless bodies of their victims. Though some prey had managed to escape, their cruel, beastly eyes gleamed with satisfaction. There were still plenty more students trapped inside. On the top floor, a group of students huddled together, their bodies pressed against the walls as they listened to the horrors unfolding below. They had barricaded the classroom door with desks and chairs, but it was a feeble defense at best. The boys in the room clutched whatever they could find, chairs, mops, anything that could be used as a weapon. But their hands trembled, and their eyes betrayed the truth. They knew none of it would make a difference. Suddenly, the door exploded from its frame as the leader orc burst into the classroom. Panic surged through the students as one boy, desperate to escape, sprinted toward the back door, only to be struck down instantly by an orc waiting in the shadows. With both exits blocked, the remaining students were trapped like cornered prey, pressed against the wall. They could only watch in horror as the orcs closed in. Amid the chaos, Jenna huddled with her classmates in a corner. Her heart pounding, fear consumed her. But in that moment of terror, she clung to a single hope. Her brother, Jin-Woo. She called out to him in her mind, believing with all her heart that he would come for her. An orc scanned the group of terrified students and sensed something unusual, a surge of magic energy. It was coming from Jenna. Her presence stood out, and the orc's bloodthirsty gaze locked onto her. He became fixated on killing her. As the orc took a step toward her, Jenna's classmate stepped in the way, summoning every ounce of courage she had. She tried to block the orc's path, but it was futile. His eyes remained locked on Jenna as he raised his massive axe, ready to strike. Jenna watched in horror as the weapon rose above her head. She couldn't move. Her body was frozen in fear. Desperately, she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. Just as the orc prepared to strike, something completely unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a high orc shadow soldier clad in black armor emerged, gripping the orc's wrist with an iron grip. The orc barely had time to react before the shadow soldier slammed its fist down on its head with overwhelming force. The impact was so brutal that the orc shot through the roof like a rocket. Soon, more high orc shadow soldiers materialized. Their imposing figures rose from the darkness, their eyes locked onto any remaining threats as they moved in unison, forming an impenetrable wall around Jenna. The battle had shifted. She was no longer in danger. Jin-Woo's shadow soldiers had turned up at the school just in time, securing the area. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo, on the other hand, had entered the dungeon alongside the Knights Guild raid party. Upon entering, they were met with a twin-headed ogre. The creature roared and swung its massive battle-axe with all its might, aiming to crush anything in its path. Yong-Soo, the tank of the group, charged forward, raising his shield just in time to block the powerful blow. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves through the ground, but he held firm. As Jong-Soo held the line, he called out to Yunai, who dashed in with lightning speed. With precision and agility, he leapt onto the ogre and slashed at both of its eyes. The beast roared in agony, thrashing wildly. Yunai signaled the others to strike and inflict as much damage as possible. Seizing the opportunity, the Knights Guild hunters launched a coordinated counterattack. Their front-line fighters moved in sync, slashing deep into the ogre's thick hide, while the mages positioned behind them rained down scorching spells. The monstrous creature, now covered in wounds and burns, staggered backward before collapsing with a heavy thud. Yong-Soo called for a brief regroup, acknowledging. Jin-Woo's voice was steady, but filled with fury as he locked eyes with Gra, the orc warlord. "You're in no position to question me," he said coldly, "but I'll give you one last chance. Leave now, and I'll spare your miserable life." Gra's grip on his axe tightened as he stared back at Jin-Woo, his war-hardened instincts warning him that this was no ordinary human. A small bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he processed the immense power emanating from Jin-Woo. He had faced countless powerful foes in his lifetime, but never before had he encountered such a force. Gra growled, his voice dripping with disbelief. "I am Gra, chief of the Red Blade tribe, and I have crushed stronger beings than you. What makes you think you can stop me?" Jin-Woo's expression remained unchanged. "You're already beaten," he said flatly. "Your warriors are nothing compared to the soldiers I command. Your tribe is finished." The tension in the room was palpable. Gra's orcs had stopped advancing, their eyes flickering nervously between their leader and the overwhelming figure of Jin-Woo. They had fought battles across countless lands, but the fear of something they couldn't understand was slowly creeping into their hearts. The moment stretched on for what felt like an eternity before Gra's rage overcame his fear. He raised his axe with a roar and charged at Jin-Woo, swinging with all his might. The orcs behind him, emboldened by their leader's fury, followed suit, rushing forward with weapons raised.
But Jin-Woo was faster. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a new wave of shadow soldiers that appeared in an instant, forming a solid wall of shadows between him and the orcs. They clashed with the incoming orcs, and the battle began in full force, echoing with the sounds of steel against shadow and the guttural roars of the orc warriors. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo's eyes remained fixed on Gra, unwavering in his focus. "You've made your choice," he said, his voice a low growl, filled with the weight of impending destruction. As Gra swung his axe at the shadow soldiers, Jin-Woo's hand rose once more, and a surge of power radiated from him, gathering into a single, devastating pulse. Before Gra could react, the pulse of energy ripped through the orc warriors, sending them flying backward with bone-shattering force. Gra himself was knocked to his knees by the sheer power of the blast, his body aching as though struck by a mountain. He struggled to rise, but his strength was failing him.
With a swift motion, Jin-Woo ended the battle, and the orc warlord fell to the ground, lifeless. His warriors, seeing their leader fall, hesitated for a moment before scattering, retreating in fear of the power they had just witnessed. Jin-Woo turned toward his sister, who was still trembling from the chaos, but now with a look of relief on her face. "You're safe now," he said softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry I couldn't get here sooner." An orc sat on a throne while one of his subordinates reported to him, "The final restrictions have been lifted, and we can now enter the human world." The monster declared, "I am the chief of the Red Blade tribe, and nothing can stop me now." His subordinate informed him that Hawk warriors were assisting the humans. The chief, irritated, asked, "How many?" The subordinate replied, "3." Hearing this, the chief became enraged and scoffed, to think that the great orc warriors cannot handle 3 high orcs. How pathetic. Picking up his weapon, he commanded, "Lead the way. It's time for slaughter." Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, the hunters grew anxious, seeing the insect monsters swarming around them. They pleaded with Park Jang-soo. They feared that if the monsters considered them enemies, they wouldn't stand a chance. Park Jang-soo, however, insisted they couldn't just leave. "If we back out now, there will be no way to deal with the reporters outside. We can't stop, just because we're afraid of some summons." Just then, Boo suddenly approached him. Seeing Boo up close, Park Jang-soo was terrified, but kept his composure. He said, "Let's go." In an instant, Boo vanished and reappeared in front of him, startling him so much that he fell to the ground. Without a word, Boo tossed something toward him before turning to leave. The rest of the hunters rushed to check on Park Jang-soo, asking if he was all right and whether they should follow the monsters. Instead, he told them, "First, let's take a look at this." As they examined what Boo had brought, they realized it was the head of the Death Knight. Staring at it in shock, Park Jang-soo muttered, "It killed the highest-ranked monster in an instant. To think they're this strong." He asked if anyone still wanted to quit, but when he looked up, he was the only one still sitting. The rest of the hunters had already started following Boo and the other monsters. Back at the school, the Shadow High Orcs were trying to protect Gina from the attacking orcs, but the chief was too powerful for them. He declared, "Orc tattoos are a symbol of victory. They are proof of how many enemies I've slain." He then attacked, taunting, "Keep me entertained, High Orc warriors." However, one of the Shadow High Orcs blocked his strike, impressing the chief. "You managed to stop my sword," he said, "but you have no chance." With that, he sliced through them. Yet the soldiers began regenerating instantly. The chief was stunned. Is this some kind of spell? No matter how much he cut them, they kept coming back. Suddenly, he started hearing voices in his head, urging him to kill humans. "It's getting worse. I need to end this quickly." Realizing the soldiers were likely controlled by someone, he thought, "If they move because of magic, I just need to take care of their controller. His eyes then locked onto Gina, hiding behind the high orcs. He ordered his minions to seize her, instructing them to keep attacking, while the high orcs were momentarily powerless during regeneration. Slowly, they overwhelmed all 3 shadow soldiers. Panic spread among the students as the chief grabbed Gina by the mouth, lifting her into the air. As I suspected, it's you. I can sense the magic power. Gina trembled in fear, but just as the chief prepared to finish her, something outside the window caught his attention. He let go of her, his expression twisting into shock. A massive shadow was descending rapidly toward them. Feeling its power, the chief was overwhelmed. Something is coming, something terrifying. He warned his minions to brace for impact just as Jin-Woo crashed into the building, sending the chief flying. Jin-Woo gently patted Gina's head. "You're safe now." Meanwhile, the chief struggled to his feet, staring at Jin-Woo and Kaisel in fear. "I am Garrick Daru, chieftain of the Red Blade." But Jin-Woo cut him off. "Shut up and wait." Instead, he turned to Gina, who was still trembling and crying. Hugging her tightly, he whispered, "I'm sorry for being late." Checking on the others, he turned to Hanungi. "Are you okay?" She shook her head. Noticing the red mark on Gina's face, Jin-Woo's eyes burned with fury. Without hesitation, he summoned Egris. "Protect Gina." Then, glaring at the remaining orcs, he commanded his shadow soldiers, "Take the students and head downstairs." As one orc attempted to flee, Jin-Woo growled, "I said don't move." Once the students had evacuated, the orc leader confronted him. "So those immortal high orcs were your soldiers? Who are you, and how do you speak our language?" Jin-Woo, however, was in no mood for conversation. Seeing his rage, the orc warned his minions, "He won't answer." "Attack!" The orcs charged. The first swung his axe, but Jin-Woo caught his hand mid-swing, crushing his fingers before slamming him to the ground. Then, without hesitation, he stomped on the orc's head, ending him instantly. Seeing this, 2 more orcs lunged. Using Dominator's touch, Jin-Woo stopped them in midair and clenched his fist, turning them both into mush. Now furious, the remaining orcs swarmed him, but Jin-Woo tore through them mercilessly, pushing forward until only 1 orc remained. The last orc, trembling in fear, found itself pinned to the wall by Dominator's touch. Jin-Woo grabbed it by the mouth. "Why?" he demanded. "Why do your kind want to kill humans so badly?" The orc, terrified, confessed, "The voices in our heads tell us to kill." Jin-Woo narrowed his eyes. "And what about now? Can you hear those voices when you're near me?" The orc stammered, begging for forgiveness. Jin-Woo tightened his grip. "Answer me. Do you hear them now?" When the creature failed to respond, Jin-Woo summoned his dagger. "As I thought, I'm not even human in your eyes, am I? But it doesn't matter, I'll forgive you." His eyes gleamed darkly as he raised his blade. "Just don't expect the process to be painless." Back in the dungeon, young Cha Hai-in was pulling on something, saying, "Don't you know how expensive that is?"
She was trying to stop one of the shadow ants from eating a monster. She told it that vampires were very valuable and not to eat them, but the ant scratched her shoulder and continued devouring the monster. Seeing this, Boo approached her and started healing her injuries. She thanked him while thinking, "How can a summoned creature cast better healing magic than me?" As they entered the boss room, they saw a monster hovering in the air surrounded by several minions. The hunters recognized them as the Arch-Lich and 10 Death Knights. Park Jong-soo recalled the incident in China where a famous guild called Gold Dragon was annihilated by an Arch-Lich, which led to a dungeon break. He thought it was impossible for any normal A-rank hunter to defeat such a monster. As he was deep in thought, one of the hunters alerted the group that more undead were approaching from the rear. Park Jong-soo quickly ordered Cha-hai-in to block the entrance with her magic. She created a barrier at the entrance, preventing the undead from entering. "I can hold this for only 5 minutes," she informed them. As Park Jong-soo considered their next move, he noticed Boo advancing toward the Arch-Lich. The boss immediately recognized him as a shadow soldier of the monarch and demanded to know why the monarch's personal army was attacking them. Boo chuckled and said, "We were chosen by the monarch, and you weren't." The Arch-Lich refused to believe it. "That cannot be. I will personally report this to the monarch." Boo simply laughed. You talk too much for someone about to die," he said, leaping forward and grabbing the glowing essence from the Lich's chest. The monster screamed in agony as Boo crushed the orb in his hand. With the boss defeated, all the undead soldiers within the dungeon began to collapse and disappear. The hunters stood in shock, unable to believe that Boo had killed an Arch-Lich in a single move. After the battle, Boo let out a triumphant roar. Watching him, Park Jong-soo thought, "I knew he was strong, but this strong." He then reflected on Sung Jin-Woo's power. He figured that Jin-Woo likely couldn't command all his summons at once, as doing so would rapidly drain his mana. However, based on their overwhelming strength, even if Jin-Woo only summoned half of his army, he could still wield a force more powerful than a major guild. Back at the school, the Hunter Association had arrived to control the situation. Jin-Woo was sitting with Chairman Go Gun-hee in his car. The chairman informed him that the 213 students who had quickly escaped were all safe, while only 10 others were rescued from the building. However, all the remaining students were gone. He then handed Jin-Woo his phone, displaying a graph that showed the number of gates appearing in that area over the last 6 months. He explained that all countries were experiencing an exponential surge in gate appearances, as well as an increase in the number of newly awakened hunters. In other words, while the number of gates is rising, so is the number of hunters who can close them. Jin-Woo then asked why the chairman wanted to meet with him today. In response, Go Gun-hee handed him a stack of documents, explaining, "People from Japan, the United States, China, Russia, France, the UK, Germany, and even some countries in the Middle East wish to meet with you. These documents contain their official requests." He added that some had likely already reached out through unofficial channels. While the association could protect Jin-Woo's personal information, as he had requested, they had no right to stop these foreign parties from making contact. The chairman then urged Jin-Woo to consider staying in Korea, emphasizing that if he were to leave, the country would struggle to adapt to the global changes occurring. As they neared a hospital, the chairman informed Jin-Woo that this was where his younger sister, Jin-ah, had been taken. As Jin-Woo prepared to leave, Go Gun-hee assured him that he would provide whatever resources were necessary if he chose to remain in Korea. He stressed that the nation had already lost 3 of its 10 S-rank hunters and could not afford to lose another. Hearing this, Jin-Woo replied, "In that case, I'd like to enter high-rank gates alone from now on. Can you make that happen?" The chairman, surprised, asked if that was the reason Jin-Woo had created his own guild. He thought to himself, a one-man assault squad, and acknowledged that while it would be difficult, it was not impossible. Fast forward, we see Yoo Jin-ho on a call with someone, inviting them to join their guild. The person on the other end was his cousin Yoo Soik-young. Jin-ho tried to convince her to join their guild rather than becoming an ambassador for his father's guild. She questioned his reasoning. She was skeptical, asking if he was trying to recruit her for a guild that hadn't even been officially formed yet, and whether he was sure he wasn't being scammed by some shady guy. However, once she learned that Sung Jin-Woo was the one creating the guild, she became interested. Upon arriving, Jin-ho introduced her, saying, "This is my cousin Suk-young,
an A-rank hunter. Seeing how excited she was to meet Jin-Woo, Jin-Ho commented, "You're the real celebrity here." Meanwhile, Jin-Woo thought to himself, is she really an A-rank? As they sat down, Jin-Woo warned her that joining their guild would create a stir and asked if she was prepared for that. She confidently responded, "Anything is better than getting mixed up with Eugene." Jin-Woo, confused, asked who she was referring to. Jin-Ho clarified, "That's my older brother." Jin-Woo then asked, "The one with the bad personality?" After their discussion, Sok-young asked Jin-Woo if she could take a selfie with him to post online. The scene shifted to the Hunter Association building, where Senator Nam Jung-wook was protesting against Chairman Go Gun-hee's appeal to allow Hunter Sung Jin-Woo to enter high-level dungeons alone. He told those present that the regulation had been put in place as soon as Hunter Sung Jin-Woo established his guild. "If this isn't preferential treatment, then I don't know what is," he added, stating that the Hunter Association exists for the good of all hunters, not just Hunter Jin-Woo, and demanded an explanation from the chairman. Chairman Go Gun-hee admitted, "You're right, well, this is preferential treatment." He then explained the reasoning behind this decision. He posed a question. If you had to choose between deploying 20 A-rank hunters or an assault squad consisting of just Hunter Jin-Woo in a dungeon break zone, which would you choose? He reminded them that guilds worldwide were desperate to recruit Jin-Woo and questioned whether they truly believed he would remain in Korea if they refused to compromise with him. "Are you planning to make the same mistake again, like when Hunter Hwang Dong-soo left for America?" He then emphasized, "If you think this type of preferential treatment is unreasonable, I urge you to consider who will save your life when another S-rank gate appears here in Korea." Meanwhile, Hunter Cha Hye-in was looking at her phone, staring at a picture of Jin-Woo with Yoo Suk-young. Seeing this, she began to tremble before letting out a frustrated scream. Fast forward, we see Jin-Woo with Yoo Jin-ho preparing for their guild's first raid. Upon seeing the gate, Jin-ho remarked, "I've never seen anything like this. This gate is massive." They were soon surrounded by reporters bombarding them with questions, including inquiries about Jin-Woo's relationship with his guild member, Yoo Suk-young. Jin-Woo turned to Chief Woo Jin-chul. "I thought the association was keeping my personal information private. What happened?" Chief Woo explained, "We can protect your personal details, but we can't prevent the public from discovering the location of the gates." He advised Jin-Woo to be mindful of what gets posted on social media. As they prepared to enter, Jin-Ho suggested hiring a mining and collection team, as he didn't think he could handle everything himself. However, Jin-Woo reassured him, "Don't worry about that. My shadows will take care of everything." Woo Jin-chul observed the mana readings of the shadow soldiers and was astonished. All of them were B rank or higher. He commented, "A squad like this is more than qualified for a raid permit into an A-rank gate." It became clear that Jin-Woo was making a mockery of those arguing over whether this was preferential treatment. Woo Jin-chul then announced, "I've been ordered by the chairman to observe your raid. He wants to confirm whether this is truly a safe idea. Would it be all right if I accompany you as a representative of the inspection team just for today?" Jin-Woo smirked and asked, "Are you sure you'll be okay in there with us?" Woo Jin-chul was puzzled by the question. Fast forward a few minutes, and we see Woo Jin-chul sweating profusely as he witnesses Jin-Woo's shadow soldiers effortlessly tearing through A-rank monsters. "This is an A-rank monster, a Naga," he thought. Even elite hunters with exceptional combat and magic abilities would struggle against these creatures, yet Jin-Woo's army overwhelmed them with ease, their regenerative abilities making them nearly unstoppable. His gaze locked onto Igris. That one is especially powerful. He watched as the blood-red commander effortlessly dispatched multiple enemies with his sword. Wu Jin-Chul then noticed something else. Only mages of the highest caliber can wield lightning magic. Is that really an A rank? Or realizing it was likely even stronger, he wondered, if I were to fight that thing one-on-one, would I even stand a chance? As the battle continued, Wu Jin-Chul spotted an ant-like shadow munching on a dead monster. Jin-Woo swiftly kicked the ant, sending it flying into the ceiling. I told you not to eat those. Do you have any idea how valuable these corpses are? He then turned to his lower-ranked soldiers and ordered, "Get back to mining those mana crystals." Seeing him work, Wu thought, he's capable of clearing an A-rank dungeon, retrieving corpses and mining mana crystals all by himself. This isn't just a one-man assault squad. After all the minions were dead, the boss finally appeared. Seeing the creature, Jin-Woo ordered his soldiers, "Those of you who are still working can stay. The rest of you return." Wu asked him, "Why did you have the other soldiers leave? Your summons would have been strong enough to take down the boss themselves." Summoning his daggers, Jin-Woo replied, "Relying too much on my shadows makes me lose my touch." He then started running up the monster's body with incredible speed. Before the monster had any chance to defend itself, Jin-Woo sliced its face in two with just one swing of his weapon and leapt into the air. Seeing this, Wu was left speechless. In all his years as a hunter, he had never seen anything like it. After the boss was defeated, Jin-Woo saw that he had gained a level and that his abilities had been upgraded, including Shadow Exchange. Its cooldown had decreased by 1 hour. Seeing this, Jin-Woo thought, "The cooldown goes down by an hour for every level I gain. If I keep leveling up the skill, I'll be able to go wherever I want without worrying about my mum and sister's safety." Meanwhile, Wu was staring at the boss's corpse, thinking, Naga's scales are tough enough to be used as shields or armor, but he's sliced through them with just 2 daggers. Jin-Woo then used shadow extraction on the defeated boss, and a shadow began to emerge from the corpse. A notification appeared. You have successfully enhanced the shadow's power. The shadow will start at level 13. Observing the newly formed soldier, Jin-Woo thought, it's the same rank as Tusk, but starting at level 13, which means it's as strong as it was when it was alive. But it's much smaller now. Shadows usually stay the same size or grow when I extract them. Even so, it's emitting an enormous amount of mana. I think it's about as strong as Tusk. Another notification prompted him to name his new soldier. He decided to name it Jima. As he finished, the cave began to shake. Seeing this, Jin-Ho told Jin-Woo, "We should get going." Looking at the boss's corpse, Jin-Woo thought, "What do I do about this?" After a while, Tusk emerged from the gate, carrying the boss's dead body on his shoulder. Reporters immediately recognized him as one of Jin-Woo's summons and began taking pictures. As the rest of the squad exited the dungeon, Wu appeared completely overwhelmed by everything he had witnessed inside. Later, we see Wu sitting in the chairman's office, reporting everything he had seen in the dungeon. Listening to him, the chairman commented, "You've seen many different raids over the years, but hearing your report, I understand why even a veteran like you is overwhelmed." Wu responded, "What I witnessed wasn't a raid, it was a massacre." After Hunter Wu left, the chairman pondered everything he had just heard, thinking, hunters from Korea known all over the world are about to see the tides turn. The story shifts to Japan, where an unnatural phenomenon is occurring. People are staring at the sky in confusion, unsure of what's happening as they witness a gigantic red gate ominously looming above. Elsewhere, people are discussing the sudden appearance of the red gate and the alarming rise in high-level gates throughout the country. They mention that due to the current crisis in Japan, all major guilds have been summoned for an emergency meeting to determine their next move. After losing 7 of their S-rank hunters, including Goto Ryuji during the Jeju Island raid, they no longer have the manpower to respond effectively. As the conversation continues, the remaining S-rank members of the Draw Sword Guild are seen walking toward the conference room. Observing them, some individuals comment on how President Matsumoto of the Japanese Hunters Association is reaching his limit after the loss of Goto. They note that since the association once held a monopoly on S-rank hunters, it's satisfying to see them struggle. They speculate that with the few powerful hunters they have left, the guild might soon lose its position as the top guild in Japan. Sugimoto overhears their remarks, stops, and glares at them with a death stare, causing the men to back off in fear. After they leave, Minoru remarks to Sugimoto that those people weren't nearly as bold before, but now that Mr. Goto is gone, they're starting to act up again. Kane adds that there's a rumor circulating the Black Tiger Guild and the Snowcloud Guild are planning to merge, and the combined number of S-rank hunters in those 2 guilds would be 4, the same as theirs. Unfazed, Sugimoto replies that there's no need to worry. Despite having S-rank hunters, those guilds are still weak and lacking in real strength. Inside a government meeting room, a man angrily yells at the officials, demanding answers as to why the Hunters Association hasn't responded to the S-rank gate that appeared in the middle of Tokyo. He asks if they still haven't come up with a plan and expresses fear about the consequences of a dungeon break. Matsumoto Shigeo, chairman of the Japanese Hunters Association, explains that their current S-rank hunters aren't capable of handling an S-rank gate, not unless they enlist the help of national-level hunters. Another official counters, saying that asking such obvious questions is pointless. Everyone saw the terrifying power of the monsters from an S-rank gate during the Jeju Island raid, where they lost most of their top-ranked hunters, including one who was said to be on the verge of becoming a national-level hunter. He warns that attempting to clear another S-rank dungeon without national-level support could lead to similar losses. Someone suggests contacting Thomas Andre, the American national-level hunter, but it's revealed that Japan lacks the funding to hire someone of his caliber. Furthermore, due to the global increase in gates, every country is recruiting mercenary hunters for their own needs, leaving Japan with no external options. As the room grows tense, Sugimoto speaks up and mentions someone who might be willing to help for the right price, a mysterious figure known as the barrier expert, Yuri Orlov. The scene shifts to Jin-Woo sitting in his car. Inside, he thinks to himself, I can't believe I'm level 101 now. At level 100, he received the key to the Kartinon Temple, and at level 101, all of his job-specific skills leveled up. I can't wait to see what happens at level 102, he thinks. As he gets out of the car, he notices someone in the parking lot. It's Hunter Cha Hei-in. Upon seeing Jin-Woo, she quickly turns and starts walking away. In a blink, Jin-Woo appears right next to her and asks, Why did you start running when you saw me? Oh, and if you were going to run, why come to my office in the first place? Flustered, Hunter Cha stumbles over her words and points toward a spot in the lot, saying her car is still parked there. Jin-Woo realizes she wasn't able to take it last time because they used Shadow Exchange to teleport to the gymnasium. Hunter Cha then asks if he has time to talk. Jin-Woo asks what she wants to discuss. In her mind, she recalls the photo she saw of him with Lee Ju-hee and wonders why he chose Ju-hee over her, even though she herself is an S-rank hunter. She wants to know if they're dating, but instead of voicing her feelings, she suppresses them and says, Hunter Min Byung-gu asked me to give you a message. It's about his power. That catches Jin-Woo's attention, as he's been looking for answers about that as well. He stops and says, "Let's continue this conversation somewhere private." They arrive at the office and Cha asks why it's so empty. Jin-Woo tells her that the Vice Guildmaster, Yu Jin-Ho, stayed behind at the dungeon site. Hearing this, Cha blushes, realizing she's alone with Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo asks how Min Byung-gu was able to leave a message with her. She begins to explain a vision she had while unconscious on Jeju Island. She tells him she was drifting in darkness when a hand reached out and pulled her up. It was Min Byung. He told her that his power was overwhelming and terrifying, something Jin-Woo needed to understand. He tried to tell her about Jin-Woo's true army, but disappeared before he could say more. We later see Jin-Woo sitting inside a dungeon, thinking deeply about what Cha told him. True or not, he thinks, I need to discover the source of my power. That's more important than just getting stronger. Sitting next to him is Jin-Ho, who asks, "Your summons can move on their own, so why do we have to go with them? Why not let them handle it while we relax?" Jin-Woo replies, "I can't always trust those idiots when I'm not watching them." Jin-Ho then asks about Jin-Woo's sister. Jin-Woo says she's doing well after the dungeon break at her school, but doctors recommended she rest, so he stationed his most trustworthy shadows by her side for protection. He decides to check on her using shadow vision, a skill that lets him see through the eyes of his summons. Viewing through Boo's perspective, he sees Boo lounging and watching TV while Jin-Ah is asleep on the couch. Jin-Woo sighs and thinks, I should have known. Is that really the kind of show Boo likes? He then checks on the rest of his shadows. First, he sees his mother shopping for groceries, then Hunter Bak Yoon-ho and Hunter Choi Jong-in bickering as usual. After that, he shifts his focus to Hunter Cha, only to see her in the shower. Startled, he immediately stops using the ability. Jin-Ho, sitting nearby, asks, "Did you fall asleep?" But Jin-Woo is slightly embarrassed and deep in thought. I better apologize to her, he thinks. Maybe I should buy her lunch sometime. Meanwhile, Jin-Ho tells him about a new issue. An S-rank gate has appeared in Shinjuku, Japan, and there are less than 3 days left before a dungeon break. The Japanese government is urgently summoning hunters from all over. Jin-Ho asks if they contacted Jin-Woo. He replies that they did, but he's considering something more pressing right now. Suddenly, the dungeon they're in begins to rumble, prompting them to prepare to leave. Scene shifts to Japan, where Yuri Orlov, a national-level hunter from Russia, introduces himself to Sugimoto, a Japanese official. He boasts, "I am the greatest support-type hunter in the world." He continues mockingly, "I read the report from the Short Sword Guild. It was a good decision to evacuate the civilians." But is it true Japan could only spare 6 S-rank hunters for this operation? Swordie Sugimoto confirms, due to the appearance of multiple A-rank gates across the country, each guild was forced to leave at least 1 S-rank hunter behind to protect their own territories. Even their guild is leaving 1 behind, while 3 others join the Shinjuku mission. Hearing this, Orlov scoffs, "Pathetic! How can you protect your country like this?" Then adds, "I'll hold back the gate for you as long as you want. My fee? $3.6 billion a year, 10 million a day." Shocked, Sugimoto asks, "You're seriously charging that much?" Yuri smirks. "Compared to Thomas Andre, who's asking for 36 trillion, I'm a bargain." Minoru, one of the Japanese hunters, turns to Kaki and asks what the drunk is saying. Kaki, who knows Russian, replies, "I'm not entirely sure, but I can tell it's nothing good." Yuri then says bluntly, "Are you trying to save your country or save your money?" He insults the other Japanese hunters nearby, prompting Minoru to step forward and ask, "Did he just insult us?" Kaki replies, I didn't understand the words, but the meaning was clear enough. Suddenly, they find themselves trapped inside a magical barrier, unable to move. Yuri calmly says, "You won't be able to take a single step without my permission." Minoru struggles and wonders how an S-rank hunter like him could be restrained so easily. With a smug grin, Yuri turns back to Sugimoto and says, "I'll stop your S-rank gate. I'll even let them go free of charge. How about that?" Sugimoto, left with no better option, reluctantly agrees. "I've confirmed your abilities, but I need to make a call first." Back in Korea, we see Jin-Woo getting ready to enter the double dungeon. His mother gently asks, "Your mother doesn't have to worry about anything, right?" Jin-Woo smiles and reassures her, "Don't worry, I just have an appointment." Once the timer on the key runs out, its destination is revealed, the gate's location, Jinna's school. Jin-Woo quickly heads there. Upon arrival, he spots several Hunter Association agents standing guard outside the gate. He walks up to them and asks, "How long has this gate been here?" "Oops," one of the agents replies, 3 days. "It's just a C-rank gate. A Hunter assault squad entered it about 2 hours ago." Jin-Woo immediately tells them, "You need to call them back. They're in danger. If they stay inside, they'll die." Without wasting time, he begins to enter the gate. "I'll return with the assault squad." Meanwhile, the assault squad has already made their way through the dungeon. They come to a halt in front of the boss room, but the door is locked. They try everything, including magic, but nothing works. As they're discussing what to do next, a voice calls out from behind them, "It's a trap." Startled, the squad turns around to find Jin-Woo standing there. Suspicious, they ask, "Who are you? What are you doing in this dungeon?" Jin-Woo calmly answers, "I'm a survivor of a double dungeon." One of the hunters suddenly recognizes him. "Wait, are you the new S-rank hunter of Korea?" Jin-Woo nods and tells them, "This place is extremely dangerous. You all need to leave. I'll handle things from here." He approaches the door and sees a system notification. "The gate to the Carton Temple is currently locked. Please insert the key." Jin-Woo takes out the temple key, thinking to himself, "This is different from the last time." As the door opens, the other hunters stare in disbelief. "How did he open it? It wouldn't even budge for us." One of them steps forward and says, "This dungeon was purchased by the Dragon Guild. It's their property. You have no right to order us around." The others echo similar thoughts. Jin-Woo replies firmly, "I won't stop you. Anyone who wishes to enter the gate, please feel free to enter." One of the hunters steps forward and enters the room. Instantly, Jin-Woo receives a system alert. An individual without the temple key has entered. Access denied. Suddenly, a stone statue comes to life and swings its massive sword toward the intruder. Just in time, Jin-Woo grabs the hunter from behind and pulls him out of the room, saving his life. He looks at them all and says, "Every monster in this dungeon is like that. Are you still willing to enter?" Turning back toward the gate, Jin-Woo instructs the squad, "Contact the Hunter Association immediately. Tell them a double dungeon has appeared." With that, he enters the boss room alone. The door slams shut behind him, sealing him in. As he steps inside, the room begins to light up. Dozens of stone statues stand silently around him, casting long shadows. Among them, a winged statue holds a stone slab with inscriptions. At the center of the room, an entity sits motionless, surrounded by the statues. Jin-Woo steps forward and speaks to himself. "This is where it all began." "I've returned, but it feels different now. I can feel it in my bones." Looking at the statues, he says, "These aren't monsters, nor are they living beings. They're just puppets. Puppets controlled by something or someone. There's only one source of magic in the room." He walks toward it and asks, "Won't you say anything? Why won't you answer me?"
Aye. Suddenly the winged statue comes to life and says, "At last you have arrived."
As Jin-Woo steps into the mysterious double dungeon, he mutters to himself, "This is where everything began. I've returned, but something feels different this time." Examining the imposing stone statues, he notes, "These aren't monsters, nor are they living. They're puppets, being controlled by something or someone." Sensing only one magical presence, he walks toward it and demands, "Won't you say anything? Why are you silent?" Suddenly the winged statue stirs and replies, "At last, you've arrived." Meanwhile, in Japan, Yuri Orlov lands at the airport and is immediately surrounded by reporters. When asked how he plans to contain the gate, he calmly explains, "I'll use the same method as before, a massive magic circle to absorb ambient mana and seal the gate. Mana crystals placed around Tokyo will strengthen the circle, eventually solidifying it into a barrier." When questioned about sealing an S-rank gate alone, he admits, "No, I can't maintain it on my own. But the magic circle will draw power from the crystals. It will grow stronger over time." Facing the cameras, he declares, "I'm going to protect this city. Make sure you remember that." Watching the broadcast, Chairman Go Gun-hee comments, "I don't know if he can hold back an S-rank gate, but I do know what happens if he fails." Turning to Woo Jin-chul, he asks about Hunter Sung Jin-Woo's status. Woo reports that Jin-Woo is currently clearing dungeons in Seoul, and that a Jin guild has requested permits to raid several gates, though those gates lie in rival guild territories, which could spark conflict. Still, the chairman approves the permits. Back in Seoul, Woo Jin-chul steps out to take a call. The caller informs him of another gate, this one appearing at a school previously attacked by orcs. While it seems minor at first, a double dungeon has been discovered within it. More importantly, Jin-Woo has already entered. Inside the double dungeon, the winged statue shatters a stone slab and announces, "You finally made it." Jin-Woo asks, "Was it okay to destroy that? Were you the one who brought me here?" The entity responds cryptically, "You're asking the wrong questions. Instead of wondering who I am, you should ask, who are you?" It then declares, "The final trial begins now. If you're still standing when it ends, I'll tell you everything." Suddenly, all the stone statues begin to move. Jin-Woo prepares to summon his shadow army, but the entity snaps its fingers. "No shortcuts. This test is for you alone. Your summons won't help you here." A system notification appears. You can no longer use potions or shop items. You cannot rely on quest rewards or level up healing. Escape is impossible until the test ends. Jin-Woo clenches his fists. So that's how it is. As one of the statues attacks, he grabs its weapon mid-swing and breaks it with raw power. He hurls the blade fragment into its face. The statue tries to recover, but Jin-Woo kicks it, driving the shard deeper. The other statues charge, but Jin-Woo moves like lightning. He dodges, leaps, and strikes one through the head. An archer statue releases an arrow, but Jin-Woo slices it in midair and kicks a piece of it back, destroying the archer's face. He thinks to himself, "I've waited for this moment." The winged entity watches with interest. What extraordinary growth for a mere human. As the battle continues, Jin-Woo notices something. They seemed like they were teleporting before, but now I can see their movements. But suddenly, the ground shakes. A massive stone giant steps forward. Even the entity seems intrigued. Elsewhere in the chairman's office, Chairman Go is reviewing documents. A Japanese envoy offers full rights to Jeju Island's essence stones, in exchange for one meeting with Jin-Woo. Go, surprised, asks, "Why go this far?" He suspects it's because Japan no longer has a hunter strong enough to contain the Tokyo Gate since Goto Ryuji's death. Once the interpreters leave, Chairman Go speaks fluent Japanese, stunning Matsumoto. He warns, "If this is another one of your tricks, end it now." Matsumoto is shocked. Go reveals that the Blade Guild has cut ties with the Japanese Association. He accuses Matsumoto of losing control and warns, "If that gate bursts open, the consequences will be yours to bear." He pulls out a listening device, originally used by Goto's team, and smashes it. "I won't let one man's schemes plunge a nation into chaos. You'll owe your survival to Hunter Jin-Woo." Back in the dungeon, Jin-Woo battles the towering stone giant. He lifts statues with Commander's touch to create a shield, but a magical beam obliterates it. "I won't survive a direct hit," he thinks. He sprints toward the giant, dodging its massive stomp. The statue charges another attack, but Jin-Woo activates Monarch's domain and uses Ruler's authority to manipulate gravity, attacking its weak points with his Demon King daggers. They barely scratch it. Frustrated, he channels brute strength into one concentrated strike, splitting a crack in its head. The entity watching chuckles. "I didn't expect him to go that far." Jin-Woo screams, "Let me show you what it means to be level 103. With one final punch, he smashes the giant into the ground. He then turns on the remaining statues, using Dominator's touch to crush them all. The entity hovers down. "That was remarkable. But the test isn't over." A notification appears. "Urgent quest. Defeat the final enemy within 10 minutes. Failure will result in cardiac arrest." The winged being speaks, "I am your final test." Jin-Woo asks, "Who are you, really?" With a smile it answers, "I am the architect of the system." Outside, Wu Jin-Chul and elite hunters arrive. The mana radiating from the gate is terrifying. "This isn't Jin-Woo's energy, so whose is it?" asks Che-Hae-in. Inside, the true battle begins. The architect transforms, its wings expand, and it rushes Jin-Woo, landing a blow that sends him crashing into a wall. The fight intensifies. Jin-Woo dodges, blocks, and finally lands a devastating counterattack. The architect is impressed. "You're exceeding all expectations. I didn't think a human could challenge me." Jin-Woo thinks, "He summoned me here after I hit level 100, thinking I wouldn't survive. But I will." He asks, "Why did you create the system?" "Why me? What's happening to the world?" The architect attacks again. Jin-Woo keeps his distance, trying to use ranged skills, but the architect counters them effortlessly. The architect grins, "Whether I live or not, the truth has already been written." Weapons in the room float and launch toward Jin-Woo. He demands, "How could you give me so much power?" "I didn't choose you," the architect replies. "I was against it. I'm just the designer, not the selector." With only 6 minutes left, Jin-Woo makes a choice. No more holding back. The architect powers up. Jin-Woo dodges and counters with precise strikes. His speed increases. He slices off the architect's arm. "So, that's why he was chosen," the architect realizes. Enraged, the architect resurrects all the fallen statues. Jin-Woo rushes into battle, using Ruler's authority to crush them. A massive statue reappears, the one that once nearly killed him. Jin-Woo smashes it apart. With 2 minutes left, he focuses everything on one final blow. The room explodes with power. As the dust settles, Jin-Woo stands victorious. The architect whispers, "The answers lie within you. Data stored in your memory will now be retrieved." Jin-Woo chooses to accept. Light surrounds him, and he's teleported into another plane, in spirit form. Below him, an army of monsters, goblins, giants, ice elves, and orcs, all staring up toward a massive gate in the sky. This isn't Earth, Jin-Woo realizes. Suddenly, angelic warriors descend from the heavens, the Silver Soldiers. War erupts between light and darkness. The Silver Soldiers dominate at first, until a shadowy figure emerges. It raises the fallen monsters using a power Jin-Woo knows well: shadow extraction. The Shadow Monarch. An army of death rises again. Jin-Woo is overwhelmed. The battlefield turns chaotic. The Shadow Army now holds the advantage, each fallen foe returning stronger. Dominion's authority is used effortlessly by the monarch, carving through silver ranks. Just as the battle turns toward the Shadow Monarch's favor, they arrive. Back in the dungeon, Wu Jin-chul, Che Ha-in, and Cho Jong-in enter the chamber. What they find stuns them: shattered statues, broken stone soldiers, and a power unlike anything they've ever felt. Wu Jin-chul mutters under his breath, disbelief trembling in his voice. It's all true. The statues, the sculptures, they really exist. As the hunters glance around the eerie dungeon, a cold, disembodied voice echoes. I don't recall inviting humans here. What an unexpected surprise. Startled, they freeze. Did the monster just speak? A figure steps forward, the architect, regal, ominous, and merciless. Silence, he commands. How dare you disturb the king's slumber? The hunters exchange worried glances. The king? They look to the corner, and there he stands. Still. Silent. Sung Jin-Woo. Bloodshed and betrayal. Suddenly chaos erupts. The architect speeds through the group, slashing down several hunters like paper dolls. You strong humans, he growls, will make excellent offerings to the king. Meanwhile, in Jin-Woo's vision, another world begins to unfold. Portals tear open across the sky. Out march monstrous armies. The monarchs have arrived. Querisa, the plague monarch. Baran, the demon king. Rekan, the beast monarch. And more, Rokan, Yogamont, Leah. Among them, a colossal wolf. The beast monarch has come. They stop, kneeling before one being, the shadow monarch. And thus, the final war begins. Back in the double dungeon, the hunters are on the brink of collapse. The architect unleashes stone statues like puppets of doom. Cho Jong-in yells, "Use everything you've got! Move the injured back!" But the architect watches coldly. Once my puppets are done, anyone still breathing will have the honor of witnessing the king's birth. A massive stone statue charges. Cho rolls to the side and retaliates with a fireball, right in the face. "Attack now!" he shouts. The others move in. Wu Jin-chul delivers a punch, but nothing happens. Even Choi's magic fails. Panic sets in. Our attacks aren't working. They realize there's only one hope: wake Jin-Woo. Risking it all to awaken Jin-Woo, Choi makes a bold choice. We have no time. If he's under hypnosis, we have to wake him up, now. He hurls a fireball directly at Jin-Woo. But before it can reach him, the architect intercepts it. Furious, with blinding speed, he lunges at Choi. Choi stands frozen. Is this how it ends? But the others rush in, buying him time. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo remains trapped, inside the vision of war. Jin-Woo, still trapped in his vision, watches a brutal battle unfold before his eyes. The shadow army clashing with the demon clans regenerates endlessly. He thinks to himself, if these were my soldiers, I'd run out of mana long ago. But he's not like them. His mana is limitless. Jin-Woo ponders. Was the Shadow Monarch on the same side as the monsters, or was there a deeper conflict? Betrayal unveiled. After the battle, silence falls. The Shadow Monarch approaches the fallen demon leader. We had a chance to end this war today. Why did you betray me? The demon's cryptic response. Too bad I couldn't get rid of you. And then the revelation. The leader is Baron, the demon king. Jin-Woo is left stunned. What, Baron? Was it always me? His heart races. Something's wrong with his body. He discovers he has two hearts, a normal one and a black one. The architect strikes again. Back in the dungeon, the architect mocks Jin-Woo's ability to control himself despite the black heart. You're not the king. How are you still standing? But Jin-Woo, now awake, demands, what have you done to my body? Suddenly, Jin-Woo crushes the architect's face underfoot. The architect's last words are a prophecy. When the pillars of fire rise, death will come for you. But Jin-Woo, with a cold smirk, responds, as you please. destruction, and control. The battle escalates as the statues come to life, wreaking havoc. The architect warns Jin-Woo, "If I die, the system will collapse. No one will stop these dolls." But Jin-Woo, unfazed, replies, "What if I kill you and handle them myself?" A system glitch blocks the architect's final attempts to control the system. "I'm going to kill the system," Jin-Woo declares. "I'll swallow it whole." Final confrontation. In one swift motion, Jin-Woo slices through the architect with his daggers. As the pieces fall, the architect screams, "The monarchs will not stay silent after this." Jin-Woo, with an icy smile, simply replies, "Let them come." It had been about an hour since the Hunters Guild had gone in, and the tension outside the dungeon had grown heavier with each passing minute. The Bravery Guild remained on standby, their members growing increasingly impatient. Eyes remained fixed on the gate, hoping for any sign of movement. Then finally, the first glimpse of the returning hunters appeared. Yunho and Gunhee emerged from the gate, leading what remained of the Hunters Guild. Their faces were haggard, their bodies battered and bruised. Not a single smile among them. The Bravery Guild members stood frozen, overwhelmed by the devastation before them. It was hard to believe that such ruin had come from a C-rank dungeon. Gunhee stepped forward, his voice low but steady, as he addressed the Bravery Guild members, asking them to help carry out the bodies of the deceased. A moment later, Jin-Woo stepped out. He didn't speak. His eyes were distant, his mind lost in thought. The architect was gone, but so many questions still lingered in his head, questions the system hadn't answered. Gunhee walked up to him, his expression grim as he relayed the casualties. Nearly 20 top-ranked elite hunters had lost their lives inside the dungeon. He took a moment to acknowledge Jin-Woo's bravery, remarking that if this had escalated into a full-scale dungeon break, the devastation would have been beyond imagination. Jin-Woo listened silently before responding, his voice barely above a whisper, as he thanked the Hunters Guild and the Monitoring Division. He admitted that he wouldn't have made it out alive without their help. Gunhee, however, was puzzled. He looked at Jin-Woo curiously, asking how he even knew to investigate this specific gate in the first place. Jin-Woo met his gaze, eyes somber, as he revealed the truth. "The dungeon summoned me," he said. Gunhee blinked, trying to understand, but in the end he didn't question it further. The horrors he had witnessed were enough to make him believe anything. Before either could say more, Han approached them, her expression filled with concern. She asked if Jin-Woo was all right, her eyes scanning him for injuries. Jin-Woo offered a small nod, saying he was fine, just tired. But as the words left his mouth, his knees gave out from under him. He collapsed to the ground without warning. Gunhee and the other hunters rushed to his side, calling out his name in desperation, their voices filled with urgency as they tried to rouse him. Jin-Woo was urgently rushed to the hospital. Trucks moved quietly through the empty streets of Shinjuku, loaded with high-grade monocrystals. Their engines purred like whispers against the silence, unloading hundreds of thousands of tons of magical energy onto the desolate streets. The operation to contain the S-rank gate had officially begun. Overseeing it all stood Yuri Orlov, the formidable Russian S-rank hunter. Arms folded and expression stern, he surveyed the glowing stockpile. The quantity was staggering, more than enough to construct a magic barrier of unprecedented scale. Confidence laced every movement as he paced the perimeter, mentally drafting the massive magic circle he was about to engrave. Yet despite the perfection of his plan, something gnawed at him. Something didn't sit right. His instincts flared, warning him of a presence lurking nearby. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the shadowed streets in search of the disturbance. Without missing a beat, he called out, demanding that whoever was hiding reveal themselves. But the silence that followed only deepened the tension. The Japanese personnel standing nearby exchanged confused looks. One of them finally muttered that it was probably just nerves. Who would be foolish enough to linger near an active gate, especially with a dungeon break looming? But Yuri cut him off sharply. He clarified that he never said it was a person he sensed. What he felt was different. Something far beyond mere human presence. Something unnatural. And indeed, from atop a high-rise across the district, a hooded figure stood motionless. His gaze was locked on Yuri, eyes half hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. It was Sunil Hwan. He watched the preparations unfold, knowing full well that everything was falling into place, just as it had been destined. The tragedy that had been set, in motion, it was finally beginning to unfold. Back on the ground, the air around the gate had grown dense, humming with volatile energy. The Blade Guild's S-rank hunters stood at attention, weapons ready, nerves taut. They were strong, but even they knew they were facing something far worse than anything they'd seen before. Meanwhile, the man at the center of the mission, Yuri Orlov, brimmed with confidence. If everything followed his plan, he was certain he could handle the S-rank gate alone. He pictured himself going down in history as the hunter who cleared it single-handedly. Still, in the back of his mind, he acknowledged there was someone even more worthy of that recognition. Smirking, he brushed the thought aside and casually took a sip from his flask, asking how many S-rank hunters were currently on standby. The personnel informed him, only 15. Hardly the crowd Yuri had hoped for to witness the spectacle he was about to deliver. With mild curiosity, he asked whether the United States had dispatched any of their elite hunters to support Japan. But the response was clear. A new S-rank gate had opened in Maryland, with similar occurrences in England and India, leaving their top hunters stationed in their own countries. Just as the conversation continued, the personnel's expression shifted. His eyes widened in terror as he noticed something horrifying unfolding right in front of him. The dark barrier at the gate's entrance began to dissolve, cracking apart like shattered glass. An ominous silence fell over the area as hunters and military personnel turned their eyes toward the gate, only to freeze in place. What they saw defied all expectations. An unimaginable threat spilled into their world. A thunderous tremor rolled through the earth, followed by a heavy thump that shook the ground, and then came the monsters. They emerged one after another. These were no ordinary creatures. They were giants. The S-rank gate had opened. Monsters started pouring out. Monsters that were usually reserved as final bosses in A-ranked dungeons. Absolutely fire scene. Only this time, they weren't appearing one by one. They came in waves, and they were all giants. The hunters on standby were caught off guard. They weren't prepared for this. Fear gripped them as the first giant stomped through, each step shaking the earth beneath their feet. But in the middle of that chaos, Yuri Orlov stood calm, as if nothing fazed him. He took a final sip from his flask, tossed it aside, and activated the magic circle he had prepared. With hundreds of thousands of tons of mana crystals surrounding the area, a massive barrier surged to life. A powerful wall of magic locked the gate, blocking the giants from advancing any further. The air vibrated as energy surged through the circle, forming a protective dome. Invisible to the eye, but impossible to pass. The giants didn't understand what they were up against. They charged, slamming their colossal bodies into the barrier with brutal force, but it held strong, just as Yuri had planned. He watched them with a smug grin, confident in his magic, confident in himself. Nothing was getting through. But then, everything changed. Something far bigger pushed through the gate. A giant so massive it dwarfed the rest emerged from the shadows. It brushed aside the other giants and stood tall in front of the magic circle. Yuri's grin faded as he looked up at the towering figure. His instincts screamed at him to run, but his body didn't move. The colossal creature pulled out a sword that looked more like a slab of steel. It raised it, and in one devastating swing, shattered the barrier. For a split second, Yuri stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The impenetrable wall he had created was gone, and he was exposed. Before he could react, another giant's massive hand shot toward him. In a flash, it grabbed him. Yuri opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came. The behemoth raised him into the air, opened its jaws, and swallowed him whole. Just like that, Yuri Orlov was gone, and with him, the only line of defense around the gate. Now unchecked, the giants stormed into the city, their roars echoing through the streets of Tokyo. The raid had failed. Tanks lined the streets, their cannons firing at maximum power, sending explosive rounds straight into the path of the advancing giants. Above, helicopters hovered with ruthless precision, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets and missiles. But it was all in vain. The giants pressed forward, unfazed by the barrage. Realizing the situation was slipping out of control, Rai gave the command. The Blade Guild moved instantly. Kana and Minoru launched into action, blades drawn and eyes locked on the closest threat. They struck with perfect coordination, aiming to take down the advancing giant before it could reach the city's inner blocks. But the creature reacted with inhuman speed. It sidestepped both attacks with ease. For a moment, Kana froze, stunned by how something that size could move with such fluidity. It made no sense. Giants weren't supposed to be this fast. And that's when it hit her. These monsters weren't just strong. They were smart, adaptable, far beyond what any of them had trained for. High above the battlefield, news helicopters hovered, broadcasting the carnage live from their vantage point. The destruction stretched across Tokyo. Skyscrapers crumbled, roads were split apart, and trees were ripped from their roots and hurled like debris. The camera zoomed in on one particular figure near the gate, the largest giant of them all. Unlike the others, it didn't rampage through the city. It just stood there, still and watchful, as though guarding the gate itself. Whether it was waiting for something or someone, no one knew.
One of the cameramen, his eye pressed to the viewfinder, whispered his own observation. Despite the giant's sheer size and slow, deliberate movements, it appeared lifeless, as though it wasn't truly alive. Its movements were too mechanical, too calculated, as if following commands it couldn't disobey. Destruction continued without end in sight. Flames consumed buildings, smoke choked the sky. In just 2 days, only 2 of the 30 giants had been taken down, and the damage was already catastrophic. The reporters in the sky began asking the same question that was on everyone's mind. How much longer could they hold out? Far from the front lines, Jin-Woo sat in his apartment, silently watching the news unfold on the television. News anchors described the situation as apocalyptic. The footage spoke for itself: screams, explosions, collapsing towers. Tokyo's fall was unfolding live. Jin-Woo leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. The scene reminded him of Jeju Island, the same helplessness, the same slow collapse. But this time, it was spreading. If left unchecked, all of Asia could fall. Jin-Woo knew he couldn't wait any longer. Lost in thought, Jin-Woo was pulled back to reality by a quiet voice. Turning around, he saw his sister Jenna standing in the doorway, her head lowered. She didn't say much, but the worry in her voice was clear as she pleaded with him not to go. He blinked, surprised. It wasn't like her to speak up like this. Jin-Woo assured her he wasn't planning to go anywhere. He explained that he'd simply been working too much lately and needed to rest for a while. He stepped forward, gently tapped her on the head, and told her not to worry before walking past her, leaving the room in silence. Later, needing to clear his mind, Jin-Woo stepped outside and went for a light jog. The chill in the air helped him think. Eventually, he came to a stop at a quiet park and sat on a bench, staring off into the distance. The images from Tokyo, the threat of the giants, the fear in Jenna's voice, it all swirled in his mind. Wanting to check on Jenna, he summoned Beirut, her overseer. His strongest summon materialized before him. Jin-Woo casually asked if Beirut had been watching dramas again, instead of keeping an eye on her. Embarrassed, Beirut quickly assured him that nothing unusual had happened. Even so, Jin-Woo couldn't shake the feeling in his chest. Something about Jenna's reaction felt different this time. She had never tried to stop him before. Not even once, except during his first raid 4 years ago. Jin-Woo wondered if the orc attack on her school had left a deeper scar than he'd realized. The thought lingered, weighing heavily on his mind as he tried to decide what to do next. As Jin-Woo walked toward his office, he heard the sound of a car approaching from behind. A black vehicle came to a gentle stop beside him. A representative from the Eugene Guild had arrived to pick him up. Without much conversation, he was quietly escorted to Yum Yongun's office for what seemed to be a private meeting. Curious about the sudden meeting, Jin-Woo asked what business Yongun had with him. The man introduced himself, his tone direct and formal, before sliding a check across the table toward Jin-Woo. It wasn't a bribe or an attempt to buy loyalty, he clarified. It was merely a gesture of sincerity. Jin-Woo narrowed his eyes. This wasn't about guild recruitment or some corporate ploy. Whatever this was, it was personal. He asked Mongun what exactly he wanted. After a long moment of hesitation, the old man finally spoke. He suffered from the same illness that had once trapped Jin-Woo's mother, eternal slumber. The words hit Jin-Woo like a jolt. Eternal slumber wasn't something casually mentioned. He wondered immediately if Jin-Ho knew, but Mongun, already anticipating the question, explained that barely anyone was aware. Jin-Woo was only the fourth person to know. As realization set in, Hyung-han's tone grew heavier. He clasped his hands tightly and confessed that during his desperate search for a cure, he had found only one case where someone had fully recovered. That person, of course, had been Jin-Woo's mother, and he believed that was no coincidence. He wasn't asking for pity or favors. What he wanted from Jin-Woo was the truth. Whatever it was that had brought his mother back, and if Jin-Woo could offer even the smallest help, Mongun swore he would never forget it. Jin-Woo sat silently for a while, the weight of the request settling in. Then, with a quiet breath, he pushed the check back and offered a calm apology. He didn't believe there was anything he could do. A flicker of desperation crossed Mongun's face, but Jin-Woo remained firm. A crack appeared in Mongun's composed expression as he asked again, this time more softly, how Jin-Woo's mother had been cured. Jin-Woo didn't answer immediately. His gaze shifted away as he spoke, saying that if he truly possessed such a secret and intended to use it for gain, he would have already made a move. The fact that he hadn't should speak for itself. That answer left no room for debate. Mongun nodded weakly, a man defeated not by rejection, but by helplessness. Jin-Woo stood, his decision made, and walked toward the elevator. Once inside, he exhaled deeply, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. Despite everything, even knowing that Mongun was Jin-Ho's father, he couldn't bring himself to trust the man. He didn't know what kind of person he truly was or whether the illness was even real. What he did know was that the holy water of life couldn't be wasted, not when its power was so rare and finite. Whatever came next, he'd need to choose its use carefully. The next day, Jin-Woo arrived at the Ajin Guild office, only to be met with Jin-Ho's wide-eyed shock. Jin-Ho could hardly believe what he was hearing when Jin-Woo told him he was heading to Japan. His voice trembled as he tried to process it. This wasn't like Jeju Island. What was happening in Japan now was on a completely different scale. But Jin-Woo, ever composed, simply said that if they could prevent the disaster, the Ajin Guild's name would be known across the globe. Jin-Ho, after a moment of silence, straightened his back and declared that if Jin-Woo was going to Japan, then he would be going too. The sudden change caught Jin-Woo off guard. He asked what he meant by that, genuinely surprised. Jin-Ho didn't raise his voice. Instead, he reached into his bag and pulled out a bundle of old newspaper clippings and printed headlines, each highlighting Jin-Woo's feats and accomplishments. His voice cracked as he admitted something he had held inside for too long. Not a single one of those reports ever mentioned his name. He confessed, between tears, that it made him feel useless, like his efforts meant nothing. The only thing he could truly be proud of was standing by Jin-Woo's side. That's why he wanted to go. Not for fame, not for glory, but because being by Jin-Woo's side gave him purpose. Jin-Woo let out a small sigh, reminding himself that just moments ago he had been against going to Japan at all. So what changed? The answer came without hesitation. Jin-Ho looked at him and said he trusted him. As long as Jin-Woo was there, he felt safe. A soft chuckle escaped Jin-Woo as he stood up. He glanced back and told Jin-Ho not to take it too seriously. He had only been joking about going to Japan. Jin-Ho blinked, confused by the sudden reversal, but Jin-Woo didn't explain further. Instead, he simply told him to head home and rest. Jin-Ho nodded reluctantly, still uncertain, watching as Jin-Woo exited the office with quiet resolve. The walk back to his apartment was a silent one. Jin-Woo's thoughts drifted, memories surfacing like waves. He recalled his battle with the architect. Even without his shadow soldiers, that being had pushed him to his limit. That fight proved something he hadn't wanted to admit. He wasn't the strongest, at least not yet. There were still others out there who could stand above him. When he stepped into his apartment, the familiar scent of home welcomed him. His mother smiled brightly at the sight of him, asking if he would be staying for dinner. He gave a small nod, and while the food was served, he glanced around and asked where Jenna was. His mother, still cheerful, explained that she hadn't been hungry and had gone back to her room. As Jin-Woo sat at the dinner table, his mind drifted between thoughts of Jin-Ho's father and the lingering worry in his sister's eyes. Eventually, he looked up from his plate and softly said that he would be leaving again. His mother didn't argue. She simply smiled, the same quiet smile she always wore in moments like this, and said she would help him pack once he finished his meal. With a full stomach and a firmer resolve, Jin-Woo walked quietly to Jenna's room. The door creaked slightly as he entered. His sister lay on her bed, restless even in her sleep, her body shifting beneath the blanket, as if her dreams too were weighed down by worry. He sat beside her without a word, taking a moment before gently placing a comforting hand on hers. He told her in a calm voice that he had faced death countless times, and every single time he came back alive. He thanked her for caring, for worrying, and promised that this time would be no different. Though her eyes remained closed, Jenna's lips trembled, her voice barely a whisper as she cracked and said he would have gone regardless. Jin-Woo didn't deny it. He simply looked at her with warmth and summoned his shadow ants. As the towering figures appeared behind him, he reassured her that no matter where he went, no matter how far, she would never be left unguarded. The following day, Chairman Go stood before a sea of reporters, his expression solemn. The atmosphere was tense, cameras already rolling, pens poised, eyes locked on the man at the center of the storm. He stepped up to the microphone, clearing his throat before delivering the words everyone had been waiting for. Hunter Jin-Woo, he announced, would be officially joining the S-Rank Gate mission in Japan. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd just as Jin-Woo appeared beside him. The sound of camera shutters intensified, rapid and relentless, as reporters surged forward for a clearer shot. He stepped forward and shook Chairman Go's hand, sealing his commitment with quiet finality. Later at the airport, Jin-Woo and Jin-Ho arrived together. Shoulders squared, expressions sharp, determination radiating from both of them. The crowd that had gathered quickly took notice, and once again the flashes began, each click trying to capture the moment before they stepped into uncertainty. Representing the Aging Guild, the two stood side by side, ready to cross the sea into chaos. Whatever waited for them in Japan, they had already made their choice. News of Jin-Woo's decision to join the mission in Japan spread fast, even across the ocean. In Maryland, deep within the headquarters of America's elite, a cluster of S-rank hunters gathered around a long table. Their conversations already drifted to the Korean hunter who had now taken the spotlight. Murmurs filled the room, laced with doubt and scoffs.
One of them. He leaned back in his chair, pointing out how even Lady Selna, the psychic who had pushed their powers beyond normal human limits, had failed to enhance Jin-Woo by a single stage. To them, that was all the proof they needed. If Selna couldn't awaken him further, then Jin-Woo had already hit his ceiling. No amount of Jeju Island fame would change that. Clearing an S-rank gate, he claimed, was on a completely different level. The ants were one thing, but giants! That was a death wish. Their confidence swelled as the conversation devolved into bets. A sleek yacht, a mountain estate, even a luxury villa were thrown on the table, each wager riding on the same belief. Jin-Woo wouldn't last a day in Japan. But then from the corner of the room, a quiet voice broke through the arrogance. Thomas Andre didn't even look up from his meal as he cut into his steak, the calm of a man who'd heard enough. With a small smirk, he declared that he'd bet his scavenger guild's entire building on Jin-Woo making it out alive. The room fell silent. Eyes turned toward him, half in disbelief, half in irritation. Instead of arguing, Thomas gave them a blunt reminder. With the dungeon break fast approaching right here on their soil, maybe they should stop worrying about Japan and start asking how many of them would survive. The silence thickened, some rolling their eyes, others shifting uncomfortably. One muttered under his breath that Thomas always had a way of killing the vibe, but Thomas only chuckled under his breath, leaning back in his chair with a shrug. Maybe Japan would have been more fun after all. Still, he had a feeling the real chaos was just beginning, right where he was. Meanwhile, in the heart of Japan, the situation was growing increasingly desperate. The military personnel were overwhelmed, scrambling to assist the flood of injured and helpless civilians. At a crowded nursing home, a soldier wiped sweat from his brow as he was approached by an elderly couple, their faces worn yet calm, supporting several immobile patients behind them. He tried to usher them away, warning that there was no room left, and that they needed to evacuate before the giants got any closer. But the old man refused to move. He spoke gently but firmly, saying they had promised these patients they wouldn't leave their side, not even at the end. Something in the soldier shifted. He hesitated, then quietly made his decision to stay with them, knowing full well what that meant. He turned to help guide them to the safest area he could find, only for a shadow to suddenly cast over them. A massive giant loomed above, the limp body of a human, still clenched in its jaws like a trophy. The soldier's stomach sank as he raised his weapon, joined by the others. Gunfire erupted, but the bullets were useless. The giant kept advancing, its massive hand lunging forward toward one of the soldiers shielding the elderly couple, and then, in a blur of motion, a black spear tore through the air, piercing the giant's chest with explosive force. The impact was so powerful it sent the towering creature flying, crashing through several buildings before finally skidding to a lifeless halt. The soldiers froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Towering where the attack had originated stood a figure, tall, fearsome, and unmistakably inhuman. Jima, the Nagabo's shadow soldier, stood silent, black spear in hand, his gaze locked on the battlefield. For a moment, the soldiers couldn't tell if they were witnessing reality or a waking dream.
Then Jin-Woo stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chaos. He told them to evacuate immediately. This area wasn't safe. Before anyone could react, rubble from a shattered building began to fall toward the old couple, but a shield rose just in time. Jin-Ho, breath steady and stance firm, had thrown himself into the path, intercepting the debris. He called out to Jin-Woo, his voice unwavering, as he declared he would stay behind to assist with the evacuations. Jin-Woo gave a slight nod, acknowledging Jin-Ho's determination. Then, without another word, he turned, stepping forward with a heavy presence. His aura rose like a dark storm, with shadows stirring around him. Jin-Woo readied himself for the battlefield ahead. Jima thrust into his first battle, unleashing a storm of unrestrained fury. Each step he took shook the earth. His black spear spun with a savage rhythm as he tore through the giants one by one. One after another, the giants fell before his raw power. There was no hesitation, no mercy, only carnage in his path, a trail of broken bodies left behind like shattered statues.
Above him, Jin-Woo charged forward, sprinting across Jima's towering back before launching into the air. His grip tightened around the demon monarch's dagger, its dark edge pulsating with lethal intent as he soared toward one of the giants. His eyes locked onto its face, and with a single brutal stroke, Jin-Woo split the giant's skull clean down the middle. The body collapsed in a heap before it could even register what had happened. Above the chaos, helicopters buzzed nervously. Reporters inside peered down with wide eyes, their cameras capturing what felt like a myth in motion. The giants were being torn apart effortlessly by Jin-Woo's summoned army. It was a massacre, and they were watching the ascension of a war hero. As the towering beasts continued to fall, one after another, a piercing scream cut through the chaos. A young girl, no older than 12, darted through the wreckage with terror in her eyes. Her cries echoed off broken walls and crumbling concrete, chased closely by the thunderous steps of a giant. Its massive hands stretched out, casting a shadow over her trembling form, ready to claim its next victim. Then in an instant, a violet flash tore across the air, like lightning made solid. The giant's wrist exploded with sparks and blood as a blade carved through it mid-reach. The monster reeled back, howling in pain, its severed hand crashing to the ground. From the smoke, Igris emerged, his long red plume flickering like flame. His demon monarch sword hummed with residual energy. Without a word, he placed himself between the girl and the monster, unmoving, a silent wall of protection. Before the giant could recover, a deafening roar shook the battlefield. Iron hurtled through the air like a cannonball, axe raised high above his head. His descent was swift and merciless. The moment his weapon connected with the giant's skull, the air itself seemed to split. The impact sent a powerful gust rippling outward, flattening debris and dust in its wake. As the giant collapsed in a heap, its eyes already lifeless, still shivering, the little girl clung to Igris's body, finding safety in the stoic knight's presence. Iron stood tall, his stance unwavering.
Iron stood proudly at the top of the fallen beast, his axe in one hand, flashing a playful wink as if to say the job was done. Meanwhile, Igris knelt beside the girl, resting a gloved hand gently on her head. His gesture was calm and reassuring, telling her without words that no harm would come to her now. Jin-Woo watched the scene unfold, a rare sense of pride filling him as he observed Iron in action. The towering knight, now stronger after his recent upgrade, was holding his own with impressive force and precision. As Jin-Woo stood amidst the aftermath, a soldier cautiously approached, his nerves evident in his expression. Despite being overwhelmed by the chaos they had just survived, he managed to offer a few words of thanks. Jin-Woo responded with a calm, reassuring thumbs up. The gesture struck something in the soldier, who nodded back, still shaken, but visibly comforted. Jin-Woo then turned his gaze toward Jin-Ho, giving him a firm nod and instructing him to stay behind and assist the soldier with the evacuation. Without hesitation, Jin-Ho gave a short affirmative, stepping up beside the soldier and quickly leading him away from the danger zone. With that resolved, Jin-Woo shifted his attention back to the massive corpse lying before him. Standing beside the fallen giant, a command slipped from his lips like a whisper laced with power. "Arise." The shadows beneath the giant trembled, then surged upward as 6 colossal forms emerged one by one. Their eyes glowed with dark loyalty, their forms now bound to Jin-Woo's will. He didn't dwell on their identities, there was no need for ceremony. He simply numbered them from 1 to 6. Each giant received its name and its place in his ever-growing army. Baru appeared shortly after, always prompt, reporting each successful subjugation with unwavering loyalty. As more giants fell, Baru kept count, providing updates on their expanding control over Japan. The battle so far had unfolded in Jin-Woo's favor. His army of shadows, scattered across cities, worked with tireless efficiency. This war of attrition favored him completely. His mana reserves seemed endless, allowing his soldiers to fight without pause. Even in defeat, they simply regenerated and returned to battle. But the war wasn't without complications. While the giants were being dealt with, the S-rank gate's presence had triggered numerous other dungeon breaks. Swarms of lower-ranked monsters were spilling out into urban centers, bringing fresh waves of chaos. Still in the midst of it all, Japan was slowly being reclaimed. The once hopeless situation was stabilizing, and at the heart of it all stood Jin-Woo. At the Japanese Hunters Association headquarters, the atmosphere was tense, but filled with awe. Officials stared at the growing list of recovered cities, their expressions frozen with disbelief. No one could deny the impact Jin-Woo was making. For Chairman Matsumoto, the shock ran deeper than most. He stood in silence, his mind reeling back to their first meeting. He remembered clearly how he had rushed to greet Jin-Woo at the airport, desperate to salvage what little control they had left. Without hesitation, he had asked the Korean hunter to focus solely on defending Osaka, explaining that the giants were closing in and that they would request support from other nations in the meantime. He hadn't expected resistance, he had expected compliance, at the very least cooperation. But Jin-Woo had refused calmly, bluntly, and without any intention of compromise. The officials present at the time had been stunned, left speechless by his defiance. Now, watching the impossible unfold, city by city, Matsumoto finally understood. Jin-Woo hadn't come to defend from the very beginning. He had come to wipe them all out, alone. Days had slipped by like a slow-burning fuse. On the 7th day since the dungeon break, night draped itself over the ruined shell of Tokyo. Jin-Woo and Jin-Ho walked in silence through the city's wreckage. The once vibrant streets now lay as a hollow echo of what they used to be. Jin-Ho glanced around, his heart sinking as he took in the devastation. Just then, a familiar presence emerged from the shadows. It was Hanekawa, the A-rank hunter, who had stayed behind when everyone else had fallen or fled. Her face was pale, not from fear, but from the weight of what she had witnessed. Without needing to be asked, Hanekawa confirmed what Jin-Woo had sensed long before her arrival. Tokyo had no hunters left. The destruction was absolute. The giants had used this place as their ground zero, fanning out to wreak havoc across the nation. She gave him the numbers next, cold, final. 16 S-rank hunters remained globally, Jin-Woo included. 6 were still in Japan, the rest scattered across China, Canada, India, Russia, and England. Yuri Orlov, alongside 2 others, had fallen. Even the most powerful weren't immune to the chaos that had erupted. Hanekawa's voice trembled slightly as she recounted the losses, but she remained composed. There were still 31 giants left. One had already begun crossing the ocean, heading toward China. The others were scattered but slowing, thanks in large part to Jin-Woo's army of shadows, fighting beside the remaining hunters. Still, the threat was far from over, and Jin-Woo knew it. He wondered if the system's architect had truly died back then. Then who was carrying out this vision now? Or had it already been set in motion long before? Perhaps that castle had been more than just a challenge. It had been a glimpse into a possible future. Jin-Woo clenched his fist. He had overcome that place once, trained in its fire, bled within its walls, and now that strength would be put to the ultimate test. If what he saw was a warning, then this right now was the chance to rewrite that fate. The final battle loomed ahead, and Jin-Woo was ready. With calm, unwavering confidence, Jin-Woo signaled that it was time to move. Hanekawa hesitated for a moment, uncertain, noting that the other hunters hadn't arrived yet. But Jin-Woo, calm and composed, assured her they were already here. That's when the sound began, a low, rhythmic thud echoing across the shattered cityscape. The ground trembled faintly as, one by one, dark silhouettes emerged from the fog. They climbed atop broken rooftops, stood silently upon ruined ledges, and filled the street corners like shadows cast by a god. Then, behind Jin-Woo, his most trusted summons, Tusk, Iron, and Igris, stepped out of the shadows. Hanekawa could only watch, frozen in awe, as the sheer magnitude of their power unfolded before her eyes. Jin-Woo's shadow soldiers had arrived. Their presence alone shifted the air, but the sight didn't end there. The rest of Jin-Woo's army flowed in, hundreds of shadow soldiers spreading like ink through the city, filling every space. Their forms rippled with black energy, glowing eyes locked on their king. Then, in a perfectly timed motion, they all dropped to one knee, an entire army of shadows pledging themselves in total, unwavering loyalty. But the moment wasn't complete, not yet. From the sky, a streak of dark lightning flashed downward with a massive thud. Baru landed in a crater of his own making, the ground shattering beneath him. His wings curled behind his back as he bowed deeply before Jin-Woo, his voice crackling with pride as he addressed his sovereign. Jin-Woo gave him a nod, commending his soldiers for their performance, then turned toward Jin-Ho. He instructed him to fall back and protect Hanekawa. Without question, Jin-Ho obeyed as he led her away to a safer vantage point. Once Jin-Ho was safely out of harm's way, Jin-Woo turned his attention to the battlefield. He summoned the remaining shadow forces, his will burning bright as they prepared for the final assault. Standing atop a cliff, Jin-Woo turned his gaze toward the battlefield. With a commanding presence, he summoned the towering forms of the shadow giants, his newly acquired weapons of war. They stepped into formation at the front, their massive bodies forming an unstoppable wall of strength. Below him, his army, a blend of loyal summons and fallen enemies, stood ready, awaiting his command. Raising his hand, Jin-Woo pointed ahead, and with a single word, declared, "Unleash them." At that moment, Baru flung his head back and let out a thunderous screech that tore through the ruins like a war cry. The shadow army roared in response, charging forward as one. The earth trembled beneath their feet, a black tide surging across the wasteland into the domain of the final guardian. Dust whipped through the air, buildings shook at their foundations, and the oppressive atmosphere grew heavier with every step closer to the gate's protector. But as they breached the heart of the city, everything shifted. Or there it stood, the final giant. Unmoved by the approaching sea of shadows, the creature remained eerily calm. It didn't flinch, it didn't even adjust its stance. Then, in the blink of an eye, it vanished. The giant reappeared mid-air like a phantom, its sword already in motion. And then destruction. With a single swing, half of Jin-Woo's front line was obliterated. Shadows burst into smoke as the enormous blade tore through them like paper, cleaving the battlefield apart. Without pause, the giant landed, its sword raised again, cutting a direct path through Jin-Woo's ranks. The shockwave alone flattened nearby buildings. Jin-Woo narrowed his eyes. He wasn't easily shaken, but even he had to admit this giant was on another level. Its swordplay was precise, fast, and devastating. Its aura pulsed like a living storm, magic power so dense it warped the air around it. How could a being so monstrous even exist? The sheer presence of it gnawed at his mind. But Jin-Woo knew there were only two choices: turn away or destroy it. And he had never been one to turn away. Tusk, now towering in his full battle form, stepped forward to face the monstrosity. Wasting no time, he drew in a deep breath and unleashed a massive pillar of flame. The searing blast would have incinerated any ordinary magic beast. But this giant wasn't like the others. With a calm motion, it raised its massive palm, blocking the fire effortlessly, untouched, unmoved. A shadow giant leapt in from the side, but the titan pivoted effortlessly and bisected it with a brutal sweep of its sword. Smoke filled the air as more shadows were crushed beneath its heel. Ant soldiers scrambled to overwhelm it, but they were trampled like insects. Baru, enraged by the giant's rampage, prepared to charge. But Jin-Woo raised a hand, stopping him. It wasn't time yet. Baru stepped back reluctantly, taking position beside Igris, both poised for battle, yet holding back, waiting for the signal. Their eagerness was clear, but Jin-Woo had a plan. He had anticipated this challenge. The giant's strength and defense were overwhelming, but Jin-Woo wasn't without strategy. He had more than enough mana, but he knew he had to be patient. His army was immortal, perfect for probing the enemy's weaknesses. The giant continued its assault, crushing shadow soldiers beneath its feet and slamming its fists into the ground with terrifying force. Yet even as they fell, the shadows rose again, relentless. Jin-Woo observed from a distance, eyes narrowed, mana draining steadily with each resurrection. Then something caught his eye. The giant's body was cloaked in powerful magic, a constant barrier that gave it confidence, even arrogance. It didn't bother to defend, not until one moment. Just once, it raised its arm to block an incoming attack. That told Jin-Woo everything he needed to know. Without wasting a second, he summoned his flying mount, Kaisel. With a single powerful flap, Kaisel rose into the air. Jin-Woo leapt onto his back, calling out to Baru and Igris. Baru unfurled his wings while Igris silently climbed aboard, behind Jin-Woo. With both Baru and Igris on board, Kaisel let out a piercing cry and launched into the sky, his wings flapping powerfully, slicing through the air as they ascended, soaring straight toward the giant's head. Though surrounded by 1,000 shadow soldiers, the giant's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of the approaching threat. Its gaze shifted, locking onto Kaisel with immediate awareness. Igris was the first to strike. His demon monarch's sword flashed violet, sending a streak of lightning toward the giant's forehead. But the massive creature reacted swiftly, tilting its head just enough to evade. Igris didn't falter. He followed with another powerful swing, faster and more precise, but the giant dodged again, moving with unreal speed for its size. From Kaisel's back, Jin-Woo observed every movement, analyzing the giant's reactions. Igris kept up the pressure, unleashing strike after strike, forcing the creature on the defensive. Finally, the giant swung its enormous sword upward, aiming to swat them out of the sky. But in perfect sync, Jin-Woo and Igris leapt from Kaisel's back just before impact, narrowly avoiding the blade. Jin-Woo's eyes sharpened. He had seen what he needed. He had found the weak spot. Igris launched another burst of lightning from above, blinding and loud. The crackling energy struck the giant's upper face, disorienting it just long enough. Jin-Woo surged forward like a bolt, his dagger drawn. With one swift, vicious motion, he carved across the giant's eye. A guttural roar shook the battlefield as the beast recoiled in pain. Then came Baru, diving in with claws bared. He slammed into the giant, tearing deep into its flesh and forcing its defenses to crumble. The onslaught didn't let up. Jin-Woo, now locked in, activated Ruler's authority and rocketed toward the giant's face. Below, Hanakawa watched in awe. This wasn't a battle anymore. It was war between monsters. Lightning from Igris continued to rain down, staggering the giant. Jin-Woo seized the moment. He summoned more daggers and activated mutilation. With a flash of fury, he tore into the giant's torso. One dagger sliced its eye further, fluid erupting and spraying across the air, while the others ripped into muscle and bone. The giant thrashed wildly, but Jin-Woo clung on and called for Baru. In an instant, Baru joined him, flying straight into the exposed wound. Together, they assaulted the creature's face. Jin-Woo tore through the giant's tissue, while Baru shredded its flesh without pause. Blood sprayed, bone cracked, and the giant let out one final scream before collapsing. Its towering form crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. Right after, a system notification flashed before Jin-Woo. The enemy had been defeated. A series of notifications followed, and with them came the familiar message: he had leveled up. Jin-Woo noted it calmly, aware that the enemy had been defeated. Jin-Ho, breathless and brimming with excitement, rushed over, calling out to Jin-Woo with his usual enthusiasm, clearly in awe of how decisively the giant boss had been taken down. But Jin-Woo remained composed. Something felt off. The system hadn't acknowledged the dungeon's completion, and there was no confirmation of the dungeon boss being defeated. He immediately sensed that the raid wasn't over. Attempting shadow extraction on the fallen giant yielded no result. That was when he realized something was wrong. While he was contemplating these unexpected developments, a sudden surge of mana erupted from the S-rank gate. Jin-Woo's eyes widened in shock as they landed on the giant's corpse. The massive creature had released an overwhelming amount of magical energy upon death, creating a blast that wiped out everything nearby. Jin-Woo's senses sharpened as he recognized the chaotic surge of energy. It was a magic storm. His first instinct was to check on Jin-Ho. He spun around, tense but relaxed, when he saw Jin-Ho safely protected in Igris's arms, unharmed by the blast. All the mana that had once resided within the giant's body had now been absorbed into the nearby gate, as if the gate itself had devoured it. Amidst the strange phenomenon, Jin-Woo felt a sharp sting on his cheek, only then realizing he had been cut, an unfamiliar experience, as no ordinary magic had ever left a mark on him before. Determined to uncover the truth, Jin-Woo instructed Jin-Ho to stay behind. Without hesitation, he turned toward the ominous gate. As he entered, the vastness of the dungeon struck him immediately. It was unlike any he had encountered before. Immense and boundless, far larger than any high-ranking dungeon he had seen. Beru's heightened senses suddenly picked up on something. He alerted his legion to an odd sound, faint but distinct. A strange laughter echoed from deep within. Jin-Woo heard it too and was taken aback. Someone was laughing even after he had entered the gate. His expression hardened. With a silent nod, he gave the signal to move forward, deeper into the dungeon. The foul laughter grew louder until Jin-Woo finally came upon a massive figure bound in thick black chains, the restraints wrapped around its neck, torso and limbs. Some of them pierced directly through its flesh. Despite being restrained, the giant seemed amused, flashing a toothy grin. It welcomed Jin-Woo, addressing him as a monarch, as if acknowledging something about him. Jin-Woo stepped forward, understanding this was the true boss of the dungeon. The giant demanded to be freed, claiming he had information about the rulers and needed to speak with the monarchs. But as he studied Jin-Woo closer, his tone shifted. The amusement drained from his face, replaced by confusion and anger. He had mistaken Jin-Woo for someone else, and this realization frustrated him deeply. Piecing the giant's words together, Jin-Woo asked whether the rulers were the ones who had imprisoned him in chains. The giant confirmed it, saying he had been trapped and used by the rulers in preparation for a much larger war. This, he claimed, was only the beginning. Jin-Woo was intrigued not just by the implication of a greater conflict, but by the giant's intelligence. He pressed for more information, asking who the rulers really were. The answer came with a revelation. The rulers were ancient enemies of the monarchs, a statement that gave Jin-Woo pause. If the monarchs were at war with the rulers, and Jin-Woo was becoming more and more entangled with the monarchs, did that make the rulers his enemies too? The giant confirmed his suspicions. He revealed that he too was a monarch and explained that both factions, the monarchs and the rulers, were targeting Jin-Woo. According to him, Jin-Woo lacked the power to stand against either side and would need more than strength to survive. He would need influence, a means to tip the balance. Offering his help, the giant proposed that if Jin-Woo released him, he would assist in giving him the influence he needed. But Jin-Woo remained cautious. The idea of a monster offering help to a human was absurd to him, hard to trust. Yet the giant, unbothered, promised to prove his intentions. Suddenly, the giant began to chant. His lips moved at an unnaturally rapid pace, words spilling out like a distorted recording as he muttered in an ancient, unfamiliar tongue. The strange cadence set Jin-Woo on edge, and without hesitation he summoned his daggers, prepared for a surprise attack. But the giant showed no intent to strike. He simply continued the incantation with eerie composure. A familiar chime echoed in Jin-Woo's ears as the system interface appeared before him. The message identified the being in front of him as Ligia, king of giants and monarch of the beginning. It explained that Ligia had activated an ancient spell known as the Oath of Faith, a binding pact that would prevent both parties from speaking any falsehood. Once accepted, the message ended with a prompt asking Jin-Woo whether he wished to accept the Oath of Faith. After a brief moment of reflection, Jin-Woo made his decision and accepted the oath. Another system chime echoed, confirming the pact had been sealed. With the Oath of Faith now active, both Jin-Woo and Ligia were bound. Neither could speak a lie until the oath was mutually revoked. The rules were in effect. Ligia, now bound by truth, repeated his earlier offer. If Jin-Woo freed him, he would lend his strength in the battles ahead. Curious to test the oath's influence, Jin-Woo tried to express trust. But the moment he did, his throat tightened and no words came out. The King of Giants laughed heartily, clearly entertained by Jin-Woo's reaction. He reminded him that the Oath of Faith was working exactly as intended. No falsehoods could slip past. Realizing the full weight of the pact, Jin-Woo asked directly why Ligia could speak so fluently, unlike the other creatures that had emerged from the gates. The King of Giants appeared confused by the question, prompting Jin-Woo to clarify. He was referring to the monsters from the dungeons, the ones that never spoke with reason. Ligia's tone grew more serious. He explained that Jin-Woo had made a flawed comparison. The monarchs were not like those monsters, they ruled over them. The beings Jin-Woo had encountered were the residents of chaos, stragglers, prisoners, warped by centuries of servitude. Their minds had long since broken, leaving behind only instincts and rage. But Ligia was different. As a monarch and a king, he had preserved his mind through the ages, resisting the madness of captivity. He had waited patiently and silently for the one who might finally set him free. Shifting gears, Jin-Woo pressed for more information, this time about the silver-armored winged soldiers. Were they with the rulers? Tao Ligia confirmed it. Those beings were indeed part of the rulers' army. When Jin-Woo asked why the rulers were sending such creatures along with demons to Earth, Ligia calmly reminded him that he had already revealed the answer. The rulers were preparing for war. Earth was to be their battlefield, a stage set for the inevitable clash between monarchs and rulers. Jin-Woo still couldn't grasp how sending monsters to Earth would turn it into a battlefield until the King of Giants explained. The ruler's plan was simple, to flood the human world with magic energy, transforming it into an arena brimming with mana. Jin-Woo was taken aback, trying to process the weight of those words. If the monsters that emerged from the gates were considered disasters, then the magical energy they brought with them had been seen as a blessing by many. Not just hunters, but civilians too, believed that mana crystals and gems were priceless resources. These objects had become the world's most vital energy source. But now Jin-Woo realized that these so-called blessings were nothing more than stepping stones, foundations laid in preparation for war. The King of Giants continued, revealing that the best way to plant magic in a mana-deprived world was through the blood of those who already carried it. The rulers had chosen to sacrifice hostages and release monsters to infuse Earth with magic energy. The more blood spilled, the thicker the mana concentration became. Magic was strengthening the world, not to protect it, but to make sure it didn't collapse under the weight of the war to come. According to the King of Giants, the rulers were preparing the world to survive the conflict, not avoid it. Still piecing everything together, Jin-Woo asked what kind of war Ligia meant. The King of Giants explained that it would be a rematch between the monarchs and the rulers, and Earth was the battleground. Hell was coming, and it would arrive sooner than anyone expected. There wasn't much time left. Neither side would sit idle now that Jin-Woo had made contact. In fact, the rulers might already be on the move. Jin-Woo couldn't shake the feeling that both sides were focused on him, targeting him. He asked, "Why? Why does it feel like everyone is after me?" Then came the truth. The power within Jin-Woo wasn't truly his. Ligia explained that the original owner of that power had betrayed the rulers by transferring it to Jin-Woo. That single act had painted a target on his back, marking him as an enemy of both monarchs and rulers alike. Yet amid all the tension, the King of Giants made a vow. He promised to stand by Jin-Woo's side and fight alongside him. All he asked in return was to be freed from his chains. Jin-Woo's eyes sharpened as he considered the offer. He asked, "If Ligia truly wished to help, wouldn't it be easier to become one of my shadow soldiers?" The King of Giants flinched at the suggestion, visibly shaken. In that moment he saw the shadow of the true monarch flicker behind Jin-Woo's human form. Ligia then explained why it was impossible. Monarchs and rulers existed in astral form, spiritual bodies, and when an astral body was destroyed, it vanished entirely, leaving nothing behind that could be reanimated or turned into a shadow. That was why he couldn't become one of Jin-Woo's soldiers. Jin-Woo listened, understanding. Yet something still didn't feel right. A piece of the puzzle was missing. As the thoughts swirled, Jin-Woo summoned a dagger to his hand while the King of Giants pleaded again to be set free. Jin-Woo stepped forward with resolve, asking once more if Lygia would truly be on his side. The King of Giants nodded solemnly, and Jin-Woo began cutting through the chains, one by one. The shackles fell away, and Lygia remained composed, but as Jin-Woo moved to break another chain, he paused, his gaze fierce, and asked, "Would you also stand on the side of humanity?" Yet at this time, Lygia remained silent. Jin-Woo didn't need an answer. The oath of faith made lying impossible, and that silence spoke volumes. His eyes shifted to the back of Lygia's neck, where a cold, glinting magic stone was embedded. That stone was the key. It bound him to the ruler's will. As long as it remained, Lygia was still under their control, still a threat to humanity. Without warning, murderous intent erupted from the King of Giants as he swung his newly freed arm at Jin-Woo. Realizing the danger, Lygia decided Jin-Woo could no longer be allowed to live. But Jin-Woo moved first, ducking low beneath the attack, then driving his dagger upward deep into Lygia's chest. Up close, Jin-Woo muttered coldly, "You would have been a calamity." But the King of Giants responded with a twisted grin, claiming that the true calamity wasn't him, it was Jin-Woo. With his mind made up, Jin-Woo struck, again and again, dodging desperate counterattacks as he buried his blades deeper. After several brutal blows, the King of Giants finally went still, blood gushing from his mouth. Even in death's grip, Lygia's last words came as a venomous curse. He warned that as the war between humans and the residents of Chaos escalated, Earth would become a battlefield. He hoped everything Jin-Woo loved would burn to ashes. But Jin-Woo's gaze remained cold, unwavering. Without hesitation, he swung his dagger one final time, slicing through the giant's neck in a single, decisive motion. The sound of steel slicing air echoed through the dungeon as the King of Giants was beheaded. A system notification immediately followed, confirming the defeat of the dungeon boss, Lygia, one of the 9 original monarchs. Jin-Woo had gained an immense amount of experience points. As the system struggled to tally it, he looked down at the magic stone in his hand, taken from Lygia's body. Though he'd hoped for a new shadow soldier, he decided the stone would be enough, a souvenir from this brutal encounter. From Lygia's body came a final surge of powerful energy before his form disintegrated into dust. In the aftermath, a familiar chime sounded. The system displayed the results. Jin-Woo had leveled up multiple times. His new level was now 122. News of the giant's annihilation spread like wildfire across the world. Social media lit up with excitement, and talks of a new national-level hunter were everywhere. But unlike the Jeju Island incident, this wasn't just a Korean headline. Recognition poured in from all corners of the globe. One giant had managed to escape overseas but didn't get far. China's Lua gang took it down before it could cause any real damage. In Japan, a different storm was brewing. Chairman Matsumoto of the Hunters Association turned himself in. Though he didn't offer much explanation, many believed it was an attempt at redemption, a way to shoulder the weight of his past betrayals. But even as the news made waves, speculation over his true motives continued to stir. Jin-Woo, meanwhile, stepped out of the gate, far removed from the world's noise. He walked in silence, his mind lingering on the choice he'd made. Killing the King of Giants had been necessary. Letting Lygia roam free would have been a disaster waiting to happen. He didn't regret it, but the weight of that decision still lingered more than ever. He knew he had to grow stronger. The S-rank gate was cleared, and the battlefield was quiet around Jin-Woo. The fallen giant's shadows stood ready. The soldiers nearby, having witnessed his power for the first time, could hardly believe what they had seen. They whispered among themselves, unable to hide their shock. Jin-ho, catching their glances, stood a little taller, proud to stand next to the man who commanded such fear and respect. Then Hanekawa approached, drawing Jin-ho's attention. He assumed she had something for Jin-Woo, but to his surprise, the message was for him, a phone call.
He answered, and immediately something changed. His face tightened, the color drained. Whatever he heard hit hard. Jin-ho turned to Jin-Woo, apologizing. He had to return to Korea. Something had come up with his family. Without waiting for questions, he headed for the helicopter that was already waiting. As it lifted into the sky, Jin-Woo remained still, his thoughts heavy. Jin-ho sat in silence, his mind racing. His mother's voice on the call had trembled, shaken in a way he hadn't heard before. Something was wrong. He could feel it. Still, he tried to brush it off as nothing while the helicopter carried him home. Jin-ho arrived at the airport in Korea, still unsure of what to expect. Secretary Kim was already there, waiting for him. He wasted no time informing Jin-ho that a car had been arranged. Puzzled but concerned, Jin-ho followed silently as they made their way out. On the way, Kim spoke with a careful tone, advising Jin-ho to brace himself, that things weren't looking good. He promised he would explain everything soon. As they neared the hospital, Secretary Kim finally revealed the truth. President Yoon Myung-han, Jin-ho's father, had fallen into eternal sleep. The words didn't make sense at first, and then they hit all at once. Jin-ho screamed in anguish, calling out for his father, his voice trembling with disbelief as he tried to rush into the room, only to be held back by Secretary Kim. He explained softly that Jin-ho's presence, as a hunter still struggling to control his power, could do more harm than good. The mere aura around him could aggravate his father's fragile state. Staggered by the helplessness, Jin-ho turned away from the room. Then he noticed Secretary Kim holding a black leather portfolio in his hands. When Jin-ho asked what it was, the secretary answered gently. It was something President Yu had been working on before collapsing. Hands trembling, Jin-ho opened it. Tears welled up immediately. Inside were newspaper clippings all centered around him. Gossip pieces, minor press coverage, local write-ups, articles that barely anyone else would care about. Yet each had been carefully cut and stored by his father. The scrapbook was messy but deliberate. Secretary Kim told him then that President Yu's cold distance had never been from a lack of love. On the contrary, his expectations for Jin-ho had been enormous, just like his love for him. Secretary Kim gave him a moment before suggesting they head back to the residence. Jin-ho, wiping his face, nodded in silence. As they walked through the hospital corridor, he suddenly stopped. A strange sensation crept through Jin-ho. He glanced around, sensing something. But the hallway was empty. Kim noticed and asked if anything was wrong, to which Jin-ho only muttered that it was nothing. They continued walking until the pair finally disappeared around the corner. From a quiet patch of shadow behind them, Jin-Woo stepped out. He had been there the whole time, observing without a word, watching Jin-ho grieve. It stirred something deep within him. He had come to the hospital unsure of what to do, but now his resolve was clear. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out a bottle of the elixir of life. The weight of the moment was heavy. His decision was made. Outside, a car pulled up. Jin-hee stepped out and hurried into the hospital, a sense of heaviness settling on her as she entered the corridor. Her pace slowing, Jin-hee passed by someone, just a blur in her peripheral vision, but gave it no thought as she reached her father's room. What she saw inside stopped her breath. President Yu was awake. Her eyes flooded with tears as she rushed to his side, stammering with disbelief.
He was just as shocked, asking the nearby doctor how this was possible. The doctor, equally stunned, could only describe it as a miracle, something without precedent. While the room filled with emotion, Jin-Woo quietly slipped out through a back exit, unnoticed. Walking alone beneath the pale light outside, he allowed himself a rare, quiet smile. With the bottle now empty and the weight of his decision behind him, he muttered softly into the night, wishing Jin-Ho an early happy birthday. This was his gift to him. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Maryland, the U.S. government held a grand celebration honoring the hunters who had successfully cleared the recently emerged S-rank gate within the state. The atmosphere inside the venue was relaxed, filled with the sound of laughter, clinking glasses, and casual banter. Hunters mingled freely, some marveling at the sheer scale of the event, others simply enjoying the rare chance to unwind. Then, without warning, a towering figure in a bright Hawaiian shirt stepped in from behind. Conversations quieted for a moment as heads turned toward him. It was Thomas Andre. He didn't say much, just reminded the group about a bet they'd made. His presence alone was enough to make a few of them shift nervously. With a grin, Thomas leaned toward one hunter and casually asked for his tie. The man hesitated, sweat beginning to form, but didn't argue. Wordlessly, he removed the tie and handed it over. Just as the laughter began to return, Thomas's assistant, Laura, entered the room, her tone bringing a different kind of attention. She informed Thomas that the list of guilds participating in the upcoming International Guild Conference had just been released. Among them was Korea's Arjun Guild. Thomas paused for a second, the name unfamiliar, until Laura added that it belonged to Sung Jin-Woo. That's when a smirk slowly crept across Thomas Andre's face. Korea's strongest hunter was coming to the States, and Thomas couldn't wait to meet him. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you don't miss our next video. A helicopter descended onto the sprawling grounds of a lavish countryside estate. The grand mansion belonged to none other than Christopher Reed, one of the few remaining national-level hunters. As the rotor blades slowed, Christopher stepped onto the front steps, his expression composed but curious as he noticed the arrival of the Vice Director of the Hunter Bureau, accompanied by a calm yet visibly tense Norma Selner. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. No visit had been scheduled for today. Still maintaining his cool demeanor, he gestured for them to enter and casually remarked that if their visit had anything to do with a recently emerged S-rank gate in the east, they were wasting their time. He had no intention of getting involved, but the vice director shook his head. This wasn't about a gate. The matter was far more pressing. Leading them into a private chamber, Christopher instructed a maid to ensure they remained undisturbed. Once seated, he leaned back, his voice steady, as he asked what had truly brought them here. From the tension etched across their faces, he already sensed this wasn't a routine visit. Norma Selner took the seat across from him. Her voice was calm yet resolute as she revealed the purpose of their arrival. This wasn't a briefing. It was a warning. She had seen a vision. His life was in imminent danger. The moment the words left her lips, something shifted in Christopher. He abruptly set his teacup down, the sharp clink echoing in the quiet room. Without meeting her eyes, his tone dropped, deep and serious. He acknowledged her past help with a sense of gratitude, but reminded her that they weren't close enough for such grim jokes. Then slowly, his gaze rose to meet hers. Cold, focused, a quiet storm behind his eyes. He reminded her with heavy authority exactly who she was speaking to. The air in the room grew heavy with the weight of his words. Yet Miss Selner didn't waver. With her eyes briefly closing, she recalled the haunting vision she had seen, one where he stood surrounded by men, a dark and dangerous aura pressing in from all sides. This wasn't a vague sense of unease, it was a certainty. She knew he was going to die, but Christopher's patience had already begun to fray. The notion that she had travelled all this way just to speak of what he considered delusions left a bitter edge to his mood. Christopher's tone sharpened, laced with anger, as he challenged the very notion. Did she truly expect a national-level hunter like him to believe he could be killed? But Miss Selner remained steady. She pressed on, speaking of destiny, of an inescapable path, and of a fragile thread of hope that, in her belief, still remained. Christopher scoffed, his voice rich with scorn. Did she seriously believe there was anyone alive capable of protecting someone like him? He declared, with unwavering confidence, that no such person existed. But Miss Selner didn't back down. There might be one, she said softly. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of caution flashing across his face as he studied her. Then she spoke a name. Sung Jin-Woo. For a moment, Christopher fell completely silent. Doubt crept into his gaze, subtle but undeniable. Without another word, Miss Selner turned and walked out, leaving behind only her ominous warning and a lingering silence heavy with uncertainty. That night, an eerie calm blanketed Christopher Reed's mansion, a silence too perfect, too absolute. Christopher lay asleep in his bed, but suddenly jolted upright, eyes sharp and alert. Something had stirred him from within, something unnatural. He slipped on his robe and stepped into the dimly lit hallway, guided more by instinct than reason. The stillness around him clung like a second skin. It wasn't just quiet, it was wrong. With rising suspicion, Christopher grabbed a wine glass from a nearby table and hurled it down the corridor with a swift, precise motion. The glass shattered, but there was no sound, and that confirmed it. Something, or someone, was here. A chill spread through his spine as his thoughts returned to Miss Selner and the vice director. Their warning, the vision, he hadn't believed them, but now he could feel it. Then, without a sound, a man appeared at the far end of the hallway, blonde hair, serene smile. Hands calmly folded behind his back. Christopher's senses exploded into high alert. Two more presences loomed behind the stranger, silent but undeniable. Without even turning to face them, he issued a cold demand, "Show yourselves." But the blonde man wasn't focused on him. Lifting his gaze slightly, he spoke, not to Christopher, but to something else. In the chilling, ancient language of monsters, he uttered a message. If the fragment of light continues to side with the humans, then none shall be saved. Christopher's brow tightened. The words made no sense. What was this man talking about? But the blonde figure dismissed him with chilling indifference. "Be silent," he said flatly. "This conversation isn't meant for you." He was speaking to something else, something beyond Christopher, yet connected to him in a way he couldn't understand. That struck a nerve. In an instant, flames erupted around Christopher's body. His form swelled, transformed, no longer human. Engulfed in fire, he became a blazing entity of wrath and power. With fury roaring in his voice, he thundered, "At least one of you dies here." The two figures standing silently behind the blonde man watched in awe, stunned at what they were witnessing, a human achieving spiritualization. But Christopher didn't wait for awe to settle. He lunged, he unleashed his full might, fire bursting through the mansion like a living beast. The flames devoured walls, ceilings, everything in their path. The clash shook the estate to its foundation. Whether Christopher survived or not remained unknown. But the devastation he left behind was absolute. Meanwhile, across the sea in Japan, it was Sung Jin-Woo's final day there. Escorted by a sleek black car and an official convoy, he headed toward the airport. The streets were overflowing. Thousands had gathered for a glimpse of the man who had saved their city. Even Baru, standing by his liege's side, suggested with enthusiasm that Jin-Woo raise a hand like a king to acknowledge the people. But Jin-Woo shut the idea down immediately. He wasn't interested in being worshipped. Soon the convoy arrived at the airport. He exchanged brief formalities with government officials and boarded his flight back to Korea. As he settled into his seat, he noticed a familiar face beside him, Adam White of the Federal Bureau of Hunters. Was this just coincidence, or another carefully planned approach by the Bureau? Adam didn't pretend otherwise. With a slight shrug, he admitted it was intentional. Jin-Woo offered a cool greeting, remembering their past encounter. "What brings you here this time?" he asked. Adam, aware that showing up unannounced might cross some lines, leaned in. "There's something urgent I need to show you." Immediately, Jin-Woo's mind went to the worst. Did the US fail to contain the S-rank gate? He asked. Adam quickly reassured him. Number that was handled. But this is far more serious. Without delay, he pulled out his laptop and opened a video file. On screen, black smoke curling into the air, wildfires raging, firefighters running desperately. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed as he studied the footage. "What am I looking at?" Aunt Adam's voice turned grim. The one who caused all this, there was Christopher Reed. Even after deploying 1,800 firefighters and 14 high-tier hunters, they had barely managed to suppress the flames. Jin-Woo understood instantly this wasn't ordinary destruction. A battle of terrifying proportions had taken place. He asked quietly, "What happened to Christopher?" Adam paused the video, a freeze frame of Christopher's scorched body, riddled with wounds. By the time we found him, he was already dead. Then Adam reached into his inner coat pocket and pulled out a photograph. "This," he said, "is the man we believe was behind it." The moment Jin-Woo laid eyes on the photo, something inside him snapped. Without warning, ruler's authority activated. Adam was yanked mid-air from his seat, crushed under an invisible pressure, his laptop crumpled like paper. He screamed in agony, suspended and helpless under Jin-Woo's furious gaze. With his voice colder than death, Jin-Woo growled, "If this is some twisted joke, you're not leaving this plane alive." Panicked, Adam waved off the bodyguards who had started to react. Still suspended in the air by an invisible force, he gasped,
Wait, please, just listen." His voice cracked under pressure as he rushed to explain. "The man in that photo, he came out of a dungeon. We're not sure it's who you think." Jin-Woo's eyes remained locked on him, unblinking. Struggling to breathe, Adam continued, "His aura. It didn't feel human. It wasn't like a hunter's. It felt more like a monster's." The words barely made it past his lips when he added something even more shocking. "The explosion at the Hunter Bureau headquarters months ago, that was him too." Silence fell. Then, slowly, the pressure vanished. Jin-Woo released ruler's authority, and Adam collapsed into his seat, coughing violently. Jin-Woo sat back, but his mind swirled with chaos. His father's face. That photo, it couldn't be. Tension eased only slightly in the cabin. Still catching his breath, Adam pushed forward. "He's already attacked multiple S-rank hunters, then vanished. We know how hard this is for you, but all the evidence we have points to him." Jin-Woo's face remained unreadable. "Why show this to me now?" he asked quietly. Adam took a steadying breath. "It's about the International Guild Conference. The Bureau is going to issue a red notice. So far, this has been a classified investigation, but that changes at the conference. We wanted you to know before the rest of the world found out." He paused, eyes serious.
We've lost a national-level hunter, and we intend to pursue the one responsible with everything we've got." Then, softer, more sincerely, he added, "But before we made it public, out of respect, we came to you first." Jin-Woo didn't respond. His father, missing for over a decade, had returned. But maybe not as the man he once knew. That truth, heavier than any battlefield, settled over him like a shadow. Meanwhile, Adam, still wincing from the pain in his chest, couldn't hide his awe. Telekinesis wasn't uncommon among top-tier magic hunters, but what Jin-Woo had shown, that level of control, power, and precision, it was in a league of its own. Only national-level hunters could wield such terrifying force. There was no longer any doubt in Adam's mind. Sung Jin-Woo was the 6th national-level hunter, and the vice director needed to know. As the International Guild Conference drew closer, global anticipation only grew. Soon the U.S. Hunters Association released the official list of participants, and one name stood out above all: Korea's Ajin Guild. The world was stunned. Discussions exploded across forums and newsrooms. Ajin, just one top-class hunter? But the message was loud and clear. That one hunter, Sung Jin-Woo, was worth more than all the others combined. As the spotlight turned toward him, Jin-Woo became the epicenter of global attention, and the first ripple of that impact arrived at the Korean Hunters Association. Chief Woo Jin-chul stepped briskly into President Go Gun-hee's office, a report folder clutched in hand. "Mr. President," he said urgently, "we've received a formal request from the Chinese government." Go raised an eyebrow. "What kind of request?" "They want all available information on Hunter Sung Jin-Woo, raid records, ability reports, anything publicly documented." The president leaned back, thoughtful. "And why," he asked slowly, "would China want anything to do with Jin-Woo? He's made it clear he has no interest in working with foreign guilds or leaving Korea." Woo Jin-chul frowned. "I don't know, sir, but something tells me this is just the beginning." But then Gentile clarified something that made President Go pause mid-thought. "The request," he said, "didn't come from the Chinese government." He hesitated for a moment and then revealed the name, Lu Zhigang. The moment it left his lips, President Go froze. Lu Zhigang, China's 7-star hunter. A man who had stood alone against monstrous calamities, now asking for information on Sung Jin-Woo. In that revelation landed like a thunderclap in the president's mind. Woo Jin-chul added, "Apparently it has something to do with Lu Zhigang's past encounter with a giant-type monster. After learning how Jin-Woo wiped out the entire army of giants in Japan, he grew curious." A knowing smile spread slowly across President Go's face. "I see ... He tapped his fingers on the desk, then waved his hand dismissively. "Reject the request. Or at most, give them surface-level information. Nothing detailed, nothing that truly reveals his capabilities." Meanwhile, at the Scavenger Guild in America, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Preparations for the International Guild Conference were in full swing. Laura walked briskly into Thomas Andre's office, an update in hand. "Jin-Woo is scheduled to arrive tomorrow," she said. Thomas nodded and glanced at his calendar, but before he could speak, the door creaked open. The man he had summoned had arrived. Hwang Dong-soo stepped in. Without pleasantries, without delay, Thomas Andre walked toward him, gaze like steel. "No matter what happens during this conference," Thomas said firmly, "Sung Jin-Woo is not to be touched." Dong-soo's face twitched, equal parts frustration and disbelief. But Thomas continued, eyes boring into him. "I know what happened between Jin-Woo and your brother." The air in the room dropped in temperature. "I understand your need for closure, but that's in the past now. Dong-su opened his mouth to protest. But Thomas lifted one finger. That single motion carried the weight of a mountain, and Hwang Dong-su, an S-rank hunter, froze. Under the pressure of the guild master's aura, his breath caught. Fear flickered behind his eyes. From across the room, Laura watched the scene unfold, the quiet dominance in Thomas Andre's command. Very few in the world could silence a man like Hwang Dong-su with a gesture. But Thomas Andre was not like most men. Placing a heavy hand on Dong-su's shoulder, he repeated himself. Stay away from Jin-Woo, no contact, no matter what. Then, as if tying the knot, Thomas offered a suggestion. A break! At the guild's private resort, somewhere far from the conference. A long silence followed. Dong-su clenched his jaw, his pride wounded, but gave a slow, stiff nod. Without a word, he turned and walked out. But Laura could feel it. Even after he left, that grudge, the hatred, hadn't gone anywhere. She turned to Thomasin. Are you sure it was wise to let him walk out so easily? Thomas didn't answer right away. His eyes remained on the closed door, his expression unreadable. But in that silence, the air was still thick with unease. Let me know when you're ready to move to Jin-Woo's arrival in the US, the start of the guild conference, or his face-off with other national-level hunters. Thomas Andre, arms folded, gave his answer without a second of doubt. He won't back down. That's why you're going to keep an eye on him, Laura, until Jin-Woo leaves this country. Hwang Dong-su is your shadow. His tone turned colder. Because if he tries anything, he won't live to see another day. And then the day arrived. From all across the world, the elite of the elite descended on the United States, guildmasters, national-level hunters, titans in human form. The International Guild Conference had officially begun. Airports were swarmed, reporters scrambled, cameras flashed endlessly. The energy? It's electric. Among the arriving legends stood Leonard Neumann, Germany's #1 hunter and master of the RTOR Guild. Flanked by security and aides, he walked confidently through the chaos. But his attention was caught by something unusual, something powerful. What's all this commotion? He asked his vice-guild master. The man replied, It's him, the Korean hunter, Jin-Woo, he just landed. Leonard's gaze followed the wave of flashing cameras, and there, across the lot, he saw him. Sung Jin-Woo, dressed in black, unreadable as stone, walking through the crowd like he owned the world. Leonard adjusted his coat, ready to greet him and perhaps build rapport. But then, he stopped. Cold, still, silent. His vice-guildmaster gave him a puzzled look. Sir, you're not going? But Leonard didn't answer. His eyes remained locked on Jin-Woo and the figures trailing behind him. Shadows, dozens of them, and then the truth struck him like lightning. I thought he summoned them, Leonard whispered, from another dimension. But no, they're always with him. This wasn't a hunter arriving for diplomacy. This was a king arriving for war. Jin-Woo, sensing the weight of someone's stare, glanced sideways. Someone watching? Jin-Ho asked with a grin. Jin-Woo nodded lightly. Some foreigner's been staring for a while. Jin-Ho laughed. Maybe he's a fan. Should we give him an autograph? But the mood shifted as Adam White approached, flanked by agents of the U.S. Hunter Bureau. He offered a crisp welcome, all professionalism and smiles. Jin-Woo gave a polite nod. Adam then gestured toward the staff, directing them to escort Yu Jin-Ho and Woo Jin-Chul to their accommodations. But when he turned to Jin-Woo and said, Would you stay back? There's something we'd like to discuss privately. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed. This about my father? Adam quickly shook his head. Nothing of the sort. No threats, no danger. In fact, quite the opposite. Still, Jin-Woo didn't relax. What's this really about? Adam stayed vague. We can't discuss it here. It's top secret. You'll understand when we get to HQ. The black SUV glided silently through the streets. Inside, Adam's voice was low, tense. He explained the situation carefully. Christopher Reed's death is still under wraps. We haven't made it public. A national-level hunter is gone, and now there's a gap. Resources had been diverted, investigations launched. They were searching for a replacement. Jin-Woo didn't respond at first, then quietly asked, "And you think I'm one of the candidates?" Adam met his gaze and nodded silently. No need for words. The weight of that nod said everything. Then, without another word, he reached for the center console. A soft chime, a flicker of light, a hologram shimmered to life before them. There it was, a towering, lifeless behemoth, Kamish, the corpse of the strongest dragon-type magical beast ever recorded, and beside it, something glowing, pulsing, a rune stone, still radiating with terrifying power. The car was silent, except for the faint hum of ancient magic echoing through the air. The air inside the Hunter Command Center felt thick with anticipation. As the car rolled to a stop, Adam and Jin-Woo exited swiftly, their presence drawing the attention of the staff on site. The hum of activity seemed to slow as they approached the building's entrance. Inside the high-security facility, Director David Brennan stood waiting, his expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The doors to his office swung open as Adam led Jin-Woo inside. As soon as David saw them, his gaze immediately locked onto Jin-Woo, the enigmatic Korean hunter who had stirred so much intrigue. "So, what brings you here, Jin-Woo?" David asked, his voice steady but layered with curiosity. Jin-Woo's eyes scanned the room briefly before settling on the director. "I've come to see Kamish's body." The words hung in the air, heavy, and for a moment the room seemed to freeze. David blinked, clearly not expecting that request. "The body? But—" His voice faltered for a moment. "We didn't discuss that." Adam cut him off with a firm tone. "It's his request. He has every right to see it." David hesitated. "You're aware of the risks, right? The body is highly classified for a reason. It's far more dangerous than you might understand. Even with our top-level clearance, we've barely begun understanding the rune stone's power." Jin-Woo's eyes remained cold, unblinking. "I know." With that, he turned to Adam. "Get clearance now." Moments later, Adam placed a quick call to his superior. The conversation was short but decisive. "Clearance granted," he said, hanging up the phone. The group was led into a secure chamber. A cold, sterile silence greeted them as they stepped inside. At the center of the room stood Kamish's corpse, its colossal size making the walls seem small by comparison. The air felt heavy with magic. The dragon's twisted, monstrous form lay sprawled across a cold metal slab, glowing faintly under the harsh lighting. The body radiated an unnatural aura, its presence suffocating. For a moment, Jin-Woo just stared. Adam could see the shifting emotions flickering behind Jin-Woo's eyes, something darker than the usual indifference. This was Kamish, the nightmare that had nearly destroyed humanity. And now, here it lay, dead and preserved, waiting to be studied by those brave enough or foolish enough to attempt understanding its power. David cleared his throat, trying to lighten the tension. "We haven't figured out much, to be honest. There's a lot of research to be done still." Jin-Woo took a step forward, eyes locked on Kamish's mangled body. "How long has it been since Kamish fell?" "A year," David replied, watching Jin-Woo's every move. "Since the battle at the dimensional rift, we've been guarding this secret ever since." Jin-Woo nodded, but didn't speak. His focus was on the corpse, his mind racing with thoughts, calculations, and questions no one else could fathom. After a long silence, Jin-Woo turned to Adam. "Where is the rune stone?" Adam flinched, visibly uneasy. It's embedded within Kamish's chest. We've kept it isolated to prevent it from activating. We don't know its full potential, but we know it's far beyond anything we've encountered." Jin-Woo's expression hardened, but there was something else there. Resolve. "I want it." David's face went pale. "That's not possible, Jin-Woo. The runestone's power is far too dangerous. We can't just—" "No," Jin-Woo interrupted, his voice carrying a quiet authority that brooked no argument. "I need it. Now." A tense silence filled the room until Adam finally nodded. "We'll extract it." As Adam ordered the extraction to begin, the holographic projectors came to life once again. Jin-Woo slowly raised his hand. The very air around him rippled, warping under the weight of dark energy. In a calm, unwavering voice, he spoke a single word. "Arise!" A surge of shadowy energy burst forth, swirling like black mist as it rushed toward the dragon's lifeless body. The lights in the chamber flickered wildly, but just as quickly as it began, everything stopped. A system prompt flashed before Jin-Woo's eyes. Shadow extraction failed. Unshaken, he narrowed his eyes. He still had 2 attempts left. Drawing his power inward, Jin-Woo focused once more, ignoring the gasps of the stunned observers behind him as the ground trembled again. He gave the command a second time. This time, the shadows stirred. A thunderous roar ripped through the chamber as Kamish's colossal form twitched, then slowly began to rise. Tremendous force coursed through its frame as it awakened from death, dark power flooding its massive veins. Overhead, the lights burst violently and the walls groaned under the pressure of the reborn monster. Kamish stood tall once more, a towering figure cloaked in shadow. Its blazing eyes scanned the room before settling on Jin-Woo. And then, as if grasping some distant memory, Kamish spoke, not with rage, but with recognition. It addressed him not as an enemy, but as its master, the Shadow Monarch, the King of the Dead. Panic erupted among the onlookers. Adam stood frozen in shock. David struggled to breathe, disbelief tightening around his chest. Others stumbled back, paralyzed by terror, unable to grasp the impossible scene before them. Kamish's gaze slowly shifted to the humans behind Jin-Woo. Its voice dropped to a guttural growl. In the next instant, darkness fell over the chamber, heavy and suffocating, radiating the beast's bloodlust. A low snarl escaped its throat. It had made a vow all humans would die. The entire room quaked violently. Reinforced walls cracked like dry earth, magical barriers infused with high rancor mana shattered like brittle glass beneath Kamish's wrath. From a distance, David watched, paralyzed, as the dragon's jaws lit with an ominous glow. It was preparing to unleash dragon breath, and in that moment he knew they wouldn't survive what was coming. But before Kamish could unleash its fury, Jin-Woo's voice sliced through the chaos like a blade, sharp, cold, and commanding. His tone held no hesitation, no room for defiance. He reminded the beast that the mana crystal once embedded in its skull, the same crystal that had enslaved it to the rulers, was gone. Kamish froze. The glow building in its throat dimmed, its wrath wavered, then vanished entirely. Adam could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Almost in disbelief, he muttered aloud, had Jin-Woo just spoken in the ancient language of monsters? Beside him, the deputy stared wide-eyed, unable to process the sight before them. Kamish, once the deadliest creature ever unleashed upon humanity, now stood silent and calm, bowing its head before Jin-Woo. Its rage had faded, replaced by something deeper. recognition. It spoke again, slower this time, its voice carrying the weight of acceptance. Once it had served the King of Dragons. Now it bowed to a new master, the Shadow Monarch. Jin-Woo slowly stepped forward, standing before the towering dragon. He placed a steady hand on Kamish's dark scales and spoke in a low voice, asking if it had truly served the King of Dragons. Kamish confirmed with solemn reverence. It had once followed the King of Mad Dragons, known across realms as the Monarch of Destruction. The revelation hit Jin-Woo like a wave. Even as a summoned shadow, Kamish radiated raw, uncontrollable fury, and it still possessed a will of its own. In the silence that followed, his mind drifted to the vision the system had once shown him, the 9 monarchs. He remembered the King of the Dead, the Shadow Monarch, the King of Giants, the Monarch of the Beginning. And now the puzzle gained another piece. Kamish had once served another monarch, one whose dominion was absolute ruin, a being born from chaos, but the moment of clarity was short-lived. Kamish's voice turned heavy, final. It told Jin-Woo their time together would not last. Its body, trapped for too long in the abyss, was reaching its limit. The magic that once sustained it was unraveling. Dust began to fall from Kamish's frame like ash in the wind. 8 long years had drained its strength completely. Jin-Woo's eyes widened, even with the limitless power of the Shadow Monarch. Was he truly powerless against time? A desperate plea echoed within Jin-Woo's mind as he called out to the system, hoping for a miracle, but the system remained silent. Kamish's voice was fading now, each word softer than the last, carried with quiet resignation. It spoke of envy, jealous of the shadow soldiers who would remain forever by Jin-Woo's side. Then, mustering the last of its strength, the dragon offered a warning. There were 4 humans, individuals who had borrowed the power of the rulers. Kamish urged Jin-Woo to be cautious of them. Jin-Woo stood in silence, powerless to intervene, as Kamish's immense form began to disintegrate, its mighty body reduced to a shower of radiant particles vanishing into the void. Moments later, a message appeared before Jin-Woo. Shadow extraction failed. He didn't respond. No emotion crossed his face. Turning calmly, he called out to Adam. "Tell Director David he apologizes, and that he'll personally compensate for the damage caused." But beneath that composed exterior, frustration burned. As Jin-Woo walked away from the ruined lair, his clenched fist trembled. The emotions he had suppressed finally surged. With a single strike, he smashed his fist into the wall beside him. The impact rattled the building, sending a visible tremor through the structure. Behind him, David and Adam froze, stunned into speechless silence. When Jin-Woo stepped out of the facility, he found Chief Woo Jinchul already waiting for him, concern written across his face. Jinchul mentioned that they'd been trying to reach him, but every attempt had failed. Still weary from everything that had transpired, Jin-Woo responded simply. He'd been in a place where no calls could get through. Then Jinchul asked a question that stopped him cold. "Have you seen Jin-Ho?" Jin-Woo frowned. "What do you mean?" Jinchul explained that Jin-Ho had left hours ago after receiving a message, allegedly from Jin-Woo, saying he was waiting at the Hunter Bureau headquarters. But Jin-Woo had sent no such message. He had just come from the Bureau, and Jin-Ho wasn't there. Adam, having overheard the conversation, stepped in to confirm. Jin-Ho's name hadn't shown up in the visitor logs either. Jinchul nodded grimly, recalling that a hunter from the Scavenger Guild had come to pick Jin-Ho up 2 hours earlier. The air turned thick with tension. Adam immediately suggested they contact the Scavenger Guild without delay, and no time was wasted. Adam pulled out his phone and made the call. Laura picked up almost instantly. The moment he explained what had happened, her expression shifted. Her voice tightened. "Does Jin-Woo know?" she asked. Adam hesitated. He didn't have all the answers, just that Jin-Ho was missing and they were already on the move to find him. Laura didn't press further. She understood the implications instantly. Her tone grew firm as she promised to investigate from her side and get back as soon as she had something. Adam turned to relay the update to Jin-Woo, but Jin-Woo was already gone. Far above the city, across rooftops and towers, a dark blur streaked through the skyline.
Jin-Woo leaping in massive bounds, a shadow propelled by urgency, a storm churned in his chest. He should have seen this coming. He should have placed a guard on Jin-Ho. He shouldn't have let his guard down, not after what happened at Gina's school. The memory of that day stabbed through his thoughts like a cold blade. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. Without hesitation, he thrust out his hand. From beneath his feet, blackness exploded outward, shadows rippling through concrete like a living tide. The army had been summoned. Thousands of shadow soldiers scattered, spilling into alleys, gliding through skies, sweeping across the city. Their orders were clear. Find Jin-Ho. Jin-Woo stood atop a skyscraper, the wind battering his coat, eyes scanning the vast sprawl below. Despite his stoic exterior, a flicker of unease cracked through. His supernatural senses combed every street, every rooftop, every heartbeat below. Still no sign of Jin-Ho. Something was wrong. Jin-Ho wasn't the type to disappear without a trace, and certainly not the type to fall without resistance. He was a combat-type hunter, skilled, prepared, and yet gone. A single name echoed through Jin-Woo's mind. Scavenger Guild. The pieces clicked into place. Hwang Dong-soo, he must have known. Predicted their arrival in America with chilling accuracy. Jin-Woo clenched his fists as an old memory stirred, a warning once spoken, one that now echoed with ominous clarity. Guroktaru's dungeon. Only 2 survivors had emerged, Jin-Ho and Hwang Dong-soo's brother. And now the past had come back full circle. Retribution was on the move. Jin-Woo didn't regret what he had done in that dungeon. He had made his choice.
And he would make it again. But now, standing above a city that offered no answers, no trail, a single thought burned relentlessly in his mind. He should have protected Jin-Ho. The guilt tightened around his chest like iron chains. Meanwhile, tension was suffocating the air inside the Scavenger Guild's headquarters. Thomas Andre sat still, back rigid, hands clasped tightly before him as report after report came in. Nothing. No leads, no signs. His hunters were coming up empty, and that terrified him. He knew Hwang Dong-soo, knew how dangerous he could be, but also how reckless he could become when chasing something personal. Thomas leaned back slowly, eyes narrowing. Dong-soo wasn't stupid. He was an S rank. He knew the power difference. He knew exactly who Jin-Woo was, so why go through with this? The answer was clear now. Dong-soo was counting on him. He wanted Thomas to step in, to back him, to protect him when the storm hit, and if that was the case, then everything was already spiraling toward disaster. Without waiting, he picked up his phone and rang Laura. Laura informed him that with help from the Hunter Bureau, they had traced Dong-soo's movements over the last month and narrowed down 3 potential locations. Thomas didn't hesitate. He ordered full deployment. Every available guild member was to sweep those sites, and he would head out personally. But just before ending the call, something nagged at him. He asked how Laura had managed to get the Bureau to move so quickly. Her reply was simple but heavy. She told him the truth, that if Dong-soo wasn't found soon, it would come down to a clash between Thomas Andre and Sung Jin-Woo. At the Hunter Bureau, the news hit like a shockwave. Adam relayed the update to the staff. The Scavenger Guild had cancelled all its scheduled raids. Every member had been mobilized. They were treating this like a crisis. The deputy director paused mid-step when he heard. The scale of the operation said everything. If the entire Scavenger Guild was moving, then Thomas Andre wasn't just aware. He was personally involved. This wasn't some internal dispute anymore. Something massive was unfolding, and the entire guild was racing to stop it before it reached the point of no return. The heart of the chaos lay inside a long-abandoned factory in the United States. Inside, Jin-Ho lay unconscious on the cold concrete floor, bruised and bloodied, while a few men loomed over him. One among them, his voice laced with uncertainty, questioned whether they were really okay with this. Dong-Su, standing over Jin-Ho with a look of disdain, dismissed the concern with a cold assurance that everything was under control. He wasn't planning to kill the kid, just get a few answers. He remembered Thomas's stern warning not to provoke Jin-Woo, but Dong-Su had never planned to confront Jin-Woo directly. His sights had always been set on Jin-Ho. He needed the truth that haunted him, the confirmation that Jin-Woo was the one who had killed his brother. That single truth would be enough to end it. Dong-Su, shaking with a cold fury, slapped Jin-Ho hard across the face, trying to provoke a reaction. When the blow failed to stir him, Dong-Su's patience shattered. Without hesitation, he drove his fist into Jin-Ho's already bruised ribs. The force of the punch ripped a tortured scream from Jin-Ho's throat, blood spilling from his mouth as his dazed eyes fluttered open, filled with pain. One of Dong-Su's men, observing from the side, watched silently, almost detached, commenting on Jin-Ho's toughness. He noted, almost clinically, that an average man would have been dead by now from the abuse. But Dong-Su wasn't impressed by Jin-Ho's endurance. His frustration grew. Gripping Jin-Ho by the hair, he slammed his head into the wall, the sickening crack echoing through the abandoned factory. He then yanked him back upright, leaning in close. With a quiet, menacing voice, Dong-Su muttered, "I'm not going to kill you yet, but I'll keep torturing you, healing you each time you almost die, until you confess." His voice dropped into mockery as he added, "No one's here to save you. This factory's deserted. No one's coming. Is the pain finally making you talk?" Jin-Ho, drenched in blood, barely conscious, was still defiant. With a groan, he lifted a trembling hand and raised his middle finger, cursing through split lips. The sight of it sent Dong-Su's rage into a frenzy. With a vicious snarl, Dong-Su slammed Jin-Ho's head into the wall once more. This time, Jin-Ho's body went limp, collapsing to the floor, motionless, his strength drained, his spirit barely hanging on. From behind, one of the men, his voice cautious, stepped forward. "Dong-Su, be careful," he warned. "If things go too far, we'll have a mess to clean up." Dong-Su didn't even glance at him. His lips curled into a sinister smile, reflecting the cruelty of the brother he had lost. "I haven't even started yet," he muttered darkly. Just as Dong-Su stepped forward to continue his cruel torment, something shifted in the dim light at the far end of the factory. His eyes narrowed, picking out the silhouette of a high orc, standing motionless in the shadows. Confusion rippled through him. Was it a dungeon break nearby? But what unsettled him more was the orc's behavior. It wasn't snarling, attacking, or in any way threatening. Instead, the creature stood frozen, trembling in fear, and the source of its terror wasn't Dong-Su. Without hesitation, Dong-Su charged toward the orc, ready to strike it down with a single blow. But just as he raised his fist, a deep voice sliced through the stillness of the room, commanding exchange. At the same time, across the world, Jin-Woo's mother sat in her living room, her brows furrowed in worry. The television in front of her flickered with breaking news, reports of strange, dangerous occurrences happening all over the globe. She trembled slightly as she voiced her concerns, wondering aloud if Jin-Woo was all right amidst the chaos unfolding around them. Biru, who had been tasked with watching over her, observed quietly from the shadows. With deep reverence, he assured her, "If there is anything their king cannot overcome, then nothing in this world can." The broadcast shifted, cutting to live footage from a conference in the United States. The camera briefly captured Jin-Woo as he stepped onto the scene. Jin-Woo's mother pointed toward the screen, a hint of pride in her voice as she called Jin-Woo's attention to it. Biru's gaze lingered on the screen, his own eyes filled with reverence and pride. But then in an instant, his entire body tensed. A cold shiver ran through him, the unmistakable surge of dark, violent energy washing over his senses. He had felt this once before, the wrath of Jin-Woo. The king's anger cut through dimensions like a blade. Back in America, Thomas Andre, racing toward one of the suspected locations, suddenly froze in his seat. A deep, overwhelming sensation gripped his instincts. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted to the driver, "Stop the car!" The command was sharp, startling the driver as the urgency of the moment took hold. When hesitation met his command, Thomas's voice broke the silence with a roar, louder and more forceful than before. The pressure in his tone left no room for delay. The car, still moving, couldn't outrun his fury. In an instant, Thomas slammed the door open with sheer brute force. Without thinking, he leapt out, the concrete beneath him cracking on impact as he landed with power. Shouting back to the hunters who were still seated behind him, Thomas ordered, "Catch up now." Then, like a blur of motion and destruction, he was off, tearing through the city streets with the speed and precision of a missile, driven by nothing but raw instinct and urgency. Meanwhile, inside the abandoned factory, everything changed in the blink of an eye. A fist, impossibly fast, crashed into Dong-Su's stomach with brutal force. The impact was so intense, it lifted him off his feet, his body sailing across the factory before slamming into the far wall. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and the shock wave of the blow rattled the entire building. The men who had stood beside him blinked in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. On the cold concrete floor, Jin-Ho, barely clinging to life, managed a faint smile. A wave of relief washed over his fading eyes as they locked onto the familiar figure now standing before him. The factory air thickened, heavy with the pressure of an overwhelming presence. The energy in the room crackled, undeniably powerful, pure, and filled with rage. And there he stood, Jin-Woo. His eyes blazed with fury, locked onto Dong-Su not as a warning, but as a sentence. Jin-Woo's arrival wasn't loud or dramatic. It was quiet, yet it felt final, as if death itself had entered the room. Without a second thought, Jin-Woo rushed to Jin-Ho's side. He gently tilted Jin-Ho's head, pouring a healing potion into his mouth. But as the liquid hit Jin-Ho's tongue, a cold system notification flashed before Jin-Woo's eyes. The message was brief, but cruel. Healing potions cannot restore health when it falls below 10% of a person's total HP. Jin-Ho was too close to death. Frustration surged through Jin-Woo, a bitter tide threatening to consume him. Time was running out. Turning sharply to the two men nearby, his voice cut through the thick air, like a blade, cold, commanding, and demanding an answer. "Is either of you a healer?" The question wasn't a plea, it was an order. The man closest to Jin-Woo hesitated, clearly shaken by the overwhelming presence in the room. He muttered something about not understanding Korean, his voice trembling. Dong-Su, still recovering from the earlier strike, seized the opportunity to step in. With a casual air, he translated the request to his men as if it were nothing more than a simple exchange between acquaintances. But Jin-Woo didn't even spare Dong-Su a glance. His eyes were fixed on the two men, his voice colder now, each word dripping with deadly intent. "Can you heal him?" Teague, one of the men, clearly the healer, scoffed. With an arrogant smirk, he taunted, saying Jin-Woo should try convincing his boss first before making demands. Before the man could finish, Jin-Woo moved in a blur. He grabbed the man by the head and slammed it into the nearby pillar with devastating force. The sickening crack of bone echoed through the factory, and the smirk faded beneath a spray of blood. Without missing a beat, Jin-Woo turned to the second man, his patience worn thin. "Can you heal?" he asked, his voice now razor-sharp. The man stammered in reply, his hands shaking, but before he could finish his sentence, Jin-Woo slammed his head into the concrete with overwhelming force, silencing him instantly. Dong-Su, now consumed with rage, stepped forward, his voice seething with fury. "Did you kill my brother?" he demanded. On the floor, Jin-Ho stirred, barely conscious. With great effort, he whispered Jin-Woo's name, trying to warn him, but Jin-Woo's voice remained calm and soothing as he reassured Jin-Ho, telling him to rest and stay quiet. Dong-Su didn't stop. He pressed closer, demanding an answer. Jin-Woo's eyes hardened, turning to ice as he finally spoke, his voice laced with a chilling suggestion. "Go ask your brother." The words hit with the force of a knife to the heart. Dong-Su's roar of fury tore through the room. His fist flew toward Jin-Woo's face, but Jin-Woo was faster. He slipped past the punch, moving with blinding speed, and retaliated with a strike that sank deep into Dong-Su's gut. Dong-Su coughed up blood mid-air before crashing into a maze of iron pipes. The impact reverberated through the factory, an echo of brutal finality. He tried to rise, to move, but before he could fully comprehend what had happened, Jin-Woo was already crouched low beside him. His presence was suffocating, like death itself had taken form. Dong-Su howled in agony, his body trembling with rage as he lunged at Jin-Woo, but Jin-Woo's fist came down again, crashing Dong-Su's head into the steel pipes. But Jin-Woo wasn't done. His grip tightened around Dong-Su's skull, and with savage fury he slammed it into the pipes again and again. Each brutal impact sent blood splattering across the factory floor, the sickening thuds echoing in the empty space. Jin-Woo's focus never wavered. He was hell-bent on crushing every last bit of resistance left in Dong-Su's broken form. Then, as if the very foundations of the factory were protesting, a deafening crash tore through the ceiling. The ground shook as Thomas Andre landed in the center of the chaos, the explosion of dust and rubble swirling around him. He rose from the crater with calm precision, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene before him. His voice rang out, smooth yet commanding. "Stop." He reminded Dong-Su of the warning he had given him, the promise to never touch Jin-Woo. And now, seeing his guildmate battered and broken, he asked flatly, "Is he still alive?" Jin-Woo, still gripping Dong-Su by the head, replied coldly, "I'm not done yet." Thomas exhaled slowly, his voice unwavering. "Let him go. If you release him, I'll overlook this." Jin-Woo's gaze turned sharp as a knife, locking eyes with Thomas. His voice, low and ice-cold, responded, "What if I don't?" Thomas bared his teeth, his tone turning a low growl. "The offer is no longer on the table." In a single, effortless motion, Jin-Woo flung Dong-Su's limp body aside. Dong-Su flew through the air like a rag doll, crashing into the factory with an almost pitiful thud. His broken body lay sprawled on the floor, and in his fading consciousness the only thing burning in his eyes was pure, unrelenting hatred. In his mind he cursed, urging Thomas to kill Jin-Woo in his place. He knew, deep down, that Thomas was the only one who could finish what he had started, the one person who could end this. Now Jin-Woo stood tall, facing Thomas Andre with quiet defiance. There was no fear, no hesitation, just a cold, unwavering resolve. Thomas stepped forward, his towering presence commanding the room. His voice, heavy with authority, cut through the tension as he asked, "Do you even understand who I am?" Jin-Woo's gaze remained icy and unfazed, locking with Thomas. Without a hint of doubt, his silent response was clear. He didn't care who Thomas was. It was a moment that caught Thomas off guard. For the first time he paused, uncertain of the man standing before him. This wasn't ignorance. Jin-Woo knew exactly who Thomas was, and yet he didn't care. There was no fear, no hesitation, just cold defiance. Thomas stared at him, his mind racing. That kind of fearlessness. It was something he hadn't seen in years. Memories of his own rise surged through him, memories of a past shaped by struggle. Born into poverty, always an outsider, he was never special. Until one day, the gift revealed itself. A terrifying talent for overwhelming violence. He honed it through endless fights, brutal battles and bloodshed. Those who mocked him were silenced. Those who challenged him were crushed. And now, standing before this man who refused to bend, Thomas knew what had to be done. Time seemed to slow as Thomas launched forward. His roar tore through the air as his hand shot toward Jin-Woo's skull, his voice booming, "Blame your ignorance for what's about to happen." Outside, the scavenger guild had finally arrived. Hunters scrambled, securing the perimeter, when suddenly a massive force came barreling toward them like a missile. The ground quaked beneath their feet. Metal screeched. Someone skidded across the floor and landed with brutal force at their feet. It was Thomas. A stunned silence fell over the guild members. Eyes wide, breaths caught, the sight of their strongest member thrown like a rag doll left them speechless. They rushed to his side, calling his name in panic. But Thomas, with a single raised hand, silenced them. His face was dark, his pride wounded deeper than his body. Without a word, he stormed back toward the factory, fury burning in every step. The vice guild master, shaken by the sight, snapped into action. His orders were sharp, loud. "Prepare yourselves." The air was thick with tension as they readied themselves for what was to come. Inside the factory, Jin-Woo had already summoned Igris and Kaisel. Igris appeared beside him, cradling the barely breathing Jinho in his arms. Jin-Woo's voice was commanding and urgent as he ordered his summons to rush Jinho to the nearest hospital, ensuring they did everything they could to save him. Igris bowed deeply before mounting Kaisel. In an instant, they vanished into the sky, streaking toward salvation. Back on the ground, the scavenger guild stormed the factory, a tidal wave of elite hunters. Thomas stood at the front, his presence unshaken. But Jin-Woo, undeterred, raised a hand. The air seemed to thicken. Shadows erupted across the floor like smoke, swirling, alive and ready. One after another, the shadow army emerged, knights, beasts, giants, forming an unstoppable tide of darkness. The ground trembled beneath their sheer presence, and across the battlefield, Thomas grinned. For the first time in a long while, he had found someone who didn't fear his strength, someone who didn't kneel. This wasn't about Dong-Su anymore, it was about pride. The fight was no longer just about victory, it was about reclaiming what he had lost, his pride. And the only way to do that was by killing Jin-Woo right here, right now. There was no going back. Thomas knew this well. That's why he offered Jin-Woo one last chance. His voice rang out, taunting, urging the man to admit his mistakes, to back off, to apologize. In return, Thomas promised to spare his life, but Jin-Woo didn't move. He stood still, his expression cold, unreadable. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his middle finger toward the world's strongest hunter. That was the final straw. Fury exploded through Thomas as Jin-Woo's blatant disrespect shattered every ounce of restraint he had left. His voice trembled with rage as he growled, "You'll regret not taking your last chance." The air crackled with violent energy as his body surged with power, his shirt ripped apart, muscles swelling, hardening like armor. The ground beneath him cracked open, a terrifying force radiating from his very being. Behind both men, their forces gathered, locked in place, waiting. The tension in the air was palpable, thick with the anticipation of what was about to come. And then, the moment the orders were given, all hell broke loose. The Scavenger Guild moved first. Their front lines raised shields infused with mana, creating a shimmering wall of defense. They formed a tight barricade, bracing for impact, but Jin-Woo's shadow army surged forward like a tidal wave of darkness. Nearly 1,000 shadows collided with hundreds of top-tier hunters, shaking the ground with each bone-crushing impact. Magic erupted, fists collided, and the battlefield became a storm of chaos. Thomas, unbothered by the chaos around him, tore through the battlefield with terrifying precision. His path cut straight toward Tusk, the massive shadow mage who had been waiting, arms raised to summon a thick, magical barrier. But Thomas didn't slow. He slammed his fist into the ground, propelling himself skyward, and came crashing down with the force of a meteor. The magical wall shattered like glass under his might, and with one brutal strike, he tore Tusk's head clean off. The body collapsed in a heap, lifeless, while Thomas hovered above the wreckage, a sneer on his face. As the chaos continued to spread, Thomas mocked Jin-Woo's forces from above. Without another word, he smashed down through the factory roof, sending debris flying in every direction. Inside, the air was thick with the tension of violence, the battle between power and defiance, each side pushing forward, determined to be the last standing. The Scavenger Guild was being overrun. Thomas watched as his elite squad crumbled beneath the relentless tide of shadows. Everywhere he looked, his warriors were torn apart, their strength no match for the darkness that surged across the battlefield. At the heart of it all stood Jin-Woo, eyes cold, not with fury, but with something far worse. Thomas charged forward without hesitation, his every step shaking the ground beneath him. But before he could close the distance to his target, a figure stepped into his path. Iron, the towering knight. Iron stood firm, raising his shield to meet the incoming onslaught. But Thomas wasn't slowed. With a single brutal punch, he drove his fist through Iron's shield, shattering it like paper, and flung the knight across the room as if he weighed nothing. His eyes snapped back to Jin-Woo, but the man was gone. A flicker of black, a blur of shadow, and then Jin-Woo was there, standing silently beside him. In the blink of an eye, the demon monarch's dagger was plunged into Thomas's abdomen, but instead of cutting through flesh, the blade scraped along his hardened skin, its edge unable to pierce his armor. Jin-Woo's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise at the sight, but Thomas didn't give him a moment to capitalize on it. He swung with all his might, his punch landing flush with Jin-Woo's chest. The force of it sent the man flying across the factory floor, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. Thomas stood tall, a smirk spreading across his face as he spat. "You made the mistake of looking down on a national-level hunter," he growled. He raised a hand, and an invisible force shot out, gripping Jin-Woo mid-air. The air around them crackled, as Thomas's voice, cold as ice, boomed, "Feel the difference in strength, feel despair." But instead of struggling, Jin-Woo didn't bend. His power surged outward like a tempest. Ruler's authority erupted from him, slamming into Thomas like the weight of the world itself. The ground cracked beneath Thomas's feet, the air growing heavy with the pressure. Thomas blinked in disbelief. Jin-Woo wasn't resisting the pull, he was overpowering it. Before Thomas could react, Jin-Woo blurred forward, moving with deadly speed. His punch smashed into Thomas's face with bone-crushing force, and for the first time in his life, Thomas tasted his own blood. His head snapped back as blood sprayed from his mouth. Jin-Woo's voice cut through the storm of battle, a mocking edge to his tone as he rushed in again. What happened to all that talk about despair? The barrage of punches was relentless. Thomas found himself stumbling back, his feet dragging as Jin-Woo's precision forced him to struggle just to keep up. Every blow was calculated, deliberate, and brutal. Shocked by the unrelenting speed and power behind each strike, Thomas realized for the first time that he had grossly underestimated this opponent. Blood dripping from his mouth, his chest heaving, Thomas's eyes blazed with fury. He snarled the single word, "Reinforcements." At that moment, the air around him shifted. Thomas's body swelled, growing past 3 meters tall, muscles bulging as golden armor covered his form. Black horns twisted back from his head, and his hair blazed like wildfire, the very air around him pulsing with raw power. Jin-Woo's thoughts raced back to Kamish's warning, the whispered tale of 4 humans who had borrowed power from the rulers. A chill ran down his spine as the truth settled in. Thomas Andre was no ordinary man. He was a force of nature. As Jin-Woo watched Thomas, the realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. These were the national-level hunters, beings imbued with mystical powers, titans of the human world. And Thomas Andre, unmistakably, was one of them. But despite the overwhelming power radiating from Thomas, Jin-Woo didn't falter. His gaze hardened as he launched himself forward, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. Thomas, however, had other plans. With a roar, he slammed his fists into the ground, sending shockwaves rippling through the earth. The force tore through the terrain, obliterating everything in its path. Jin-Woo leaped back at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the devastating blast. He landed lightly on his feet, eyes locked on his opponent, but Thomas wasn't done. A moment later, a gravitational field sprang to life around Thomas, drawing everything toward him in a deadly vortex. Jin-Woo's shadows were torn apart, dragged into the spiraling maelstrom, distorted and scattered in the air. But Jin-Woo didn't relent. His power flared, and he pushed back, resisting the pull, his muscles straining against the force as he summoned his own will to keep him grounded. Thomas's eyes burned with cold determination as he built up mana above his head, shaping it into a massive energy sphere. Without warning, he released it. The sphere exploded into a blinding flash, carving out a massive crater in its wake. The blast consumed everything in its radius, annihilating the landscape in a single instant. Jin-Woo landed just beyond the crater's edge, crouching low as the air trembled with the aftermath of the explosion. His eyes never left Thomas, his posture unwavering despite the chaos. Thomas stood at the center of the crater, panting heavily. His voice rang out, icy and cold. "I won't miss next time." At the edge of the battlefield, the Vice Guild Master of the Scavenger Guild shouted orders for retreat. "Get the wounded out! Fall back now!" he barked, his voice full of urgency. But Thomas, filled with rage, paid no mind. He charged again, his body moving like a juggernaut as he barreled toward Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo met him head-on as Thomas lunged, Jin-Woo kicked upward, smashing his foot into Thomas's head and sending him flying across the ground. The force of the blow cratered the earth beneath him, but Thomas wasn't finished. He quickly activated another gravitational pull, drawing Jin-Woo into the vortex once again. This time, however, Jin-Woo was prepared. With a surge of ruler's authority, he accelerated, moving faster than humanly possible. In a blur, he blasted toward Thomas with explosive speed. Their fists collided in a deafening crash, the sound reverberating across the battlefield. The impact was so powerful that even Thomas's reinforced armor cracked under the pressure. The force of Jin-Woo's punch sent Thomas hurtling through the air, crashing through a factory wall with a thunderous roar, debris and steel flying in all directions. Jin-Woo landed lightly on his feet, calm and focused, as though he had merely brushed aside a slight inconvenience. His eyes were sharp, every movement calculated. Thomas, however, was not finished. Emerging from the rubble, he roared with rage, his fury pushing him forward with reckless abandon. His muscles bulged as he charged again, swinging his fist with the intent to crush his foe. Jin-Woo's eyes flashed with precision. He ducked beneath the wild swing, narrowly avoiding the shock wave that followed. In a blur of motion, he grabbed Thomas by the horns, his grip firm and unyielding. With one fluid movement, he drove his knee into Thomas's face with devastating force, the sound of cracking armor echoing through the factory. The sound of screeching tires echoed through the air as Hunter Bureau vehicles arrived on the scene, coming to a violent halt. The doors flew open and agents flooded out, their faces frozen in stunned disbelief. The overwhelming magical pressure that filled the air was suffocating, paralyzing them where they stood. In the midst of it all, a massive figure crashed violently to the ground, the earth trembling beneath the impact. Adam's eyes widened in horror, his face drained of color as he instantly recognized the wreckage and the man within it. It was Thomas Andre. The sight was unimaginable. No one had ever seen a national-level hunter brought to this state. And yet there he was, being thoroughly beaten by none other than Sung Jin-Woo. Thomas, struggling to rise, tried to push himself up from the rubble, but Jin-Woo was already on him. His punches came down like hammers, each one landing with brutal precision. Every strike targeted a vulnerable point, wearing Thomas down, pushing him closer to the edge of collapse. Doubt and confusion gnawed at Thomas's mind. How could someone like Jin-Woo, a mage-type hunter, move with such speed, deliver such raw power? It defied logic, but it was happening right before his eyes. Blood filled his mouth, but his pride wouldn't let him quit. With blood-stained teeth, he clenched his jaw and bellowed, his voice shaking with defiance. "I am Thomas Andre! This will never be enough to bring me down." But Jin-Woo didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, he shifted behind Thomas, elbowing him viciously in the neck. The towering warrior crashed back to the ground, his body crashing into the earth with a thundering force. Jin-Woo's voice, cold and detached, cut through the chaos. "I don't care who you are." The Hunter Bureau agents and scavenger hunters stood frozen in horror, their eyes wide in disbelief. None of them dared to intervene. They could do nothing but watch helplessly as their most powerful ally, someone they had all revered, was being crushed before them. Adam, desperate, sprinted forward, his voice desperate as he shouted, "Jin-Woo!"
"Stop! Please, end it!" But Jin-Woo didn't pause. His attacks kept coming, relentless and precise. Thomas's armor was now shattered, and his torso lay fully exposed. Blood dripped from his face.
His strength fading fast, Thomas could barely stay upright, just as Jin-Woo prepared to unleash one final, devastating blow. Thomas, barely conscious, parted his lips. The words came out slow, fragile, but unmistakable. He had surrendered. His body collapsed, the will to fight drained completely. It was over. Jin-Woo froze, his fist clenched in mid-air. Then after a moment he slowly lowered his hand and stood motionless over the fallen warrior. The silence was deafening. No one spoke. No one moved. Spectators stood paralyzed, struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Thomas Andre, the Titan, the indomitable national-level hunter, was lying broken, motionless on the ground. A man once considered a symbol of unstoppable power now looked human. Defeated. For Adam, the scene was especially staggering. Who could possibly beat Thomas Andre? Had anyone ever come this close before? In all his years at the Bureau, he had never seen anything like this. And now, as reality hit him like a jolt of lightning, he understood the gravity of it. Once the world hears of Thomas Andre's defeat, everything would change. Snapping back into action, Adam urgently summoned the healers. One of the highest ranking among them rushed to Thomas's side, checking his vitals before quickly beginning the healing incantation. His face tightened the moment he realized the extent of the damage. Thomas's condition was catastrophic. Shattered bones, blood everywhere, life itself was slipping away. The healer immediately called for backup. His magic alone wouldn't be enough. As the healers fought to keep Thomas alive, the Hunter Bureau's emergency teams flooded the ruined battlefield, rescuing the injured, assessing structural damage, and restoring order. In the middle of it all, Adam stood quietly, absorbing the magnitude of what had unfolded. Considering how far south this could have gone, he thought, this may have been the best-case scenario. And yet, the sheer violence, the savage intensity of the battle, it couldn't be erased. Then an officer sprinted toward him, panic written all over his pale face. The news hit like a hammer's rank. Hunter Hwang Dong-soo wasn't breathing. Far from the destruction, seated atop a tall building with a perfect view of the Seoul skyline, Jin-Woo sat in silence, gazing down at the city below. Jin-Woo had returned in an instant, using shadow exchange to switch places with Beru, who remained behind in America, tasked with healing Jin-Ho to the best of his ability. As his mind wandered through the fading echoes of the brutal fight, a voice pierced the stillness, deep, powerful, and unfamiliar. My king. Jin-Woo turned toward the source of the voice. Kneeling before him was a massive figure cloaked in darkness. A shadow soldier, its energy pulsing with the unmistakable presence of a knight-class commander. Head bowed in deference, the soldier humbly asked for a name. Jin-Woo studied him in silence, recognizing the face behind the shadows. It was one he knew well, the same man whose final moments had been consumed by pride and greed. Greed, Jin-Woo finally said. It suits you. His voice was cold, detached. Then, locking eyes with the figure beneath the shadows, he asked plainly, So, Hwang Dong-soo? Do you like your new name? Said the former S-rank hunter, now nothing more than a soldier in the Shadow Army, bowed even lower, gratefully acknowledging his new identity. Jin-Woo's expression didn't shift. Now lower your head to the ground, and just like that the conversation ended. His eyes turned back toward the glowing skyline of Korea. The battle was over, but the war, that was just beginning. The next day, United States, the International Guild Conference was finally underway. A prestigious global event, now made even more high-profile by the arrival of its most unexpected guest, Sung Jin-Woo. Flanked by the Deputy Director of the Hunter Bureau, Jin-Woo stepped into the venue as a wave of flashing lights greeted him at the entrance. Reporters surged forward, cameras firing like machine guns. The buzz was electric. Confused by the sudden attention, Jin-Woo leaned over and asked, "What's with all the noise?" The Deputy Director gave a small smile. "Word got out about your fight with Thomas Andre. From now on, Avoiding the spotlight won't be an option. Jin-Woo frowned slightly. You're the face of this entire conference now, the deputy added. He also reassured Jin-Woo. The testimonies from Hwang Dong-soo's team had been clear. There was no wrongdoing on Jin-Woo's part. The truth would come out soon enough. But Jin-Woo wasn't thinking about Dong-soo anymore. Not even a little. The chaos, the rumors, the rising tide of speculation, none of it mattered to Jin-Woo. He hadn't come to America for attention or politics. He came for answers. And once he had them, he had no intention of staying a moment longer. As they reached the conference center, the deputy director handed Jin-Woo a discreet earpiece. "I'll translate everything for you during the event," he said. Jin-Woo nodded silently, slipping the device into place. The moment he stepped through the main doors, the atmosphere shifted. Conversations ground to a halt. Heads turned, every pair of eyes locked onto him. Some of the hunters and officials watched with fascination, others with caution. But the dominant feeling in the air was something far heavier, awe mingled with unease. After all, the man now walking calmly into the room was the one who had taken down Thomas Andre, one of the world's most powerful national-level hunters. Whispers swirled across the room like wind through dry leaves. "That's him. The guy who beat Thomas? He cleared the S-rank gate in Tokyo too, didn't he? Is he even human?" But Jin-Woo didn't acknowledge any of it. He walked straight to his seat and sat down with calm, quiet poise. The conference officially began. A figure took the stage, introducing himself as Dr. Belzer, the leading researcher at the Global Gate Authority. Without wasting a second, he launched into the presentation, explaining the growing concern that had drawn the world's top hunters and officials together. Across the globe, the number of gates was increasing at an unprecedented rate. With them came stronger, deadlier monsters. But there was something else, something far more unsettling. A new phenomenon had been detected in the upper atmosphere. Unusual concentrations of magical energy growing rapidly. They called it the Magisphere. Behind Dr. Belzer, a world map flared to life, pulsing with colored energy. It displayed 9 distinct regions where this magical concentration was most intense. 9. Exactly the number of monarchs, but one hotspot outshined all the rest: South Korea. The moment Dr. Belzer said the words, the room's attention snapped back to Jin-Woo. The whispers returned, louder, more urgent now. Tension crackled like static, but Dr. Belzer raised a hand, urging calm. "If Hunter Sung Jin-Woo truly is the source of this magisphere," he said, "then he may not just be a hunter anymore. He might be something else entirely." Jin-Woo didn't respond. He remained silent, deep in thought. Could it be? Were these surges of magic tied to the monarchs? Was the magisphere just another sign of the war to come? Dr. Belzer concluded by admitting the truth. "We still don't know what's causing this, or how to stop it. Whatever was coming, it would change the world forever." The air inside the conference hall was already tense, but it grew heavier as Dr. Belzer stepped away and the director of the Hunter Bureau, David Brennan, walked onto the stage. His expression was grim, his voice low and deliberate. "I'm afraid I must deliver urgent news." The room fell into stillness. "Christopher Reed is dead." A wave of shock rippled through the audience like an earthquake. Stifled exclamations. Even the elite among them couldn't believe what they had just heard. Christopher Reed, one of the most powerful national-level hunters in the world, assassinated. Whispers surged like wildfire. Impossible. Who could even kill someone like Christopher Reed?
Then slowly, cautiously, the eyes in the room drifted again toward Jin-Woo. He had just defeated Thomas Andre. Now Christopher was dead. Coincidence? David raised his hand to stop the storm of rumors before it could explode. Do not jump to conclusions, he said firmly. The Bureau has already identified a suspect. The murmurs died off instantly. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed as the giant screen behind David flickered to life. A face appeared. The man shown was not him. And yet, he looked nearly identical. The resemblance was uncanny, down to the posture, the expression, the eyes. Confusion washed over the audience. Was it Jin-Woo? A clone? A shapeshifter? A relative? Jin-Woo's gaze sharpened. His jaw clenched. Why? Why did he look like his father? Questions raced through his mind. He remembered Kamish's words, how 4 humans had once borrowed the power of the rulers. He remembered how dungeons were tied to the ruler's domain, and now his father had reappeared. Was this connected?
Why would a ruler send someone who looked like his father? What was his father hiding? David Brennan continued speaking, his voice grave. He revealed that this suspect, S, had been seen months earlier, during the chaos surrounding Hwang Dong-su's disappearance. Surveillance footage had captured the moment an entire section of the Bureau's headquarters went up in flames. The footage began to play. On screen, Suspect S stood over Dong-su's broken body, surrounded by fire, shadow, and silence. Jin-Woo didn't move. He didn't need to. From behind him, a voice whispered within the depths of his mind. It was Greed, the once proud S-rank hunter, who now served as a shadow, and he confirmed it. The man in the footage was real, and he wasn't Jin-Woo. There was no doubt anymore. The man in the footage was his father. Jin-Woo sat motionless as director David Brennan continued his announcement, his words cutting through the murmurs like a blade. The association would enlist every guild on Earth to locate and apprehend the suspect. Any confirmed sightings were to be reported immediately, but the questions came fast, heavy, and sharp. Is there any proof that Suspect S isn't human? One hunter asked. David nodded grimly. His magical signature doesn't belong to any known hunter. It matches that of a monster. A ripple of unease spread through the hall. Another question followed, more cautious. If he's a threat, why isn't his identity being revealed to the public? David hesitated. Then came the answer, measured but heavy with implication. Because he is connected to one of the hunters present in this room. Whispers surged again, louder now. Speculation ran wild. From the back row, a tall figure rose. Lu Jiagang, China's 7-star hunter, a national-level titan. He didn't bother with subtlety. What is the nature of Suspect S's connection to hunter Sung Jin-Woo? The room went still again. David took a breath, and then he said it. During interrogation, the suspect claimed to be Hunter Sung's father. Silence shattered like glass. Gasps echoed from every direction. Eyes darted toward Jin-Woo, some in shock, some in sympathy, others in fear. Then Lu Jiagang looked directly at him and voiced the question no one else dared to ask. If that man truly is your father, and the world's hunters try to take him down, what will you do? There was no hesitation in Jin-Woo's reply. His voice was calm, controlled, but the chill in his words made the room freeze. If he's a monster, then he must be hunted, and I'll do it myself. A pause. Then came the edge. But his eyes glinted with something darker, an oath carved from fire and shadow. If he's truly my father, and not a monster, I'll protect him. He looked up, gaze sharp as blades, and I'll hunt down anyone who tries to harm my family, even if I must become the enemy of every hunter in the world. The room fell into stunned silence. No one dared to challenge that resolve. As the International Guild Conference finally ended, Jin-Woo stepped out of the building and into the fading sunlight. Waiting near the exit was Adam White, eyes filled with quiet concern. He approached cautiously. Did you really mean what you said back there?
He asked softly. Jin-Woo didn't flinch. He didn't even look away. He simply nodded once. Yes. Adam let out a soft chuckle, part awe, part disbelief. There are only 2 hunters in the entire world, he said quietly, who would dare say something like that in front of this many powerful hunters. He gave a faint, embarrassed smile and gestured vaguely. The other one is currently lying in a hospital bed. Instantly, Jin-Woo's mind flashed to the broken but defiant figure of Thomas Andre, battered yet unyielding. Trying to lighten the mood, Adam suggested Jin-Woo join the banquet hosted by the Hunters Association later that evening. But Jin-Woo's attention drifted. A heavy, commanding aura approached. It was Lu Jiagang, the Chinese 7-star hunter, followed by a small group of subordinates. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Conversations died down. Every eye turned to the towering figure. Lu stepped forward, his voice calm but resolute, speaking rapidly in Mandarin. Jin-Woo turned slightly, expression unreadable, and asked Adam for a translation.
Adam listened closely, then relayed the message. Lu had recently battled a giant monster off the coast of China, a beast Jin-Woo had supposedly allowed to escape. Jin-Woo remained silent, calm as stone. Adam hurried on, translating Lu's words. The battle had been brutal, fought on the open sea with waves crashing and fury all around. Lu admitted he had been caught off guard by the monster's overwhelming power. For a long time, he had wondered what kind of hunter could take on such creatures with such ease. Now, standing before Jin-Woo, he finally had his answer. Lu extended a strong hand, offering a firm handshake. "I have wanted to meet you for a while," he said with quiet respect. He added that he was glad Thomas Andre had been put in his place and had no doubt that Thomas had been in the wrong. Jin-Woo looked at him with new eyes. His first impression of Lu had been of a grumpy, rigid man with a stern attitude, but now, hearing his words, he found Lu far more intriguing, someone who carried strength and honor beneath the surface. The 2 hunters shook hands firmly. Just as Lu turned to leave, he paused. He uttered one last sentence in Mandarin, a cryptic parting word that hung in the air like a challenge. Adam's eyes narrowed slightly as he translated Lu Jiagong's final words. His voice dropped, hushed just enough to draw Jin-Woo in closer. Lu said, "He hopes Suspect S isn't someone related to your family." The silence that followed was heavy, as if those words carried the weight of an unspoken warning. Lu Jiagong and his team quietly slipped away, leaving the tension lingering in the air. Adam gave a reassuring nod. "Lu Jiagong doesn't seem to hold any ill will. In fact, he said he never wanted to fight you." Moments later, David Brennan returned and motioned for Jin-Woo to follow him. They walked down a quiet, dimly lit corridor toward a private meeting room. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed in surprise when he saw who was waiting inside. There, seated calmly on a sofa, was Norma Selner. He hadn't expected to see her again. Without hiding his curiosity, Jin-Woo asked, "What business do you have with me?" Norma's voice was steady, but beneath it lay a faint edge of unease. "I've been having recurring dreams," she said quietly. Visions, disturbing visions, where the world's top hunters were being hunted down one by one. The worst part? Every time she had these dreams, the events unfolded only days later. Her words hung heavily between them. Jin-Woo's voice dropped, low and careful. Was Christopher Reed among them?
David nodded grimly. "We warned him, but he didn't listen. You know how that ended." Norma's expression tightened with concern. "The hunters, those pillars of strength humanity depends on, they're going to keep dying," she said. "The force hunting them won't stop until every last one is eliminated." Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed as he took in the gravity of her message. Are you here to warn me of the same fate? Norma shook her head. Number not to warn you. She looked directly at him. I'm here to ask for your help. For the first time, confusion flickered beneath Jin-Woo's composed exterior. Norma continued, I want you to protect the hunters who are still alive. She confessed she had tried desperately to remember the faces of the culprits from her dreams. But no matter how hard she tried, the memories slipped through her grasp like smoke. So she decided to take a different approach, to use her ability within the dream itself to identify them. Jin-Woo's mind drifted back to their last encounter. He finally understood why Norma Selner had looked so intently into his eyes that day. She had been searching for something hidden deep within him. Her voice trembled as she recounted that moment. There was a voice, she whispered, an entity speaking from within you. Jin-Woo's brow furrowed, and he asked quietly, what did it say?
Norma lowered her gaze, visibly shaken. It told me to go back and prepare for war. The words struck Jin-Woo like a blade of ice slicing through his chest. His mind raced. He recalled the King of Giants' warnings, the battle looming between the rulers and the monarchs. Could the hunters' deaths be the opening moves in that larger conflict? Trying to make sense of it all, Jin-Woo asked, why me? Why choose me to protect the others? Norma's answer was immediate, unwavering. I saw power in you, the same overwhelming energy I see in my dreams. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. She meant the power of the Shadow Monarch. If that power coursed through the hunters' killers too, then those attackers must be monarchs themselves. David's voice cut through the heavy silence. The threat you face, he said gravely, is beyond anything normal hunters can handle. These beings operate on a different level entirely. We need someone like you, Jin-Woo, powerful enough to stop them. David's tone grew firm, almost pleading. The Bureau will offer you anything in return, even the rune stone left behind by the dragon. Kamish. He fixed Jin-Woo with a serious look. These hunters, they aren't just powerful. They are essential, the last barrier protecting humanity. If they fall, there will be nothing left to stop the catastrophes to come. Jin-Woo sat silently, weighing every word. After a long moment, his voice was steady but firm. He declined. David stared at Jin-Woo, disbelief etched deep into his face. Is this rejection? Because of some grudge against Thomas Andre after your clash?
He asked, voice edged with shock. Jin-Woo shook his head calmly. No, he said quietly, but firmly. The truth is simpler and far more important. He met David's eyes. I still don't know who the real enemy is. Until I understand that, I can't commit to anything. Rising smoothly from his seat, Jin-Woo turned toward the door. But just as his hand reached for the handle, he paused, something tugging at him, an instinct. Without looking back, he called out, Adam. When Adam approached, Jin-Woo said, Give me the list of hunters the Bureau wants me to protect. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, and arrange meetings with them. Adam's eyes lit up, relief flooding his expression. I'll get right on it, he said, voice eager. The final day of the International Guild Conference was alive with energy. The banquet hall sparkled under grand chandeliers filled with the strongest hunters from across the world and their entourages. Jin-Woo stood beside Jin-Ho, newly returned from the hospital. Curious, Jin-Woo asked softly, How do you feel?
Jin-Ho's eyes glistened with unshed emotion. Better than ever, he replied, voice thick. He confessed, When I heard you fought Thomas Andre, the Goliath, for my sake, I was deeply moved. Around them, hunters watched in quiet awe, speaking in hushed tones. Though standing right there, Jin-Woo's presence seemed almost invisible, a ghost of unparalleled strength. To them, Jin-Woo wasn't just powerful, he was on a level beyond their comprehension. A man approached with a businesslike smile, introducing himself as the CEO of a global firm specializing in monster remains. "I'm interested in the giants you hunted," he said smoothly. "Do you have time to talk business?" Jin-Woo responded coolly. "I don't handle those matters." He gestured toward Jin-Ho. "The vice chairman of the Ajin Guild handles business affairs." The two men stepped aside, beginning a conversation. Jin-Woo watched with quiet pride, pleased to see Jin-Ho growing confidently into his role. Soon Adam appeared, tablet in hand. He handed it to Jin-Woo. "This is the list," Adam explained. "It contains the top 10 hunters ranked by points, based on contribution, mission success, and activity. These are priority targets. If you choose to help, the Bureau will likely ask you to protect them." Jin-Woo's eyes flicked to the list. Then, with calm curiosity, he asked, "Where do I rank?" Adam chuckled softly, glancing at the tablet. "You're probably ranked 3rd or 4th, he said with a grin. "Mostly because of your performance against the giants." He tapped the screen. Thomas Andre tops the list, followed by Lujagang, then Christopher Reed, and Sid Harth. Jin-Woo skimmed the names quickly, already feeling the weight of memorizing them all. Without a word, he silently dispatched shadow soldiers, silent watchers, sent to each hunter. Through them, he could monitor their conditions and even communicate discreetly. It would help him identify allies and enemies among the rulers, easing the path ahead. Suddenly, the heavy sound of slow footsteps filled the room. A familiar pressure swept through the air as an overwhelming aura approached. Jinchul, standing nearby, leaned in to speak, but Jin-Woo cut him off calmly. "This isn't something to worry about," he said, voice steady. Then Thomas Andre appeared. One arm was encased in a thick cast, a stark reminder of their fierce battle. Thomas approached Jin-Woo, his gaze steady and unyielding. "Doctors and healers have tried, but my arm still hasn't fully recovered," he admitted. "Your magic, it did too much damage." He paused, reflecting on the fight. "Even so, you could have wiped out my entire guild that day," Thomas said slowly. "But no one died, except Huang Dong-Su, who brought it upon himself." He looked directly at Jin-Woo. "Why did you show such restraint?" Jin-Woo's reply was simple and calm. "Your guild committed no crime worthy of death." That answer seemed to satisfy Thomas. He nodded, respect and understanding mingling in his eyes. "I plan to hold a grand funeral for Dong-Su, not to excuse his actions, but to honor him in death." Turning to leave, Thomas paused. "When my arm heals fully, I hope we can share a meal. Leave your contact with my manager so we can arrange it." Laura stepped forward politely. "Please, may I have your information?" She explained gently. "Thomas wants to send a gift in appreciation." Jin-Woo initially declined. "There's nothing I need," he said. But Laura smiled warmly. "My master is competitive. He hates owing favors. Even a small gift will ease his mind." Jin-Woo considered briefly, then nodded. "A good dagger would do." Laura's smile widened. "Thank you." She followed Thomas out. Once she was gone, Adam returned with the tablet. "Shall we start introductions with the hunters on the list?" Jin-Woo shook his head. "No need." Jin-Woo's eyes flicked over the list once more, pausing on the 6th-ranked hunter. "Who is this?" he asked, noting the conspicuous absence of the name. Adam looked momentarily taken aback. "The Bureau lost contact with him just days before the conference," Adam admitted quietly. "Even the Brazilian government and their secret agencies haven't been able to track him down." Jin-Woo's expression darkened. There was a very real chance the hunter had already been eliminated. With Thomas Andre and Christopher Reed, no longer in the picture and one hunter missing, that left only 7 names, 7 more hunters he needed to cast his shadow upon. Meanwhile, the party still raged on in America. But in Korea, night had fallen, draping the city in quiet darkness. Inside the Korean Hunter Association, President Go sat alone at his desk. The soft rustle of paperwork was the only sound, but it wasn't the work or the late hour weighing on him. It was something far heavier. His heart. For some time now, it had refused to beat normally. What started as a subtle discomfort years ago had grown into an unignorable pounding. Not from exertion, but as if sounding an alarm, his end was near. A quiet scoff escaped his lips. Doctors warned him this would happen if he kept pushing himself. He ignored them all.
Fully aware he had long crossed those limits.
It was nothing short of a miracle he was still standing. Suddenly the shrill ring of his phone pierced the silence. He reached for it without hesitation. On the other end, the gentle voice of his wife, soft with concern. "Are you all right?" she asked. Her brief words brought him a rare comfort. Leaning back, he assured her he was finishing up and would be home soon. But midway through his reply, an eerie sensation gripped him. Something felt terribly wrong. His gaze snapped to the window, and what he saw froze him solid. The skyline, the traffic, the city lights, everything had been swallowed by an oppressive black void. Panic crept in. He struggled to make sense of the nightmare unfolding outside. Then at the edge of his vision, a flicker of movement stopped him cold. He turned. There, seated on the couch, as if he owned the room, a man he had never seen before, a faint, cold grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. A chill filled the air, unnatural and otherworldly. The Frost Monarch had arrived. The tension inside the Hunter Association was palpable as Sillard, the Frost Monarch, sat with an eerie calm across from President Go. The chairman's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the sudden appearance of such a dangerous being. There was something ancient, something fundamentally wrong about this creature that twisted his instincts. How had he failed to sense such a terrifying presence earlier? The aura now radiating from the intruder made it unmistakably clear this was no ordinary enemy. President Go knew he couldn't face this threat alone. As panic quietly built within him, Sillard's voice cut through the silence. Calm, cold, and absolute. He informed the chairman that the office had already been sealed off from the outside world. That revelation hit hard, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. But before President Go could fully react, something sharp and fast whipped past his shoulder. A biting chill followed. He looked down to see frost rapidly crystallizing along his suit, forming a jagged trail of ice where the projectile had grazed him. Pain surged beneath the surface as Sillard, unfazed and emotionless, commented on the wound, questioning whether the chairman still believed he was dreaming. Now fully alert, President Go steadied himself and demanded to know the stranger's identity. But Sillard only frowned, disappointment flickering in his voice as he remarked that he had hoped the chairman would recognize him without needing introductions. The confusion remained, but Sillard pressed on, his words laced with contempt. He called President Go a fragment of brilliant light, urging him to awaken his true self. Then, almost mockingly, he added that perhaps the fragment feared its vessel might collapse under the weight of its own power. When President Go gave no response, Sillard's interest waned. His eyes narrowed, and without a word more, he released a devastating burst of icy magic. The explosion surged through the room, shaking the walls and engulfing the office in a dense white fog. The icy fog cloaked everything in sight, but within that freezing haze, Sillard smiled. 2 radiant lights pierced through the mist, golden eyes burning with divine power. The fragment of brilliant light had finally awakened. Scyllid didn't hesitate. Another blast followed, more precise and lethal, aimed straight at the heart. But this time, President Go reacted. His arm swung with divine force, deflecting the attack and sending it crashing into the wall. The explosion shattered stone and steel, revealing a gaping void beyond. As the mist slowly lifted, President Go stepped forward, his form now enveloped in a luminous golden aura, pulsing with celestial energy. This was no longer the chairman of the Hunter Association. This was the brightest fragment of brilliant light in its true form. The Frost Monarch's gaze sharpened as a grim smile spread across his face. He confessed that he had searched for this power for ages, never realizing it had been hidden inside what he now called a broken vessel. His tone darkened as he revealed the truth. All 7 fragments of brilliant light had been found, and 2 had already been destroyed. His mission now was clear: to witness the proud humiliation of the brightest fragment before ending him. But President Go didn't waver. His roar echoed with unshakable defiance, daring the Frost Monarch to try. Scyllid chuckled darkly, amused that a fragment clinging to a decaying vessel dared challenge a monarch who had already mastered his own. With contempt, he questioned whether President Go could even land a single blow. Then, with a thunderous cry, he raised his arms. A colossal wall of jagged ice surged forward, a deadly wave crashing toward its target. President Go dodged at the last second. The ice tore through the space he had just left. With clenched fists he countered.
A golden punch collided with the frost, shattering it into a storm of frozen shards. Without pause, he charged, his fist glowing with power, aiming a devastating strike at Scyllid. But the monarch was swift, dodging gracefully and retaliating with a spear of ice that sliced across President Go's shoulder. Blood bloomed from the wound as the chairman staggered. Scyllid, overconfident, let his guard drop for just an instant, and President Go saw it. He lunged forward, launching a powerful punch at the exposed opening. But Scyllid reacted instantly, conjuring an ice barrier that absorbed the blow. Still, President Go didn't stop. He attacked again and again, pressing forward, trying to spot even the smallest weakness. But Scyllid moved like mist, fluid, untouchable. The chamber echoed with the thunder of their clash. Magic erupted with every impact, shaking the very foundation of the structure. President Go's breathing grew heavier. His movements slowed. Every step sent pain searing through his body. He was running out of time. Desperation surged within him as he launched into one final charge.
Chamber echoed with the thunder of their clash. Magic erupted with every impact, shaking the very foundation of the structure. President Go's breathing grew heavier. His movements slowed. Every step sent pain searing through his body. He was running out of time. Desperation surged within him as he launched into one final charge. A golden punch blazed forward, filled with the last remnants of his strength. But Scyllid stepped back effortlessly, dodging the strike with chilling ease. The chairman gritted his teeth, frustration burning in his chest. Then the realization struck, harsh and unforgiving. His vessel was breaking. His strength was nearly gone. Scyllid stood tall, untouched. What had once been curiosity in his gaze had now turned to something colder, pity. Then, without a word, the monarch vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye, right before President Go. The chairman barely registered the movement before a spear tore through his chest. Agonizing pain erupted as blood poured from his mouth and he staggered, barely managing to stay upright. Scyllid loomed over him, grinning, watching the brilliant fragment begin to crumble. He spoke with eerie calm, almost amused, musing how long it would take to find another vessel. But by the time that happened, he said, the monarchs would have already assembled, and this world would fall before the fragment could return. President Go coughed, blood dripping down his chin. But even in agony, A ragged laugh escaped his lips. Gripping the spear with one hand, he spoke through clenched teeth, insisting he hadn't fought in vain. The Frost Monarch had missed something. Just as the other fragments had failed to anticipate his actions, Scyllid too had overlooked what truly mattered. The monarch's eyes narrowed, sensing something off, powerful and unnatural. Suddenly, a colossal burst of mana tore past his face. The explosion behind him rocked the dimension itself, fracturing part of the sealed space. Scyllid turned back to President Go with a bitter grin, asking if that was the surprise he had been stalling for. But the chairman simply smiled through the blood, calm and assured. What needed to happen had already begun. A low rumble followed, growing into a deafening crash as the mana barrier Scyllid had constructed around the office shattered into pieces like splintering glass. Confusion flickered across the monarch's face. He muttered that a broken barrier wouldn't change anything. But President Go wasn't finished. With the last of his strength, he let out a cry. From beneath him, the shadows rippled, and a figure surged forth in a blur. An ant-like creature darted forward, leaping through the ruined wall with a piercing screech. Scyllid's gaze locked onto it, briefly stunned, but he quickly dismissed it as nothing more than a foot soldier from the abyss. It didn't matter, or so he believed, until a terrible realization dawned on him, freezing his expression. This wasn't just any soldier. His eyes widened in horror. He had made a grave mistake. Panic overtook him. He flung President Go's body aside and shot toward the ant, conjuring a sickle of frost mid-air, ready to strike the creature down before it could escape. He reached it in an instant and swung, but the sickle never landed. A hand caught it mid-air, fingers curling around the frozen blade with crushing force. Scyllid's eyes went wide as time seemed to freeze. This wasn't the ant anymore. Gripping the sickle like it was nothing stood a figure cloaked in shadows. It was Jin-Woo. His piercing, cold eyes locked onto the Frost Monarch as he seized Scyllid by the throat, demanding to know his true identity. Panic flickered in the monarch's eyes. He gasped for breath, but even in that moment, he sensed it. The monstrous shadow army looming behind Jin-Woo like an unstoppable tide. Weariness crept into his gaze. Under his breath, he muttered the name, Shadow Monarch. Then with genuine curiosity and confusion, he asked why, even after amassing such a vast army, Jin-Woo hadn't aligned himself with the other monarchs. The question struck Jin-Woo. His confusion was unmistakable, flashing clearly in his expression. And in that instant, Scyllid understood. He finally grasped what President Go had meant in their final moments. A chilling dread began to form in Scyllid's chest. Jin-Woo was the piece he had failed to see. Desperate, Scyllid gathered energy, a violent surge of cold condensing in his mouth. With a scream of fear and fury, he released a devastating blast of freezing air. Jin-Woo's instincts reacted instantly. He propelled himself backward, narrowly dodging the explosion as a towering ice wall erupted where he had just stood. The sheer force behind the magic confirmed what Jin-Woo already suspected. This enemy wasn't just a monarch, but a dangerously skilled mage as well. Wasting no time, Jin-Woo summoned his twin demon monarch daggers. The blades pulsed with ominous energy as he lunged forward, slicing through the ice with one clean strike. Just as he was about to continue the assault, Scyllid raised his hands, not to defend, but to surrender. His voice was steady, unexpected. He claimed he hadn't come to die. This wasn't meant to be a battle to the death. Jin-Woo hesitated, his breath steady but his stance still guarded. Scyllid's icy gaze shifted, not to Jin-Woo but to the crumpled figure behind him. Realization dawned. Jin-Woo turned his head and froze. Behind him lay President Go's lifeless body, soaked in blood. The body lay motionless. President Go was barely clinging to life. Without a word, Scyllid conjured a massive spear of jagged ice and hurled it straight toward the dying chairman, presenting Jin-Woo with a cruel ultimatum. Jin-Woo's eyes ignited with fury. Instantly, he activated ruler's authority, his mind screaming for the spear to stop. But then a notification flashed in his vision. The Frost Monarch's magic resisted his control. Rage exploded in his chest. With a roar, he slammed his foot into the ground and launched himself forward at blinding speed, tearing through the air toward President Go. The spear shrieked as it cut through the sky, and in one desperate final surge, Jin-Woo reached the chairman's side, intercepting the deadly projectile mid-flight. With a deafening clash of metal and ice, he deflected it just in time, sending the weapon crashing into a nearby marble pillar. The chairman was safe for now. But Jin-Woo's rage had reached a boiling point. His glare locked onto the Frost Monarch, who stood watching with maddening calm. Before Jin-Woo could retaliate, Sillid summoned a swirling black portal behind him and turned to flee. But Jin-Woo wouldn't let him leave unscathed. He summoned a barrage of daggers from his inventory and hurled them in a storm of steel. One found its mark, burying itself deep into Sillid's shoulder. The monarch's body tensed with pain, his face twisting in rage. But he didn't attack. Instead, he stepped closer to the gate and declared coldly that he would return, once Jin-Woo's shadow gates opened again. And with one final venomous taunt, he glanced toward the dying chairman, calling him Jin-Woo's parting gift, a corpse, soon to join his army. The words pierced deeper than any blade. Before Jin-Woo could move, Sillid vanished into the closing portal. Silence fell like a hammer. The magical barrier was gone. Jin-Woo cursed himself. He should have sensed the danger sooner. He turned and rushed to President Go's side. The chairman lay still, his body soaked in blood. Jin-Woo dropped to his knees beside him, heart pounding. This wasn't something a potion could heal. Without hesitation, he called for his most trusted summon, Biru. The shadow warrior tore through space like a lightning bolt, landing beside Jin-Woo in an instant. He dropped to one knee, awaiting command. Jin-Woo's voice was low and urgent. The loyal summon pressed his clawed hands over the chairman's chest, channeling his full magical strength. A radiant healing light surged around them, but nothing changed. Jin-Woo's jaw tightened. From his inventory, he drew a small vial, the holy water of life, a last resort. He leaned in, ready to use it, but before the liquid touched the chairman's lips, a trembling hand reached up and gripped his wrist. President Go's eyes fluttered open, barely. His voice was hoarse and broken as he whispered, telling Jin-Woo to stop. It was already too late. Jin-Woo froze, fighting the urge to protest. But the look in the chairman's eyes, solemn and final, left no room for argument. Through labored breaths, the old warrior offered his gratitude. Jin-Woo had arrived, and that alone was enough. Blood slipped from the corner of his mouth as he spoke of things unseen, of a supreme being, of revelations from beyond, and of a coming war unlike any before. Jin-Woo leaned closer, eyes wide, trying to capture every word, to memorize them before they were lost. President Go's trembling hand squeezed his one last time. His voice was fading, but his message was clear. A time would come when Jin-Woo would face a choice, and he must stand with humanity, no matter what. His voice cracked again as he confessed his deepest regret, not being able to stand beside the younger generation in battle, to protect the world with them. But he held no bitterness. Meeting Jin-Woo had brought him peace, and then his final truth, that his heart, weak and fragile, had endured all this time, just to witness this moment, to see Jin-Woo with his own eyes. His hand slipped from Jin-Woo's grip, falling to the ground with a soft, final thud. It was over. Jin-Woo didn't move. His lips were pressed into a tight line, his eyes locked on the lifeless face of a man he had deeply respected. Biru stood beside him in silence, his head bowed low. Outside the shattered windows, the sky broke open. Rain began to fall, soft, endless, and mournful, as if the heavens themselves had paused to grieve the fallen. The cold autumn wind whispered through the downpour, and across the globe, headlines blazed. Brazil's great hunter, Jonas, found lifeless in a river. The chairman of Korea's Hunter Association, stabbed through the heart. And just like that, the names of Christopher Reed, Jonas, and Go Gun-hee, once known as the world's strongest defenders, were now written among the dead. Panic surged across nations. News outlets replayed grim footage and endless speculation. Even the United States Hunter Association issued a formal statement, but no words could soothe the rising dread. Humanity had always looked to hunters for salvation, but now the world was forced to ask a terrifying question. Who protects the hunters? The rain kept falling, relentless, as if the sky itself was mourning. Under black umbrellas, a sea of mourners stood silently. The color had drained from the world, and among them stood Jin-Woo, still unmoving. His gaze never left the ground, his heart heavy. Beside him, just a few steps away, stood Chief Woo Jin-Chul. The man looked nothing like the strict leader he once was. His uniform hung loose on slouched shoulders, and his eyes, bloodshot and sunken, carried a grief too deep for words. In a voice barely holding together, Woo Jin-Chul finally asked, "With all your power, why couldn't you save him?" Jin-Woo's response came low, strained by guilt. It was already too late. No more words followed, only rain. Woo Jin-Chul tilted his head up, letting the cold drops strike his face. Just yesterday, the chairman had asked about his trip to America. He had smiled, told him to return quickly, and now he was gone, taken before anyone could even say goodbye. Turning back to Jin-Woo, the chief offered quiet thanks. "Thank you for being there with him in his last moments." But Jin-Woo didn't speak. He couldn't. Instead, something simmered inside him, a silent oath forming like steel in his chest. He would find the one responsible, no matter the cost. As the storm deepened, Jin-Woo finally turned. His voice was calm but firm. "Call the press." Within an hour, the room was packed. Reporters, photographers, whispers, then silence. Jin-Woo entered. Every camera locked on him. He didn't need to raise his voice. He spoke plainly. There now existed a new breed of monsters, not mindless beasts, but intelligent, cunning, and terrifyingly strong. They didn't attack cities openly. They struck in isolation. They severed space. They made sure no one could escape. A reporter, trembling, finally asked, "Was the one who killed the chairman one of them?" Jin-Woo didn't blink. "Yes, he was." The air in the room thickened. Jin-Woo continued, "These beings are part of a colony, monsters who call themselves monarchs. He warned every hunter in every country, if you think you're being targeted, do not fight alone. Stay with your comrades, because to be alone is to die." But behind his calm exterior, Jin-Woo replayed the Frost Monarch's final words. Monarch of Frost. It wasn't just a title, it was a truth. Because if that creature was real, then so were the others. The monarch of the beginning, the monarch of destruction, and Jin-Woo himself, the monarch of shadows. These weren't enemies hunters could face alone. These were entities that made S-Rank look weak. They were warlords of a forgotten age, and now they were awakening. Jin-Woo gave one final message, his voice unwavering. To any hunter who feels alone, reach out. Through the Korean Hunters Association, I will protect you. No one else needs to die. Not while I still stand. The room held its breath. The war had begun. The battle of monarchs had truly started. In a cavern deep beneath the surface of the earth, a place untouched by light or time, 5 monarchs stood in silence. The very space around them twisted under the weight of their presence. Air pressure warped, and magic crackled through the stone. Finally, one voice broke the stillness. It was cold, measured, icy. "He has awakened," said Selid, the monarch of frost. The others turned slowly, eyes gleaming in the dark, and the world above continued to spiral into the unknown. The shadow monarch was alive, and he was walking the surface of earth. Yogamont, the monarch of transfiguration, narrowed his eyes. His voice held doubt as he muttered, "Impossible. No vessel should be able to contain the true power of the Shadow Monarch. Even the Dragon King couldn't sustain his form on Earth, so how could this one survive?" But Selid's expression didn't waver. He had seen it with his own eyes. The Shadow Monarch was not only real, he was stronger, far more dangerous than the fragment of brilliant light they once feared. The atmosphere grew heavy. No one wanted to believe it, but no one could deny the certainty in Selid's voice. Selid pressed forward, saying what none of them had dared to. They had to attack, now, while the Shadow Monarch was still in human form. It was their only chance. His voice hardened with resolve as he asked for their support. Tarnak, the monarch of Iron Body, scoffed in disgust. He dismissed the idea outright. Picking a fight with one of the strongest among the 9 monarchs wasn't bravery. It was suicide. He urged patience. They needed to wait for the return of the Dragon King, the monarch of destruction. Pain flickered through Seled's injured shoulder. His fists clenched. Waiting wasn't an option. They were monarchs, not servants, he argued. They shouldn't cower behind another strength. The human vessel had a weakness, and that flaw could be exploited, but only if they acted now. Tarnak didn't budge. He reminded the others what had happened to the monarch of White Flames. The Shadow Monarch had bound him with a single command, turned his eternal form into a silent, obedient slave. Tarnak wouldn't suffer that same fate. Yogament nodded in agreement. His voice was cool and distant. He had no desire to gamble his existence, just to fall like the others. The risk wasn't worth it. Raken, the monarch of beasts, growled in frustration. He called them cowards. He refused to believe that even the Shadow Monarch could bend the will of true monarchs in their original forms. Their pride, their power, was absolute. But Tarnak turned to him sharply. The Shadow Monarch wasn't alone. He had aligned himself with the Administrator, and that made them more dangerous than any of them had imagined. They didn't need to enslave the monarchs directly, not when they could be replicated, recreated, and used like tools. With no more words, Tarnak opened a dark portal and vanished into the void. Yogament followed him, leaving only 3 behind. Riken narrowed his eyes and faced Seled directly, demanding proof that the Shadow Monarch still retained some trace of humanity. Seled drew a dagger, its blade pulsing faintly with a sickly glow. He said it had pierced him during battle and was coated with a deadly poison. Ashborn, he whispered. The true Shadow Monarch would never have needed such a thing. Quesha, the Monarch of Plagues, tilted her head, her voice low and dripping with disdain. Poison is beneath the Shadow Monarch. If he truly controlled his power, he would have crushed Seled with raw strength instead of resorting to human cowardice. Seled's gaze shifted between them. The vessel was still limited, still weak. That was their opening. He asked again, would they stand with him? This time, Riken's grin stretched wide, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Quesha responded with a slow nod, her wicked smile matching the rising tension. The human vessel had piqued their interest, and with that, the 3 monarchs boldly resolved to challenge and kill the Shadow Monarch. Meanwhile, above the city, a somber atmosphere clung to the rain-soaked skyline. Atop a towering skyscraper, Jin-Woo stood unmoving. The relentless downpour soaked him, yet his expression remained as still and cold as stone. His eyes scanned the city below, sharp and unyielding, searching for even the faintest ripple of the Frost Monarch's magic. But it was gone. He recalled the moment Seled revealed himself in his original form, a truth that matched what the Monarch of Giants had told him. Monarchs and rulers in their true states could not be transformed into shadows. That meant Jin-Woo's usual way of tracking with shadows was useless now. Yet as the wind howled around him, Jin-Woo's eyes burned with resolve. He didn't need shadows to hunt. As long as he was a hunter, he would never miss his prey. Deep within the Korean Hunters Association, the boardroom was heavy with grim faces. A week had passed since President Gooney's death, and the chair at the head of the table remained hauntingly empty. The time had come to appoint a successor. One senior executive finally broke the silence, remarking, "The association has always been led by an S rank. A symbol of strength," another added, "one that keeps the great guilds balanced." "Without someone of that stature, things could spiral out of control," warned a cautious voice. "But power alone isn't enough," countered another. "Leadership is more than just rank." After a long debate, a name was finally offered, Wu Jinshu. His head lifted in disbelief, eyes widening slightly as he asked almost reflexively. If they were serious, but the board remained firm, they reminded him that no one had worked closer with the late chairman than he had. He had inherited not just President Go's experience, but also his values and his leadership during countless critical moments had earned him respect throughout the association. Still, Gentel hesitated, claiming there were others more qualified, older, stronger, more suited. He wasn't an S rank, he wasn't ready yet. The board was quick to clarify that no law dictated the chairman had to be an S rank. What mattered was trust, and Gentile had it not just from them, but from the one man whose influence could shift nations. Sung Jin-Woo, they didn't pressure him, they merely asked him to consider, and after a long pause, Gentile finally gave a quiet nod, accepting the weight of the legacy now placed on his shoulders at the same time far across the ocean. Deep within the Scavenger Guild's headquarters, Thomas Andre walked alongside Laura as they made their way down into the guild's secured lower levels. His voice echoed lightly off the stone walls as he muttered that it had been ages since he last visited this place. The guards at the entrance to the vault snapped to attention, startled by his presence, but Thomas gave a grin and waved them off, telling them to relax. He was here for something important. He placed his thumb on the scanner, and with a low mechanical hum, the doors parted to reveal the vault. Laura followed him inside, glancing around with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Her voice was quiet, almost uncertain, as she asked if he truly intended to give away what was stored here. Thomas didn't look back as he answered with calm certainty, saying that after what Jin-Woo did for him and for the guild, it was the least he could do inside the room. An eerie energy pulsed in the air as they approached a sealed display case. The overhead lights flickered slightly as the two of them stepped closer, and Laura noted softly that there were only 2 such daggers in the entire world. Their rarity wasn't just legendary, it was historic, but Thomas, without a hint of hesitation, remarked that such weapons weren't meant to sleep in glass coffins. They were forged to be used as the light caught the glass. The blades inside shimmered twin daggers, gray-hilted with crimson edges, that pulsed like living blood, rested within humming with restrained power, as though awaiting a hand strong enough to unleash them in Korea. A crowd had gathered outside the Aging Guild's office. Whispers rippled through the people as disbelief spread like wildfire. Thomas Andre, the world's strongest hunter, was inside the modest guild's building. It felt surreal, like something out of a dream. Inside, Jin-Ho sat stiffly, struggling to maintain composure before the towering figure of the Goliath himself. His forced smile barely masked the tension, and sweat clung to his forehead. The other staff weren't faring any better, unable to process the fact that Thomas Andre had walked into their office like it was routine. The air was heavy, not just from Thomas's presence, but also because Leonard Neerman, the top hunter from Germany, was there as well. 2 hours had passed since their arrival. Yet Jin-Woo remained absent. Jin-Ho, doing his best to seem composed, offered a weak smile as he dialed once more, silently pleading for his boss to answer. Leonard sat in silence, his expression unreadable, though a faint edge of frustration peeked through. He wondered whether he'd even get the chance to meet Jin-Woo today, especially with Thomas already waiting nearby. Laura translated with calm precision as her boss speculated whether Jin-Woo was caught in a raid somewhere, noting how it didn't seem like the man came to the office much. Jin-Ho nodded uneasily, confirming her suspicions while racking his brain over where Jin-Woo might be. Then the office doors slid open with a quiet hiss, and Jin-Woo stepped in. His presence instantly washed relief across the staff. Jin-Ho leapt up, nearly stumbling as he hurried to his boss. He questioned why Jin-Woo hadn't answered his calls, his voice tinged with desperation. Jin-Woo, still composed despite his disheveled appearance, replied simply that the recent wave of gate outbreaks had kept him busy. While they spoke, Thomas rose from his seat and approached with the easy confidence of a man who'd never been second to anyone. He greeted Jin-Woo casually, and the room fell into a nervous silence. Jin-Ho, standing close, felt the shift in the air and couldn't help but worry whether the two would clash right there in the office. Jin-Woo, curious, asked what brought Thomas to Korea. Thomas smiled and reminded him of their agreement to share a meal once his arm had healed. But that wasn't all. He added that he'd brought something for Jin-Woo, a rare gift. Jin-Woo's brow arched, surprised by the mention of a gift. Thomas suggested they move somewhere private. What he had in hand wasn't something to be handed over in a public office. Jin-Ho overheard and grew suspicious, his gut twisting with concern. What if it was a trap? Jin-Woo, however, shifted his attention toward the other hunter in the room. Leonard stepped forward and introduced himself respectfully. Jin-Woo immediately assumed Leonard was there to request some kind of protection commission, but before he could inquire further, Thomas stepped between them and insisted Jin-Woo come with him. subtly making it clear this matter held priority. Leonard's patience finally snapped. He argued that after waiting over 2 hours, he deserved to be part of the conversation. But one glare from Thomas silenced him. The message was clear. The upcoming discussion was confidential, and Leonard had no place in it. Inside, Leonard simmered with frustration. He wasn't used to being pushed aside, especially not like this. But there was nothing he could do. The difference in strength was undeniable as he watched Jin-Woo walk away with the American hunter. Not long after, the two sat across from each other at a quiet dinner table, joined by their respective associates. Thomas wasted no time. A snap of his fingers summoned his bodyguards, who stepped forward with a briefcase. He made it clear this was a token of gratitude for sparing the lives of his guild members during their last encounter. The briefcase opened with a soft clack, revealing 2 deadly daggers embedded into a giant scale. Jin-Woo's eyes locked onto them, instantly recognizing the material. The look on his face said it all. The weapon had been crafted from Kamish's remains. Thomas, impressed by the swift recognition, confirmed it. Jin-Woo, still processing, questioned it aloud. Wasn't Kamish's corpse under strict guard by the Hunter Bureau? Thomas explained that while the U.S. government held most of Kamish's remains, he had kept something for himself. During their battle, he had pulled out the dragon's largest canine tooth and kept it as a souvenir. With that same easy grin, he added that he'd eventually had the tooth crafted into a pair of daggers. They were too short to make swords, but perfect as dual weapons. At the time, he hadn't known how useful they'd become, but now he believed they had found their purpose. Jin-Woo reached down and pulled one of the daggers from the case. The weight of it, the raw pressure radiating from the blade, it was overwhelming. A prompt flickered into view, revealing the weapon's name, Kamish's Wrath, boasting a staggering attack power of over 1,500. He stood still, momentarily stunned. Nothing he had wielded before came close. The Demon King's daggers seemed like toys in comparison. With a few light swings, Jin-Woo realized these weren't ordinary daggers. It felt like wielding a broadsword in each hand. Across from him, Thomas raised a brow and half joked, cautioning Jin-Woo that even with his insane durability, those blades could probably pierce him without much effort. He nervously asked if Jin-Woo planned to test them on him. Jin-Woo calmed his grip and lowered the weapon. The dark crimson aura around the blade faded, as if the weapon recognized its new master. The room grew still, the energy lingering like a storm about to break. Thomas turned back to Jin-Woo and asked with a faint smile how he liked the gift. Jin-Woo remained quiet for a moment before questioning whether he could really accept such a powerful item without offering anything in return. Thomas didn't hesitate to tell him the daggers were a small price to repay what Jin-Woo had done. Jin-Woo finally nodded and expressed his gratitude, carefully placing the blade back. The satisfaction in his eyes brought a rare joy to Thomas, who leaned back with a sense of contentment. But it didn't last long. Suddenly, both hunters froze. Their senses flared in alarm, a surge of danger impossible to ignore. Thomas turned to Jin-Woo, his voice low and tense, asking if he had felt it too. Jin-Woo gave a brief nod before both bolted to the nearest window. Outside, the city of Seoul had ground to a halt. Cars stopped in the streets, people stood frozen, staring upward with pale, lifeless expressions. The sky had changed. It wasn't just pressure, it was something deeper. Jin-Woo's mind raced as he saw it, the massive magical presence they had felt. This was its true form. Beside him, Thomas muttered under his breath, "It's the largest gate I've ever seen, even dwarfing the one Kamish emerged from." His disbelief echoed the thoughts rushing through Jin-Woo's head. Logic had just been torn apart. Reality itself felt like it was unraveling. Something unimaginable was coming. On the ground, stunned onlookers began snapping pictures with their phones, trying to capture the surreal moment. Reporters gathered too, broadcasting updates with urgency in their voices. They emphasized the unprecedented magnitude of the gate. It was the largest ever recorded since the appearance of magical beasts. Elsewhere in the world, Dr. Belzer, who had long warned about the growing mass of magical energy gathering above the skies, addressed the rising global concern. To him, the gate in Korea wasn't an isolated incident. It was a harbinger. He predicted that such colossal gates could soon begin appearing across other nations as well. When a reporter asked what the wisest course of action might be, Dr. Belzer, despite all his expertise, gave a bleak response. All he could offer was a grim plea to pray, hoping the situation wouldn't spiral into disaster. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo soared through the skies on Kaisel, heading straight for the massive gate looming over the city. As Kaisel glided beneath it, Jin-Woo scanned the sky above, taking in the sheer size and presence of the anomaly. But as he drew closer, something unexpected happened. He couldn't pass through. An invisible wall blocked his advance, halting him midair. No matter how much he pushed, the barrier didn't budge. Jin-Woo narrowed his eyes, analyzing the invisible force. This wasn't ordinary. It wasn't a barrier that even the most powerful awakened hunters could break. His thoughts churned with growing unease. If this gate truly held creatures more dangerous than anything they had faced before, then his friends, his family, everyone he cared about were in danger. A vibration in his pocket snapped him back to the moment. His phone buzzed with the call he had been waiting for. Woo Jun, the new chairman of the Korean Hunters Association, was on the line, calling to share the findings from the Hunter Bureau. The Bureau had finished its scans using satellite tech. Every inch of the planet had been surveyed, but there were no signs of other gates. This massive anomaly above Seoul was the only one. Jin-Woo's mind spiraled through the implications. For 3 hours since the gate's sudden appearance, the world had remained eerily quiet. Not a single new gate had opened elsewhere. That couldn't be coincidence. Something larger was unfolding, something orchestrated. Woo Jun then informed him that authorities were now moving to evacuate civilians living near the gate, bracing for the worst. He asked Jin-Woo directly what his next move would be. Jin-Woo didn't hesitate. With firm resolve, he made it clear that no matter what came through that gate, he would stand his ground and face it. Ending the call, he slipped the phone away and turned his gaze upward once more. The gate loomed silently, motionless and menacing. Later that day, Jin-Woo stepped into the Hunter Association's gymnasium, the space already prepared for what was to be an intense sparring session. Without hesitation, Baru surged forward, moving at lightning speed, his limbs a blur as he struck. Yet Jin-Woo, calm and focused, dodged every attack with ease. Baru lunged again, his mandibles wide in a fierce attempt to land a blow, but Jin-Woo intercepted the strike midair, catching the mandibles in one hand. For a moment, Baru froze, his compound eyes blinking in stunned silence. He hadn't expected his king's power to outmatch his own this overwhelmingly. Jin-Woo looked at him calmly, wondering aloud if Baru was truly giving his all. The words stung, and Baru immediately dropped to one knee, asking for forgiveness. But Jin-Woo reassured him it was just a warm-up, and admitted that Baru was the only one capable of giving him a real challenge anymore. The affirmation filled Baru with a deep, reverent emotion, and he bowed his head even lower, declaring his loyalty with all sincerity. Jin-Woo, slightly embarrassed by the theatrics, chuckled and teased him about how expressive he had become lately. Then, shaking off the moment, Jin-Woo took his stance again and focused, signaling with a nod that it was time to continue. Baru, already maxed out at commander rank, let out a sharp screech and launched into the air, wings buzzing with energy. He came down like a missile, slashing with deadly precision. But Jin-Woo dodged without flinching. Each of Baru's strikes whistled through empty space as Jin-Woo remained a phantom just out of reach. When Baru launched a left hook, Jin-Woo raised an elbow and blocked it effortlessly. Acknowledging the improvement, Jin-Woo noted how much stronger Baru had become since evolving to commander rank. Their sparring grew fiercer. Baru's pace quickened, his strikes harder, more desperate. But no matter how relentless the assault, Jin-Woo danced through it all, using the session to test both evolution and his own current limits. Then came Jin-Woo's counterattack. A powerful left hook struck Baru square in the chest, sending the ant staggering backward. Jin-Woo reminded him, coolly but firmly, that there could only be one commander in the army. With egress and greed steadily closing in on the general rank, it wouldn't be long before they challenged him for that title. Baru's eyes flared at the thought, his pride suddenly on fire. He let out a guttural roar, the sound echoing across the gym, as he threw himself back into the match with renewed fury, determined to prove he was still worthy. Jin-Woo, watching every move, came to a quiet realization. Even though Baru remained the strongest in his army, he still wasn't strong enough to face the threats that might soon emerge. The sparring session neared its end. As Jin-Woo delivered a final blow, Baru was sent flying across the gymnasium. The summon crashed into the far wall with a thunderous impact that shook the entire room. Slumped against the cracked surface, Baru raised his head slowly, stunned once again by the vast and immeasurable power of his king. Jin-Woo chuckled at the melodrama, shaking his head as he teasingly told Baru he might need to start blocking historical drama channels. Baru, flustered and genuinely saddened by the thought, looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes, silently begging not to lose them. With the sparring session over, Jin-Woo glanced around the demolished gymnasium and let out a quiet sigh. The place was wrecked. Pulling out his phone, he casually called the chairman, explained the situation, and offered to have his shadow soldiers handle the repairs. Meanwhile, across the city in a high-rise hotel overlooking Seoul, Thomas Andre stood by the window, gazing at the colossal gate looming above the skyline. Its eerie presence dominated the heavens, casting a shadow that reached even here. Beside him stood Laura, his ever-loyal assistant, watching in silence. She couldn't help but question why, when evacuation protocols were already in full motion and international flights grounded, Thomas had chosen to remain. Thomas, however, simply replied that he was drawn to the power radiating from the gate. There was no fear in him, only a deep, primal intrigue. Something about the unknown beyond that rift called to him. It wasn't something he could control. It wasn't something he could claim. And that made it all the more irresistible. For Thomas, there was no reason to turn back now. Laura reminded him that the Hunter Bureau was growing increasingly anxious. They feared what might come through, that this gate could unleash horrors upon the world. But Thomas merely chuckled, swirling the wine in his glass as he confidently claimed that there was no safer place in the universe than by Jin-Woo's side. Yet beneath the bravado, Thomas knew the truth. If they couldn't stop whatever was about to emerge from that gate, there would be nothing left beyond it. Somewhere deep inside, he wondered, would this mark the end of humanity or the beginning of something entirely new? In the heart of Seoul, the streets pulsed with tension. Honking cars and hurried footsteps echoed between buildings as evacuation orders were enforced. The Hunter Association moved with urgency, directing the chaos, ushering civilians to safety. Above it all, perched silently atop a towering high-rise, Jin-Woo sat alone, his gaze locked onto the sky. The dark gate above continued to swell, growing ever more unstable. And the storm that was coming, he would be the one to face it. Many lives were at stake. And though Jin-Woo had faced countless threats before, this time felt heavier, more personal. Snapping out of his thoughts, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts, quietly wondering who he would want to spend his final moments with if this battle truly became his last. Elsewhere, inside a quiet dojo, the rhythmic clash of wooden blades echoed softly. Cha Hae-in moved with practiced grace, fully immersed in her training. But when her phone buzzed against the wall, her motion faltered. She reached for it, glanced at the screen, and answered. Whatever was said in those few moments made her brow shift ever so slightly. She turned toward her master and requested to leave. Something urgent had come up. With a silent bow and her master's nod, she walked away, a quiet resolve forming in her chest. Not long after, in a seemingly out-of-place corner of the city, an amusement park buzzed with life. Amid this fragile peace, a ripple spread through the crowd. Sharp eyes had spotted Jin-Woo and Hae-in walking side by side. Their casual pace drew curious whispers. Some gasped softly, murmuring excitedly about a possible date between the famed S-rank hunters. Jin-Woo scanned the area, surprised to see how many people still filled the park, despite the threat looming overhead. Beside him, Hae-in kept her gaze low, her cheeks tinged red. She spoke softly, wondering aloud if he liked places like this. Jin-Woo answered in his usual calm tone that he didn't particularly enjoy them, but there had always been a part of him that wanted to experience it at least once. Hae-in looked at him, slightly puzzled. "Why come somewhere just out of curiosity?" she asked. With a faint smile, Jin-Woo replied, "Because you're my only friend." Her steps faltered at his words. The warmth in them caught her off guard. Then he brought up their past, specifically the battle against the architect. Hae-in flushed. immediately recalling what she had said back then, not realizing he had been conscious enough to hear her. Jin-Woo teased her gently, saying he had pretty good hearing. She muttered something under her breath and looked away, still embarrassed. But her curiosity hadn't faded. She asked about the mystery of that dungeon, her voice tinged with hesitation. Jin-Woo's gaze lingered on the crowd before he replied that it wasn't something he could explain just yet. He needed more time to process it himself. Hae-in nodded quietly, accepting his answer. Her eyes then drifted again, this time to the shadows stationed throughout the park. Jin-Woo's elite shadow soldiers stood like statues, positioned strategically, forming an invisible wall around them. She asked softly if it might attract too much attention. He replied with ease that it was fine. As she relaxed into the moment, Hae-in realized how long it had been since she had felt this light. No responsibilities, no monsters, just walking with Jin-Woo beside her. The pressure she always carried seemed to slip away. There was something different about his presence. It wasn't just comforting, it grounded her. Jin-Woo's eyes wandered across the attractions. He asked if Hae-in wanted to try a ride, and she responded a bit too eagerly. Every time he offered a suggestion, she nodded with a smile. Jin-Woo soon realized she might have always wanted to come to a place like this too. That settled it. If Hae-in wanted to try everything, then they would try everything. Their first stop was the roller coaster. Neither of them flinched. Then came the drop tower. Again, no real reaction. The haunted house was next. Ghosts leapt from every corner, but after a few failed attempts to startle them, even the ghosts looked confused, doubting their own effectiveness. Eventually, they settled on a bench, snacks in hand. Hae-in took a sip from her drink, while Jin-Woo asked if she was enjoying herself. She nodded and said she was, but something in her voice wasn't convincing enough. Jin-Woo leaned back slightly, noting aloud that the rides weren't exactly thrilling. Hae-in hesitated before admitting he was right. He smirked and asked if she wanted to try something more fun. She blinked, not quite sure what he meant, until the world dropped away beneath them and the sky opened up. Kaisel soared high above the clouds, wings slicing through the wind with effortless grace. Hae-in's hair whipped around her face as she held on, overwhelmed by the sheer exhilaration. The height, the speed. It was everything the rides hadn't been. The wind softened, turning warm and golden as the sun dipped toward the horizon. The sky stretched endlessly, painted in orange and amber. Hae-in turned to Jin-Woo, asking quietly why he would go to an amusement park when he could simply do this. His voice was gentler now as he replied that the park had been built over the gate where his father had disappeared. He had always wanted to visit the place just once. Hae-in didn't respond with words. Instead, she leaned closer and wrapped her arms around Jin-Woo in a soft embrace, filled with silent gratitude. He didn't move, letting the silence speak for both of them. After a while, Jin-Woo mentioned there was still something he wanted to show her. Kaisel flew farther across vast landscapes until they arrived in a secluded forest, untouched and endless. As they landed, Hae-in took in the sight, an endless stretch of trees, still and pure. Sitting beside Jin-Woo, she smiled quietly and rested her head on his shoulder. The two of them lay quietly, intertwined and bathed in the soft glow of starlight as the serene stillness of the night enveloped them. When morning came, sunlight spilled across the forest, glinting off a nearby waterfall. Hae-in knelt down to drink from the cool stream, while Jin-Woo stepped out from between the trees, wearing his overcoat. He told her there was a hotel not far from here, and that they should head there, grab a meal, and clean up. She agreed immediately. A moment later, Kaisel soared into the sky once again, carrying them both toward the horizon. Outside the Korean Hunter Association, the atmosphere buzzed with unease. A middle-aged hunter stepped out of the headquarters. He had just been promoted to B rank, a milestone that filled him with quiet pride. As he strolled down the street, lost in thoughts of celebration, a figure brushed past him, hard enough to jolt him out of his reverie. He spun around, irritation flashing across his face, ready to bark at whoever had bumped into him. But the words caught in his throat. Looming before him was a massive figure cloaked in a wild, monstrous aura. The man's breath caught as his eyes met those of the beast monarch, though he didn't yet realize who or what he was facing. A stunned crowd began to form, whispers crackling through the tension like sparks. But the hunter, still emboldened by his recent achievement, refused to back down. His voice rose with forced confidence, demanding that the beast watch where he was going, demanding an apology for the shove. Riken didn't respond with words. His jaw stretched open wide, revealing rows of jagged shark-like teeth. His glowing red eyes locked onto the hunter. A beat later, the air was filled with the sickening crunch of bone and the squelch of tearing flesh. In a flash, the B-rank hunter was gone. Devoured whole, his blood splattering across the pavement. Fear gripped the souls of the surrounding hunters as chaos erupted all around them. Riken's grin deepened, lips stained crimson as he basked in the terror. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, hurling cars into the air like pebbles. Each impact scattered metal and fire across the street. One hunter barely had time to turn before a flying vehicle crushed him. A roar tore from Riken's throat, loud, guttural, and laced with primal fury. The monstrous sound rolled across the city like thunder. His voice, though spoken in the tongue of beasts, carried a message as clear as death. He declared that the hunt had begun and vowed to tear through flesh and bone, devouring all who dared stand in his way. The beast monarch challenged anyone, if they had the courage, to step forward and try to stop him. Back at the association, Chairman shot to his feet as the news hit. His voice cracked with disbelief as he demanded a situation report. The associate, pale and sweating, stammered that the number of casualties was still unknown. Whatever this thing was, it hadn't stopped since it appeared. Time was running out. His thoughts were already consumed by the impending dungeon disaster, and now this beast had appeared out of nowhere. His voice hardened as he urgently asked about Jin-Woo's whereabouts, but the associate reported that no one had been able to reach him. Gritting his teeth, he moved toward the door, fully prepared to face the beast himself if he had to. But before he could leave, an employee rushed in, panting and breathless. Someone had appeared, a hunter capable of matching the beast's strength. Go Gun-hee's heart skipped a beat as he asked if Jin-Woo had arrived, but the employee shook his head and clarified. It wasn't Jin-Woo. It was a world-class hunter who just happened to be nearby. Outside, Leonard Newman stood face to face with the nightmare that had descended on Seoul. Germany's strongest hunter could feel the ground trembling with each step Rikon took. The stench of blood coated the air, and a creeping doubt tried to worm its way into his thoughts. Leonard steeled himself, tightening his jaw, readying for the battle ahead. But just as he prepared to move toward the monster, Thomas Andre approached from behind. His towering form exuded power as his eyes locked onto the beast monarch. He told Leonard plainly to step back. This wasn't his fight, and if he didn't move, he'd just get in the way. Meanwhile, far from the chaos of Seoul, the morning sun warmed a peaceful countryside. Inside a quiet restaurant, the soft clatter of plates and the scent of fresh breakfast filled the air. Jin-Woo sat calmly at a corner table until his phone began to vibrate relentlessly. He answered with a brief greeting, only to hear Chairman's voice on the other end, strained and panicked, as he explained that a monster had appeared out of nowhere and was tearing through the city with terrifying force. Jin-Woo's expression darkened as he asked how that could be possible, reminding him that the dungeon break wasn't due for days. He confirmed the truth. This creature hadn't come from the gate. It was a lone monster, and it had already wiped out an entire guild. This wasn't something they were prepared for. Jin-Woo's mind raced. He had stationed shadow soldiers across Seoul to report anything suspicious, and yet there had been no warning. He reached out through the link, but felt only silence. The connection was faint, the voices of his shadows distant and muted, like whispers through a wall. Even the summoning coordinates for shadow exchange had vanished. Something was blocking them, something powerful and deliberate. Jin-Woo's thoughts darkened as he asked the one question that could confirm his fear. Did the monster have a shadow? There was a short pause on the line but confirmed that it didn't. The creature had cloaked itself completely, even from Jin-Woo's reach. Back in Seoul, Leonard Newman watched as Thomas Andre strode confidently toward the beast. Nearby hunters stood in awe as the Goliath stepped onto the battlefield, squaring up against Rikon. Sensing the urgency, Thomas ordered them to start evacuating civilians, then turned his full focus to the enemy before him. The monarch's twisted grin widened as he recognized the threat in front of him, and without hesitation, he lunged. His massive claws slashed forward with terrifying speed, raking across Thomas's chest, but the blow barely slowed him down. Thomas's muscles coiled as he retaliated, with a bone-crushing punch that sent Riken's head whipping to the side. Dust exploded from the cracked ground as Thomas pressed in, another devastating blow following without pause. Yet Riken's expression didn't waver. If anything, the beast seemed thrilled. Without wasting another second, Thomas grabbed the monarch by the head and slammed him into the street. The impact shook nearby buildings and sent rubble flying. As the clash between the two titans raged, Cho Jong-in arrived at the scene, stepping out of his vehicle with urgency etched across. Cho Jong-in's face was tight with concern as his eyes scanned the chaos unfolding before him. "Status update on the evacuation?" he asked sharply. A subordinate rushed over, breathless, and reported that the process was still ongoing. Hunters from various guilds, including the Fiend Guild and the White Tiger Guild, were working together to clear civilians from the area. But Jong-in's attention had already shifted. He could feel it, an oppressive pressure that twisted in his gut like a vice. The sheer presence of the magical beast ahead was unlike anything he had ever felt. Not even the Jeju Island raid had carried this level of overwhelming dread. Something about this monster was fundamentally wrong. Watching from afar, his eyes narrowed as he studied the battle tearing through the city. What kind of monster could push Thomas Andre to this degree? In the heart of the destruction, Thomas didn't let up. His full-powered fist crashed into the beast monarch's jaw, sending the creature flying backward, carving a trench through the asphalt before slamming into a building. Concrete cracked and split under the force. But even that wasn't enough to bring the monster down. From within the dust, Riken burst forward with terrifying speed. His monstrous skull smashed into Thomas's torso like a battering ram, but the Goliath held firm. Bracing himself, Thomas dug his feet into the ground and absorbed the blow like a mountain. Then, with a thunderous roar, he wrapped his arms around Riken's waist and suplexed the beast into the pavement. The earth exploded beneath them. Shattered stone and debris rained across the battlefield. But even that wasn't enough. Riken retaliated in a blur. His clawed foot whipped around and struck Thomas in the jaw with monstrous force. The blow sent Thomas soaring into the air like a cannonball, debris trailing behind him like a comet. Landing lightly on the cracked asphalt, Riken stood tall, blood matting the fur at his jaw. He grinned, genuinely thrilled to have gained even the slightest edge. But Thomas wasn't fazed. A moment later, he landed on his feet, steady and unbroken. His eyes locked onto the beast monarch as he activated his reinforcement skill. Power surged through his frame. He was ready for round two. Meanwhile, the White Tiger Guild finally reached the subjugation site. Led by Baek Yoon-ho, they advanced cautiously. But before they could even organize, something massive slammed into the street nearby, sending a shockwave tearing through the air. Baek staggered slightly, his eyes drawn to the dust cloud rising before him. From within it, Riken emerged. His monstrous aura rippled across the area, pressing against the lungs and hearts of every hunter present. Baek's breath caught. That kind of mana. It was suffocating, far beyond anything he had ever felt. His eyes scanned the battlefield, and there he was. Thomas Andre, now fully clad in his colossal armor, a living juggernaut standing firm in the storm. The scale of what was unfolding left Baek speechless. He had fought monsters before. He had seen power. But this was something else entirely. Thomas caught sight of Baek's team and barked out a single order. "Take cover!" His voice thundered across the street. This wasn't a fight they could participate in. If they stepped in, they'd die. Riken's bloodlust intensified. His jaws opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Crimson eyes burned with hunger. Without warning, he prepared to charge once more. Instinctively, Baek began to shift into his beast form, his body responding to the primal threat before him. But before Baek could fully transform, Riken was suddenly right in front of him. Baek froze. His body refused to move. Instinct screamed at him. Stay still. Hide. Survive. The beast inside him knew better than to challenge the apex predator standing mere inches away. His knees trembled, and his transformation reversed on its own, reverting him back to human form. He couldn't even meet Raiken's eyes. Raiken didn't care. He simply passed by, uninterested, fixated on his true prey. Then the very ground seemed to rebel. Raiken extended his claws, ripping up debris and vehicles, lifting them into the air as if gravity itself had abandoned the battlefield. With a casual flick, he hurled the wreckage toward Thomas like missiles. But Thomas didn't flinch. He batted each projectile aside effortlessly, advancing step by relentless step toward the beast monarch. Then Thomas raised his hand, and the battlefield warped around him. His gravitational field expanded outward, pulling everything into his center, including Raiken. The beast monarch tried to resist, but the pull was relentless. In one swift, brutal motion, Thomas yanked Raiken toward him, raised both fists, and slammed them down onto the beast's back with the force of a collapsing mountain. The impact tore a crater into the street, but Thomas wasn't finished. He lunged forward, fists hammering down with machine-like precision, each blow cracking bone and shaking the earth. Blood sprayed across the concrete. The pavement shattered beneath the relentless assault. Still, Thomas struck. But something felt wrong. Even as he overwhelmed his opponent, a cold unease crept up his spine. It didn't make sense. He was winning. Yet the feeling of victory was completely absent. There was no fear in the monster's eyes, no desperation, only anticipation. Thomas raised his fist one last time, preparing to end it. Suddenly, Raiken caught it. Effortlessly, Thomas's eyes widened. The beast monarch stood tall, his form shifting grotesquely as bones snapped and reshaped. A thick coat of white fur enveloped him. Raiken chuckled darkly, amused that a mere puppet of a fragment had pushed him this far. But he was done playing. In the blink of an eye, his claws slashed forward faster than Thomas could track. The sound of tearing armor echoed as Thomas struggled to stay upright, pairing with every ounce of strength. But the assault didn't stop. Raiken grabbed him by the throat, his grin widening into a twisted mockery. A contest of strength. He crushed Thomas's armor in his grip. But the moment it cracked apart, Raiken blinked in surprise. Thomas was gone. Before he could react, arms coiled around Raiken's neck. From behind, Thomas had slipped past him, locking in a brutal chokehold. Clenching his teeth, Thomas tightened the hold with everything he had, trying to bring the monster down. Raiken didn't panic. He let out a bone-chilling growl, his head twisted unnaturally, rotating a full 180 degrees with a sickening snap. Thomas barely had time to react. The beast broke free, spun around, and seized him by the face. Raiken lifted him like a doll, then slammed him into the ground with a thunderous crash. The pavement split apart beneath him. The beast monarch climbed onto the fallen Thomas, his iron grip still clutching the hunter's face. Leaning in, his voice dripping with hunger, he was ready to devour Thomas whole. But before he could strike, a beam of searing magic tore through the air, crashing into Raiken's face and sending him tumbling backward. He skidded violently across the battlefield, the momentum dragging him away from his prey. With a furious snarl, Raiken rose, eyes blazing with rage, and turned to face the source of the attack. Leonard Neerman stood firm beside the fallen Thomas, mana swirling around him in a defiant aura. Despite the overwhelming threat, his stance remained unwavering. Leonard's heart pounded, breath shallow as the beast monarch fixed him with murderous eyes. A cold chill ran down his spine. Thomas, still conscious beneath him, recognized the danger. With a weak breath, he urged Leonard to run, to leave before death claimed them both. But Leonard shook his head, trembling, refusing to abandon his comrade. Knees shaking, teeth clenched, he stood his ground. No regrets. He had made his choice. Yet with each thunderous step, Raiken drew closer. That resolve began to crack. The sheer weight of the monster's presence pressed down on him like a mountain. Leonard's limbs locked in place. He had made the wrong choice. That much was clear. Raiken lunged forward, jaws wide open, aiming to end Leonard in a single brutal instant. Then a violent gust tore past him, followed by the deafening crash of something colliding hard against flesh and bone. Leonard's eyes shot open. Raken, just moments from devouring him, was now trapped, clamped between the massive jaws of Kaisel. The shadow dragon had descended from the sky, dragging the beast monarch away with explosive force, yanking him off course mid-lunge. Raken, suspended mid-air, twisted violently within Kaisel's grip. Wild slashes tore across the dragon's muzzle. Then in a flash of dark mist, Kaisel vanished, his form dissolving into nothingness. Raken dropped back to the earth, unharmed and still grinning, fangs bared in savage delight. But the shadows swirled again above. Something descended with blinding speed. In a sudden blur, Jin-Woo appeared out of thin air. With flawless control, he twisted mid-fall and struck Raken clean across the skull with a devastating leg kick. The impact thundered across the battlefield, sending the beast monarch crashing into the ground below, shattering concrete and rupturing earth beneath the force of the blow. Jin-Woo landed beside Leonard, calm and precise. Without wasting a second, he instructed, "Get Thomas to safety." Leonard snapped out of his daze, nodded sharply, and immediately helped the injured Goliath to his feet, dragging him away as fast as he could. Raken was already rising from the rubble, his massive form unshaken, his eyes locked onto Jin-Woo with cold fury. A fierce glare, but beneath it flickered something deeper. Recognition. He could sense it now. Unmistakably, the power of the Shadow Monarch coursed through the man standing before him. Rage twisted Raken's expression. Jin-Woo could feel the seething, killing intent radiating off the beast monarch. But something else tugged at his senses. There was more than one threat here. From the far side of the battlefield, a familiar frost-bitten chill crept in. Ice crackled and spread across the ground as the frost monarch emerged beside Raken. His voice was venomous, dripping with contempt as he spoke of the Shadow Monarch's secret pact with the Administrator, suggesting Jin-Woo's power was no accident, but a carefully orchestrated design. The air thickened, heavy with impending doom. Then from below, a sickening chorus of buzzing shattered the silence. Thousands of insects poured forth from sewer grates, swirling in a chaotic storm. They twisted, merged, and coalesced into a slender, yet menacing figure. The Queen of Insects had arrived. Croatia's piercing gaze locked onto Jin-Woo, her tone curious and hungry as she mused aloud, wondering how it might feel to devour a fellow monarch. Jin-Woo's expression turned cold. The battlefield had shifted. He wasn't facing a lone enemy anymore. 3 monarchs stood before him, each radiating ancient, world-ending power. System notifications flickered in his vision like relentless alarms. Frost Monarch, Beast Monarch, Plague Monarch, his sworn enemies. Both ends of the battlefield were sealed. Escape was impossible. But Jin-Woo didn't waver. With chilling calm, he gave a single command. The earth beneath him cracked open, dark shadows rising from the fissures. From the growing darkness, the Shadow Army surged forth in full force. Soldiers pouring out in thousands, covering the land like an unholy tide. At the front, Igorras and Iron charged directly at the Frost Monarch, their attacks synchronized and fierce. On the opposite flank, Tank let out a feral roar, lunging alongside Jimma toward Raken, eager to rend the Beast Monarch apart. Meanwhile, Baru and Greed moved with lethal grace, racing toward the Plague Monarch. Raken growled with amused disdain at the new Shadow Monarch's army, but Chillid remained unfazed. He inhaled deeply, then released a bone-chilling wind that swept across the battlefield like a death sentence. Sensing the incoming threat, Jin-Woo raised his daggers to block the icy storm rushing at him. But his summons were not so lucky. The Shadow Army, ready for battle moments ago, was now trapped in a prison of ice, encased in frozen silence. Slid's mocking voice echoed across the frozen street, belittling Jin-Woo's efforts. To him, the summons were nothing but insignificant, small fries. He found it laughable that Jin-Woo thought mere shadows could stand against the true monarchs. To Slid, the idea that a human had absorbed the full power of the Shadow Monarch was a cruel joke. From a distance, Carisha's voice rang out with lighthearted mockery, lamenting the fate of her insect children, now frozen solid. If seeing them again stirred anything, It was a twisted, cruel nostalgia. Jin-Woo stood unmoved, hand clenched tightly around Kamisha's wrath. The battle was far from over. The monarch's mocking voices echoed all around him, chilling the air with bitter reminders. The Shadow Monarch had once been the strongest among them, but none would allow their power to be underestimated again. Despite the frozen battlefield and the overwhelming might of his enemies, Jin-Woo's rage burned hotter than ever. With a defiant growl, he shattered the ice encasing his dagger. Locking eyes with the Frost Monarch, he pointed his blade directly at him, his voice cold and resolute. "I will kill you, Sealed, no matter the cost." The Frost Monarch's face twisted in furious disdain. With a flick of his hand, the frozen earth erupted, summoning monstrous golems, towering behemoths of ice and stone, ready to crush everything in their path. Meanwhile, the Plague Monarch joined the fray, reanimating corpses strewn across the battlefield. Grotesque, spider-like abominations skittered forward, hungry for blood. But Jin-Woo struck first. Moving like a ghost, his twin daggers sliced through the air with deadly precision. One by one, he shredded the human spider abominations leaping at him, a colossal ice golem charge, bringing down its massive foot in a devastating stomp. The impact swept the area clear. Yet Jin-Woo timed his move perfectly, flashing past the attack and cleaving the golem's head clean off. Two more golems lunged, claws poised to rend him apart. Ruthless and relentless, Jin-Woo pierced them both, shattering their icy forms into jagged debris. Without hesitation, he launched himself like a missile toward the Frost Monarch. Selid barely had time to react. In the blink of an eye, Jin-Woo appeared before him, daggers raised for the killing blow. But just as Kamisha's wrath descended, Raken intervened. With a savage slash from behind, claws raked toward Jin-Woo, but he slipped through effortlessly. Moments later, the sharp clash of steel and claw rang across the battlefield. Raken smirked, mocking Jin-Woo's audacity. Convinced no blade could harm him, but Kamisha's wrath was no ordinary weapon. It sliced clean through Raken's wrist, severing it completely. Blood sprayed across the ground as the Beast Monarch howled in disbelief. Jin-Woo had no time to savor the strike. A new threat appeared. Kuresha, descending mid-air, hurled a mana-infused hand at him. Jin-Woo barely dodged the magical strike. At the same moment, Raken calmly began reattaching his severed wrist. Exhaling sharply, Jin-Woo realized the battle was far from over. All three monarchs advanced in deadly synchronization, the Frost Monarch with his towering golems, the Plague Monarch with her twisted abominations, the Beast Monarch, fully regenerated and snarling. Just as the situation seemed bleak, a sharp crack of ice sounded behind him. Jin-Woo spun around to see a familiar figure breaking free. Baru, his powerful ant commander, shattered the ice prison with a piercing screech. Driven by an overwhelming instinct to protect his king, Baru burst forth, roaring through the street. The Frost Monarch stared in disbelief, stunned that one of Jin-Woo's shadow soldiers had broken his binding spell. He was struck by the realization that a commander-level entity like Baru was under human control. Even the Beast Monarch faltered briefly, recognizing Baru's might. To him, Baru was nothing short of a god of destruction, but the Queen of Insects showed no fear. With disdain, she called Baru a disobedient child and extended her hand to crush him mid-air. Baru didn't flinch. Enraged, he darted forward and shredded her mana-infused hand with ease. The Plague Monarch reeled back, shocked and momentarily subdued. Baru returned to Jin-Woo's side, kneeling with reverence. His words brimmed with admiration for his king's strength. Yet there was no time for pride. The dead stirred once more. Twisted corpses surged forward, racing to overwhelm them. Jin-Woo and Baru shifted into attack mode, tearing mercilessly through the oncoming hordes. But amid the chaos, Kuresha struck, her deadly attack piercing through Baru's defenses. Jin-Woo spun to aid him, but before he could reach his fallen commander, a colossal shadow darkened the sky. A massive palm crashed down on Jin-Woo with earth-shattering force, hurling him into a nearby building. Dust and rubble clouded the air. Dazed and struggling, Jin-Woo fought to rise, but before he could regain full awareness, His gaze lifted, and a hailstorm of ice arrows rained down like a deadly spear storm from the sky. Thousands of sharp projectiles cascaded toward him, each one meant to kill. Yet Jin-Woo didn't flinch. He stood firm, deflecting every arrow with flawless precision. From atop an icy spire, the Frost Monarch watched, a flicker of reluctant admiration in his cold eyes. With a smug grin, Selid taunted, "How long can you endure this onslaught from every direction, human?" Before the taunt could finish, a dagger shot through Selid's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the blade lodged in his body. And then, raising his gaze, he found Jin-Woo standing before him, cold, unwavering. In a voice as sharp as the dagger piercing him, Jin-Woo declared, "You won't leave this battlefield alive. I promise you that." Selid's blood surged with fury. That a mere human had landed such a blow on a monarch was a brutal insult. Jin-Woo watched the monarch's face twist in rage, realizing something crucial. Piercing the heart wasn't enough. Not for a monarch. He needed to do much more. Without hesitation, Jin-Woo flipped Kamisha's wrath into a reverse grip and lunged forward. His movements blurred as he unleashed a brutal flurry of slashes, tearing through ice and air in a relentless storm meant to overwhelm Selid's defenses. But the Frost Monarch didn't falter. Instead, he let out a slow, confident smile. He wasn't alone. Behind Jin-Woo, the Beast Monarch moved with deadly silence, like a shadow. With a low, guttural growl, Raken summoned his weapon. In one fluid motion, he brought it crashing down across Jin-Woo's back. The savage blade tore through flesh and armor alike. Jin-Woo's body buckled, blood spraying from his mouth. From a distance, Baru let out a piercing scream, anguish cutting through the chaos as he watched his king struck so viciously. But Baru's cry was cut short. The Queen of Insects loomed over him with twisted pride. "I am the mother of all insects," she hissed, grabbing Baru by the torso. Baru thrashed violently, roaring in fury, but no matter how hard he struggled, the crushing weight of her mana held him tight. He couldn't reach Jin-Woo. Not like this. Jin-Woo dropped to his knees, breath ragged, trying to steady himself after the brutal blow. The Beast Monarch raised his weapon once more, ready to deliver the finishing strike. But in that moment, Baru's rage exploded. His voice rang out across the battlefield, calling his king's name, summoning the shadows to rise and defend their lord. The ice beneath them fractured with a deafening crack, deep spiderweb cracks splintering outward. Then glowing red eyes pierced through the darkness beneath. Greed was the first to break free, bursting forth in response to Baru's desperate cry. One by one, the higher-ranking shadows shattered their icy prisons. Igorus, flames blazing, sword raised, iron stomping forward, shield ready, Tusk already weaving deadly magic. Their thunderous roars echoed across the battlefield. They rallied, driven by one unyielding purpose, to destroy anything threatening their king. From a distance, Selid and Raken watched the growing storm. The monarchs could feel the tide shifting, yet neither dared to retreat. Not yet. Selid glanced down at Jin-Woo, noting the deep wounds staining his hunter's gear with blood. The human was falling apart. The end was near, or so Selid believed. Jin-Woo slowly lifted his head, a faint, almost cruel smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. His voice, calm and cold enough to send a shiver through the air, broke the tense silence. With deliberate ease, he activated status effect recovery. As if time itself bent to his will, the wounds covering his body began to knit closed. Slow at first, then rapidly accelerating, sealing flesh and bone with each passing second. The monarchs watched in stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief. The man they had all thought was on the brink of death was rising once more. His body steadied, breaths deepened, and his eyes burned with a fierce, renewed fire that seemed to challenge the very fate written for him. Far beyond the battlefield in Seoul, the catastrophic showdown had gripped the entire world. Across continents and oceans, people paused their lives, captivated by live broadcasts. Eyes were glued to the screen as Jin-Woo stood alone, a single human against three ancient monarchs. Back in Korea, Leonard stood among the few who could even comprehend the unfolding chaos. Nearby, Thomas Andre lay surrounded by healers, his voice weak but urgent. What's happening out there? Even Leonard struggled to answer. The scene wasn't a battle, it was an apocalypse in motion. From another vantage point, Beck watched, eyes wide with awe. He had always known Jin-Woo's potential was terrifying, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. The raw, oppressive pressure radiating from Jin-Woo was unlike anything Beck had ever felt. Then the battlefield erupted again. Igor and Iron charged at the Beast Monarch with devastating force, their assault shaking the very earth beneath them. Simultaneously, Tusk and Greed launched a deadly pincer strike against the Frost Monarch, attacking from opposite flanks with terrifying precision. Meanwhile, Baru had just shattered Croce's grotesque grasp, slicing through the twisted fingers that tried to crush him. Enraged, the Plague Monarch lunged at Baru, a blur of venom and fury, but she didn't notice the shadow behind her. Jin-Woo was already there, daggers drawn, eyes gleaming with quiet but lethal rage. His mind flickered to the architect's prophecy, that he would perish by a pillar of flame holding up the world. But nowhere had it said the pillar couldn't fall. With a deadly swipe, Jin-Woo slashed downward, his blade slicing clean through Croce's body. The Plague Monarch screamed in agony, staggering back as Jin-Woo landed beside her, blades still dripping with venom. But even before he could catch his breath, her grotesque body began to twist and reform. Limbs torn and mangled, knitting back together with unnatural speed, flesh reweaving like a nightmarish puzzle. Fury ignited within her as she unleashed a wave of poisonous energy, a noxious miasma that thickened the air and choked the battlefield. But Jin-Woo stood unmoved, calm and resolute. He knew this poison was powerless against him. The system had already detoxified every trace of her venomous assault. Croatia shrieked, rage boiling over, her form twisting once again, monstrous and wild, towering insect limbs ending in razor-sharp mandibles snapping as she lunged forward. Mid-charge, her body suddenly froze, suspended in midair like a puppet caught by invisible strings. Silently, Jin-Woo had activated Ruler's authority. The Plague Monarch trembled, paralyzed, her limbs locked in place beneath the overwhelming invisible pressure. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed, unwavering. Without a word, he drove her backward with a single powerful strike. Then, with lethal intent, he activated mutilation. His movements became a deadly blur, each slash fueled by Kamisha's wrath, his blade glowing with dark, destructive energy. Croatia could do nothing but watch in horror as Jin-Woo's blades tore into her again and again. Relentless, cold, and precise. Her grotesque form shattered beneath the onslaught, breaking apart like brittle glass. Jin-Woo passed through her crumbling body, halting only when he reached the far side, his aura pulsing with pure, unmatched power. Behind him, the Plague Monarch's twisted body collapsed, disintegrating piece by piece, devoured by the force of his relentless strikes. In her final moments, she felt it, the pull of something vast and eternal, an all-consuming darkness drawing her into oblivion. With her last breath, she stared in awe at the brilliance of that overwhelming force. A notification flickered into view, confirming the defeat of Croatia, the Plague Monarch. Moments later, a cascade of alerts followed. Jin-Woo had leveled up. Salid, watching from a distance, trembled in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Jin-Woo wielded the Shadow Monarch's power with such devastating efficiency. That power, once feared across the cosmos, was now rising again through a human host. But the Beast Monarch dismissed the Frost Monarch's fears with a scoff, clutching Beirut by the neck. Raken sneered, mocking Jin-Woo's reliance on his summons. An incomplete monarch, he spat, could never stand against us. Beirut let out a pained screech, his form flickering, his life force draining rapidly. Jin-Woo's heart raced at the sight. Panic surged as he desperately tried to recall Baru. But the system denied his command. Cold, irrevocable. Fury exploded inside Jin-Woo. Without hesitation, he lunged at Raken, delivering a devastating blow that sent the Beast Monarch hurtling backward and broke Baru free from his crushing grip. Baru dropped to the ground, barely clinging to life, but alive. The weight of battle bore down on Jin-Woo, but there was no time to recover. Selid, stirred by Raken's earlier words, began to transform. His body swelled grotesquely as an icy glacier spiraled into the sky, frost and smoke curling from his mouth. With cold disdain, he warned Jin-Woo, "You place too much faith in power that lacks a true owner." Fully transformed, Selid stood unscathed, wielding a trident pulsing with otherworldly energy. His voice was like frost as he declared, "I will trap your shadow army in a vicious cycle of healing and death, turning them into parasites that slowly drain your mana." With a roar, he lunged forward, the trident swinging with a chilling aura. Jin-Woo blocked with his daggers, but the sheer force sliced into his shoulder, blood spraying across the shattered ground. Selid didn't relent. He spun the trident and slammed it into the earth, fracturing the battlefield beneath them. Before the crushing blow could land again, Jin-Woo vanished. Clid blinked, scanning the terrain. Suddenly, Jin-Woo reappeared behind him, daggers aimed for the Frost Monarch's eyes. Clid twisted just in time to avoid the strike and countered with a brutal hit to Jin-Woo's torso. Ribs shattered. Blood burst from Jin-Woo's mouth as his body was hurled like a ragdoll. Despite the blow, Jin-Woo regained his footing, breath ragged, pain burning through every nerve. He had underestimated Clid's speed. This wasn't the opponent he'd faced before. Clid advanced, eyes cold and focused. Their weapons clashed in a deadly flurry, each swing faster, heavier, more lethal than the last. Jin-Woo watched every movement, analyzed every breath and shift in mana flow, seeking the smallest opening. But Clid didn't flinch. This fight was already decided in his mind. With weapons now in both hands, the Frost Monarch unleashed a storm of ice. Before the attack could land, Jin-Woo slipped behind him, eyes locked on his target, thinking he'd finally found his moment to strike. But just as he moved, Clid turned with a smirk. Suddenly, everything froze. Jin-Woo's body stopped, his strength drained in an instant. The world turned dark as searing pain erupted through his chest. Silence fell. Nearby hunters stood in stunned disbelief. Claws, sharp and merciless, pierced through Jin-Woo's back. Blood poured from the wounds, soaking the earth behind him. Fully transformed into his monstrous werewolf form, Raken, the beast monarch, grinned as his claws sank deeper. Jin-Woo's body trembled violently, breath faltering as blood spilled relentlessly from his lips. The harsh truth settled deep within him. He had been caught, and death was staring coldly into his eyes. His strength waned rapidly with each heartbeat lost to the crimson tide. The daggers slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the shattered earth with a sharp metallic clang. Though his body weakened, his mind fought fiercely to hold on. This should have been manageable, he thought bitterly. I leveled up. I'm stronger now. Yet this brutal reality, it's undeniable. The Frost Monarch stepped forward, each measured pace chilling the air around them further. In his hand, he held one of Jin-Woo's own daggers, now cruelly encased in a shimmering sheath of ice. Without hesitation, Sayla drove the frozen blade deep into Jin-Woo's chest. Blood gushed from the wound, crimson staining the ground beneath. A sneer curled on the monarch's lips, daring Jin-Woo to try and heal as he had before. Twisting the blade mercilessly, Sayla mocked, "You are still incomplete, a broken imitation of the true Shadow Monarch." As Jin-Woo's life force drained, the Frost Monarch continued his grim sermon. "Once our army arrives, mountains of corpses will blanket the earth, rivers will run thick with blood. Your homeland will suffer a fate crueler than death. I will freeze every living being in Korea, trap them in eternal suffering, neither dead nor alive." Jin-Woo could do nothing but endure the horrifying vision. Cold, like creeping frost, spread through his veins. His limbs grew numb, his senses dulled, his vision dimmed until darkness swallowed all. He sank deep into an endless void, cold, quiet, absolute. Then, as if the abyss itself had a voice, a message echoed through the silence. "Player HP has reached 0. Another followed instantly, cruel in its finality. "The player has died." Everything fell still. The notifications vanished. until the screen flickered once more. A new message appeared from the void. Player possesses the black heart. A new window opened, revealing all requirements for an unknown passive skill have been met. Without delay, the system activated the hidden skill. A searing light burst through the surrounding darkness, engulfing everything in a blinding blaze. The next instant, Jin-Woo's eyes flew open. His body was drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling in sharp, ragged bursts. He gasped, struggling to steady his breath as scattered thoughts crashed through his mind. Memories of the battlefield and his final moments flooded back in vivid, sharp detail. His hand instinctively flew to his chest. The lingering sting of the ice dagger still etched deeply into his nerves. Yet, he was alive. Just moments ago, he had been locked in a brutal fight for survival against the monarchs. Now it all felt distant, like a fading nightmare slipping away with the morning light. But one thing was clear. Jin-Woo was in a hospital. Confusion gnawed at him as he sat up slowly, disoriented. The sterile room around him felt both familiar and alien. The door suddenly opened, and Woo Gin-chul stepped in, accompanied by a subordinate. Jin-Woo's eyes widened in disbelief. Breathless, he asked, "Did the chairman survive the monarch's assault?" Gin-chul blinked, clearly taken aback by the question. After a scoff, he corrected him sharply. "I'm not the chairman. I'm the chief inspector of the surveillance team. I've come to question you about the moving statues." With a cautious stare, Gin-chul then asked, "How do you even know me? This is our first meeting." Jin-Woo's heart pounded wildly. Nothing made sense. As Gin-chul's words drifted through the room, explaining how the surveillance team and White Tiger Guild found Jin-Woo unconscious, Jin-Woo's focus slipped away. He wasn't listening anymore. He recognized this place. He'd been here before. After the double dungeon, 2 weeks ago, he'd spent time recovering in this very hospital bed. The deja vu was overwhelming. Gin-chul offhandedly remarked, "You look different from your photo." Those words deepened Jin-Woo's growing disconnection from reality. Everything pointed to one terrifying truth. The timeline had shifted. He was caught between the past and something far more ominous. Trying to maintain his composure, Jin-Woo excused himself, insisting he needed time to think. He dressed quickly, the confusion still clouding his mind. But amid the chaos of swirling thoughts, one thing was undeniable. His stats remained intact, as did Kamish's wrath. Somehow he had returned to the past, carrying everything with him. Before he could fully process what was happening, the door burst open. Jenna, his sister, stood there, staring at him with wide eyes. Shock and disbelief etched deeply across her face. She stammered, struggling to find words. "Are you really Jin-Woo?" Jin-Woo brushed aside her concern, telling her he had to leave urgently and that he was going to the Hunter Association to resign. Jenna's eyes widened at the sudden declaration. Resignation was the last thing she ever expected from her brother. Then Jin-Woo's gaze shifted toward the quiet figure behind her, Han Song-yi. Without missing a beat, he told her not to abandon her studies to become a hunter. Song-yi blinked, clearly shaken, asking how he even knew her name. They had never met before. But Jin-Woo had already turned away, lost in thought. The shadows were gone, erased completely, but he would rebuild them. What mattered now was uncovering the truth behind this reset, how it had happened and why. Upon arriving at the Hunter Association, he submitted himself for re-evaluation, but the device used to measure magical power failed entirely to produce a reading. The staff was stunned, but Jin-Woo didn't care. He already knew what they were whispering behind his back, and he had no interest in proving himself again. He only wanted one thing, a meeting with the chairman. When an employee offered to guide him, Jin-Woo politely declined, stating that he already knew where the office was. As he walked the familiar halls, the employee stood frozen, puzzled. How could an outsider like Jin-Woo possibly know the layout so well? At last, Jin-Woo reached President Go's office. Stepping inside, his expression shifted ever so slightly, a trace of old memory flickering behind his calm eyes. It had been a long time since he last stood before the chairman. President Go greeted him with a light chuckle, noting how Jin-Woo seemed to know his way around. heading straight to him after receiving his test results. The chairman's tone turned direct, ready to discuss the formalities and paperwork, but Jin-Woo's mind was elsewhere. Just as the conversation began, a translucent message blinked across his vision, asking if he wished to restart the world. But Jin-Woo dismissed it, pushing it to the edge of his consciousness. There were more important matters to handle first. As President Go began speaking, Jin-Woo cut in, not with a request, but with a proposal. It was a deal. He wanted the association to change its regulations, to officially recognize summoned creatures as raid participants. In return, he would eliminate the Jeju Island ants once and for all. The chairman blinked, momentarily thrown off by the absurdity of the demand. He reminded Jin-Woo that countless elite hunters had already failed, that Jeju Island had become a graveyard for the strongest among them. But before he could finish, his words faltered. The air shifted. Something unseen, yet impossibly heavy, began to build around Jin-Woo. Dark energy surged upward from him like smoke, thick, oppressive, heavier than gravity itself. President Go froze, breath catching in his throat. The magnitude of Jin-Woo's presence, it wasn't human. It wasn't even from this world. It was too vast, too foreign. Jin-Woo, entirely calm amid the crushing pressure, locked eyes with the chairman and declared without pride or hesitation that this was something only he could do. But President Go wasn't listening anymore. His thoughts reeled, trying to comprehend the unnatural force sitting calmly before him, and then suddenly Jin-Woo's vision blurred. A rush of memories tore through him like a flood. The cycle had begun again, dragging his mind through timelines like a storm. He remembered the dungeon of lizards, where Hwang Dong-soo and his team had tried to betray him, and died for it. Then came Kang Tae-shik, the assassin in disguise whose blade never found its mark. The Red Gate, he was there again, facing the white-furred beast that would become Tank. The Hunters Guild raid followed, where high orcs fell one by one, and Tusk bowed in surrender. The system's notification kept flashing before his eyes, restarting the world. Over and over, the same message, the same scenes. The demon castle, where he'd claimed hellfire and brought his mother back from her endless sleep. Jeju Island, where Baru had first knelt and sworn loyalty. A battlefield soaked in ant blood. But it didn't stop. It kept going. The same story, the same rise, the same ending, on repeat. It was maddening, and it wasn't real. Something was behind this, controlling it, forcing him through a nightmare of repetition. Frustration boiled in his chest. He screamed into the void, rejecting the illusion. Whatever was doing this, he was going to find it, and end it. Then it came to him, something external, something watching, laughing. A wave of raw power surged outward as a shadowy domain erupted beneath Jin-Woo's feet, swallowing everything it touched. The system responded violently, bombarding him with a relentless stream of notifications, each flashing the same question. Would you like to restart the world? And then he felt it, a presence, something ancient, vast, and terrifying, drawing closer through the thick veil of shadows.
Jin-Woo turned, and from the heart of the devouring darkness a lone figure emerged. Its silhouette was sharp and deliberate, slicing through the black fog like a blade. Clad in gleaming, intricately etched black armor, the being moved forward with the quiet authority of one who didn't simply exist here, but belonged, like death incarnate wearing a crown. Then, a voice. Deep, resonant, ancient. It echoed through the void as the figure extended a temptation to Jin-Woo. Remain in this world forever, wrapped in the warmth of an endless dream. But Jin-Woo's instincts screamed in warning. This world was too perfect, too still. He saw through the illusion immediately, his gaze razor-sharp, cutting through the deception. It was a lie, a carefully crafted trap. He met the figure's gaze, cold and unwavering, and demanded the truth. What was the real purpose behind this offer? And the response was calm, measured, and terrifying. The figure told Jin-Woo that he hadn't created this dream world, not him. It was Jin-Woo himself who had crafted this illusion. The words struck deep. Jin-Woo's heart skipped a beat.
It didn't make sense. But the figure continued, his form shifting, cycling through countless human appearances as he stepped forward. He explained that this world had been born from Jin-Woo's own desires, his desperation to fix the past, to undo the pain, to erase regret. That longing, combined with his vast power, had manifested this place, a realm of death, a territory of rest, a cage made of peace, a prison made from dreams. Jin-Woo stood frozen as the weight of the truth settled in. The figure pressed further. He explained that Jin-Woo had resisted death countless times, had defied it again and again, had danced along the edge of oblivion with every breath. But death had always been watching, waiting, and now death stood before him. Death, no longer a stranger but something deeper, closer, a mirror. The figure declared that he wasn't just a bystander, he was a reflection, a piece of Jin-Woo, the embodiment of everything he had struggled against, a shadow born of his soul. His voice was calm, but overwhelming as he claimed his identity. Death itself, eternal rest, endless terror, the other half of Jin-Woo's soul. He told Jin-Woo this domain, this dark dimension, was his own creation. Within it, Jin-Woo could do anything, create, destroy, reshape existence. It was his dominion, his stage. And because of that, their powers were the same, equal, kindred. They were two kings standing in the same domain. And finally, the figure removed the last veil. With a voice both regal and final, he revealed himself as the Shadow Monarch, the King of Death, ruler of the deepest abyss. Jin-Woo, still reeling from the weight of the revelations, steadied his breath and demanded, his voice calm but clearly shaken, "Why him? Why was he chosen?" The Shadow Monarch's response came like thunder rolling across an empty void. His voice was vast, ageless and unshakable as he promised, "I will show you everything, the beginning, the end, the truth behind your existence." Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Jin-Woo's body remained motionless, encased in a prison of jagged ice. The Beast Monarch stood above him, cold certainty in his eyes. To him, the battle was over. Jin-Woo was dead. From a distance, Thomas Andre watched, his instincts flaring. Something felt wrong. Something had changed. He could no longer sense Jin-Woo's presence, and confusion edged into his voice as he questioned aloud what had just happened. Leonard stood beside him, struggling to find words, though deep down he knew. They all knew. Beck's voice trembled with disbelief, the horrifying realization creeping in. If Jin-Woo had truly fallen, who now stood between the monarchs and the destruction of mankind? But just as despair threatened to swallow them, a shift in the air froze the world in place. The Frost Monarch, standing tall in what he believed was triumph, suddenly felt it. A surge of mana, dark, ancient, furious, erupting from the ice around Jin-Woo's body. His eyes widened, mouth parting in stunned disbelief. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. Neither could Raken. The Beast Monarch's expression twisted in shock as a brutal truth hit him squarely in the chest. The black heart was beating again. Slowly at first, then faster. A power long buried, long feared, now awakening. The true Shadow Monarch was rising, reborn from death itself. Panic overtook both monarchs as they lunged toward Jin-Woo's frozen form, desperate to stop the resurrection. They couldn't let him return. Not like this. Not at full strength. But before their attacks could land, Raken was met with a crushing blow to the face. The sheer force hurled him back, vision spinning from the impact. Before either monarch could recover, another strike slammed into them, an explosion of strength that sent their bodies crashing to the ground in a storm of shattered stone and smoke. And then, he landed, graceful, precise. A lone figure stepped into the chaos, his presence undeniable. With a single swift motion, he unsheathed two gleaming daggers, their dark steel catching the light like twin fangs drawn for war. It was Sunil Huan, clad in a shimmering golden robe, who now stood between the monarchs and Jin-Woo. His presence was like a radiant wall of divine fury. An imposing figure, his voice, low but absolute, echoed across the battlefield as he declared, From this moment forward, no one will lay a hand on my son. With that vow, the battlefield stilled. Meanwhile, cut off from reality, Jin-Woo had stepped fully into the Shadow Monarch's realm. And there, the truth began to unravel, a tale as old as the cosmos itself. In the beginning, in a world far removed from Earth, there existed only light and darkness. From this duality, the absolute being, a god beyond comprehension, forged creation. With boundless power, he split the light to craft divine warriors, the emissaries of God, and fractured the darkness to birth the 8 monarchs, beings of unparalleled destruction. Each force was born with a purpose, the monarchs to destroy and the emissaries to protect. Thus began an endless war, one that spanned time itself. Their battles scarred worlds, their clashes tore across realms, and yet there was no victor, no peace, only an eternal cycle of annihilation. Among the emissaries, the brightest fragment of light, once pure, grew weary. The bloodshed, the countless lifetimes of slaughter, had hollowed even him. In his desperation, he sought the absolute being, begged for understanding, for power, for a way to bring the madness to an end. But the absolute being offered nothing. No answer, no comfort. He simply watched. And in that silence, the emissary saw the truth. The war was not sacred. It was entertainment. The so-called God they worshipped did not want peace. Their blind devotion had been a farce, their obedience meaningless, and so faith shattered. Rage followed. The emissaries turned their blades, not toward the monarchs, but toward their creator. A rebellion began, not born of hatred, but of clarity. The war had never mattered. None of it did. And if the absolute being would not end it, then they would. All but one, the glowing figure standing at the front of the celestial army, the 6-winged being of divine majesty. He alone refused to turn his back on their maker. He stood, blade in hand, defending the throne. That lone warrior was him, Ashbourne, the being who would become the Shadow Monarch. His loyalty meant nothing in the end. His armies were crushed, his efforts shattered, and as he fell, he believed it was over. But death did not claim him. In the endless dark, he awakened. Something stirred within him, a sliver of power the absolute being had left behind, a contingency hidden deep in his soul. The divine light that once filled him had vanished. His wings were gone, burnt and broken. In their place, he crafted armor from the abyss itself. From that rebirth, the Shadow Monarch was born, not an emissary, not a servant of light, but the ruler of death itself. He became the king of the dead. With his new power and a legion built from the fallen, he returned to the battlefield. But it was already over. The other fragments of brilliant light had turned on their creator and slain the absolute being. In their victory, they named themselves rulers, new gods of a new era. They took up the divine relics left behind, tools infused with the absolute being's power, and used them to purge the monarchs from existence. One by one they fell. Ligia, the king of giants, was among the first, defeated and imprisoned. His loss shattered the delicate balance between light and dark. The monarchs realized then, without unity, they would all perish. And so, they turned to the only one powerful enough to rival the rulers, the Shadow Monarch. From that moment on, he no longer fought for the absolute being, nor stood as an emissary of light. He embraced who he had become, Ashbourne, the Shadow Monarch. With each battle, his army of the dead grew. Every soul lost became a new blade in his war, every corpse a soldier in his command. When the war reached its peak, he forged an alliance with the army of destruction, led by the terrifying king of berserk dragons. The very earth trembled beneath their combined fury. But such power bred fear, even among his own. The monarch of white flames and the beast monarch grew wary. In secret, they conspired. Their betrayal came swift, merciless. The shadow army was nearly annihilated. The beast monarch fled, abandoning even his own, while Baran, king of demons, paid the price with his life. In the aftermath, 4 rulers descended from the heavens, their presence crushing yet still. Ashbourne stood, ready to fight even in ruin, but they did not strike. Instead, they knelt. One among them addressed him not as an enemy, but as a legend, as the greatest fragment of brilliant light. With reverence, they asked for forgiveness. The war, they said, had lost all meaning. But to Ashbourne, their words were ash on the wind. Rage boiled inside him. How dare they speak of peace? How dare they speak of regret? As one ruler humbly admitted that they too had once served the absolute being, the Shadow Monarch's fury ignited. He grabbed the speaker by the face, his grip unyielding. That confession did not bring closure. It deepened the wound. They had betrayed not just their god, but their purpose. But still the ruler's voice was calm. He reminded Ashbourne that of all beings, he knew the burden of rebellion. He had carried sorrow. He had drowned in fury. Yet even now, in the cold echoes of war, they did not ask for mercy, only for peace. And for a moment, just a moment, Ashbourne's grip loosened. He gazed upward, and for the first time, he saw them. The army of brilliant light, his former comrades. But there was no hostility in their eyes, no defiance, only allegiance. They saluted him not as an enemy, but as one of their own. Overwhelmed, the Shadow Monarch, Ashbourne, felt a rare and crushing helplessness. Even with all the power he had amassed, peace remained beyond his reach. Revenge had been his only anchor through the ages, but now, even war had begun to lose its meaning. So he made a choice. A final, quiet decision. He would go into hiding. Before disappearing, he sealed the Monarch of White Flames within himself, ensuring that no other traitor would rise behind him. His plan was simple: recover his strength, wait for the right moment, and then return to finish what was started, to eliminate the Beast Monarch's forces once and for all. But in his absence, the balance shifted. Without his strength, the monarchs weakened and were eventually hunted down one by the rulers. And when he finally emerged from the shadows, the last of the monarchs were already fleeing, slipping through dimensional cracks to escape justice. He barely had time to react before Antares, the Dragon King, stepped in, forbidding any further conflict. Unlike the others, Antares understood the harsh truth of survival. Power was all that mattered. And so, reluctantly, the Shadow Monarch was welcomed back into the monarch's ranks. Together they sought a new world, a quiet place, far from the ruler's eyes, where they could rebuild, evolve, and one day return to finish their war. That world was Earth. Jin-Woo stood frozen in thought, images flashing across his mind, visions of cities engulfed in flames, of death and devastation too vivid to be imagined. He had seen them before, deep within the demon castle, long ago. He turned to the Shadow Monarch, his voice low and shaken, asking if what he'd seen was a vision of the future. But the monarch's answer chilled him. This wasn't a prophecy. It was a memory, a record of what had already come to pass. The horror he witnessed had already happened. Earth had already burned. The Shadow Monarch continued, his voice deep and resonant, explaining that the monarchs were creatures of destruction. It was written into their very being, and the rulers, those divine rebels, were tasked with preserving balance in the remnants of a broken universe left behind by the absolute being. When the rulers learned of the monarch's movement toward Earth, they responded, but too late. Humanity had already been decimated, cities reduced to rubble, lives extinguished. Enraged by their failure, the rulers took a desperate measure. They turned to a forbidden relic, the chalice of reincarnation, a divine artifact imbued with the absolute being's essence. With it, they reversed time, 10 full years to undo the ruin. But this act came at a terrible cost. Earth, fragile and devoid of natural mana, was not prepared to bear the weight of another war. Whether the rulers or the monarchs prevailed, the world would be left in ashes. Faced with this hopeless truth, the rulers made a cruel but necessary decision. They could not save everyone, so they chose to save a few. And that was the moment hunters were born, humans gifted with fragments of power. With strength meant to endure the storm, mankind became the last hope standing between the collision of monarchs and rulers. Jin-Woo stood deep in thought, the crushing weight of truth pressing down on his chest. The demon king he had once fought, a towering beast from his past, was not some random entity but merely a fragment, a lingering memory of the Shadow Monarch himself. The chilling reality settled into Jin-Woo's bones. The world had already been destroyed, again and again. This cycle of annihilation and rebirth hadn't just begun, it had repeated endlessly. The Shadow Monarch confirmed it. The so-called higher beings, monarchs and rulers alike, could not directly alter time, but they could observe its shifts, watching how the cup of reincarnation twisted fate again and again, giving mortals a fleeting chance to survive. The rulers had used it to steer reality back on course while the monarchs evolved, adapting their strategies with every reset, learning, mutating, striking smarter, harder, faster. But now even that divine artifact had reached its limit. The resets were over. That revelation unsettled Jin-Woo more than anything. If the gods themselves were constrained by the rules of reality, what hope did anything else have of enduring? The Shadow Monarch's voice was quiet, but resolute. No power is truly infinite, not even the cup of reincarnation, not even the absolute being, who had once shaped galaxies with a whisper, yet still fell to his own creations. Jin-Woo's voice wavered slightly as he questioned the impossible. How could the created destroy their creator? But the Shadow Monarch's answer was brutally simple. It was no different from humans falling to the machines they built. The monarchs had surpassed servitude. They'd learned, evolved, and like the rulers, they too began forging new plans. The rulers had gifted humanity with strength to face magical beasts. The monarchs mirrored that strategy, but with far darker intent. They would descend into the world using human vessels, hiding their true forms within bodies strong enough to carry their destructive essence. Their goal wasn't slow conquest. It was total slaughter, a swift ambush that would crush the rulers' forces the moment they arrived. And for that, they needed hosts powerful enough to endure a monarch's soul. But there was a problem. Both the Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Destruction held power far too vast for any ordinary body. Few, if any, could survive such a burden. That's when the architect stepped forward. The most brilliant mage ever to serve the monarchs, once loyal to a long-dead king, offered a solution. He proposed a way to create the perfect vessel, in exchange for an imperishable body of his own. But the Shadow Monarch's power was forged in death. No living body was ever meant to contain it. Still, the architect remained undeterred. With relentless obsession, he created a system, an autonomous entity designed to seek out a human who could endure the crushing weight of that divine darkness. Years passed, candidates failed, dozens, hundreds, and then, the system found Jin-Woo, a young man who had never been strong, who had walked the razor's edge of mortality his entire life, yet never succumbed. Somehow, he always survived. That paradox intrigued the Shadow Monarch, and despite the architect's objections, the decision was made. Jin-Woo was chosen. He was the living record of struggle, the proof of endless defiance. The monarch called him his reward, the very embodiment of suffering turned strength. But Jin-Woo's thoughts raced, struggling to accept the truth. How could he have been worthy? But even after passing every trial, some part of him had always believed he wasn't strong enough. The Shadow Monarch corrected him with calm finality. He hadn't been. Not at first. That's why the system existed. To reshape his very soul, slowly and methodically rebuilding his body and mind into a vessel worthy of inheritance. And still, a question gnawed at Jin-Woo. Why betray the architect? For the first time, the Shadow Monarch faltered. A flicker of regret crossed his face. His voice, when it came, was quiet but heavy, each syllable thick with the weight of eons. He spoke of the ruler's apology, the monarch's treachery, and of war, years, centuries, spent watching Jin-Woo from the shadows. Slowly, something had changed. The more he watched, the more he felt it. The pull, the connection, the longing not to command Jin-Woo but to remain by his side. Eventually, he came to a decision, not out of fate, not out of design, but out of choice. Jin-Woo had become more than a host. He had become him. There was no line between them anymore. And so the Shadow Monarch offered Jin-Woo a final choice. He could stay here in the realm of death, embraced by eternal dreams, shaped to grant him the peace he had long been denied. Or, he could return to the real world. A world where the war was far from over, where enemies still lurked, where peace remained a distant dream. Jin-Woo turned, eyes narrowing as he looked upon the army of destruction, led by the looming shadow of the Dragon Emperor. His voice low, resolute, he asked the one question that had haunted him since the beginning. Why had the Shadow Monarch? Jin-Woo asked the question that had lingered quietly at the edges of his thoughts. Why had the Shadow Monarch, who once refused to fight, fled with the other monarchs instead of standing with the rulers? When the Shadow Monarch's response was calm, almost melancholic. That world had no place for me, he said. It was never where I belonged. Jin-Woo understood instantly because he felt the same. This place of dreams and death wasn't his home either. He had made his decision, and like the monarch before him, he embraced it without hesitation. The Shadow Monarch's gaze softened. There was pride in his eyes, a quiet contentment as he accepted the truth. The long journey had ended. After eons of warfare, betrayal, and sorrow, he could finally rest. With solemn clarity, he revealed that Jin-Woo's transformation was now complete. His power was whole. His soul was immortal. This symbolic death had stripped away the last of his humanity, and from the ashes, the new Shadow Monarch had risen. They stood together in silence, two lives intertwined through fate, forged by suffering. As the monarch turned to offer a path back to reality, Jin-Woo raised a hand, halting him. With a quiet smile and a nod filled with unshakable conviction, he assured him, "I already know the way." The monarch, now fully restored to his original form, offered one final look. In his eyes glimmered peace, pride, and fulfillment. After all his wandering, after all his battles, he had found his true successor. And with that, he faded gently into the eternal dark. Jin-Woo turned toward the crimson sky overhead, a storm of war churning just beyond the horizon. His enemies were waiting. He drew a slow breath, letting the silence stretch one final time, and then, in a voice that rang out like thunder, he uttered the word that would herald the birth of a king. Arise. Instantly, a cascade of system notifications flooded his mind, each one ringing with finality. The first message arrived. The deletion code for the player nurturing system has been entered. The very construct that had governed his trials, battles, and rise was being unraveled. Another prompt followed. All restrictions on player power have been lifted. Jin-Woo felt it. Every ounce of potential once held back now surged freely through him. All commander-ranked shadow soldiers, including Baru and Igris, had regained their true strength. A new prompt confirmed what his heart already sensed. Ashborn, the previous Shadow Monarch, had returned to the world of eternal void. And then, the final message appeared. Would you like to delete the system? And Jin-Woo's answer came without hesitation. Yes. The moment his decision was locked in, the world seemed to tremble. Reality fractured at the seams as dimensional barriers began to collapse. The rebirth of the true Shadow Monarch had begun. A violent wind ripped across the battlefield, followed by a burst of blinding radiance that hurled both the Beast Monarch and the Frost Monarch backward. The pressure was overwhelming, oppressive enough to smother the air itself. Reeling from the shock, the Frost Monarch let out a furious snarl, his voice seething with hatred. Sun Il-Huan is shielding the disaster that will doom the world. It enraged him. To see a fragment of light now standing between them and the reborn Shadow Monarch was an insult beyond measure. But it was more than pride. It was fear. The Beast Monarch's instincts screamed a chilling warning. They were almost out of time. With no other choice left, the two remaining monarchs braced for an all-out onslaught, desperate to finish the battle before Jin-Woo's transformation reached completion. Sun Il-Huan, undaunted by their fury, reversed his grip on his daggers and planted his feet firmly. There was no hesitation in his stance, only absolute resolve. The monarchs struck without warning, charging from opposite directions with terrifying speed and overwhelming power. But Il-Huan met them head-on. Each clash rang out like thunder. His daggers intercepted Raiken's savage slashes and Frost Monarch Silad's piercing trident. He responded with counterattacks so precise and fluid, it was as if he had fought them 1,000 times before. Frustration broke across Silad's icy gaze. This wasn't just reflex, it was foresight. Il-Huan was reading their every move, dissecting their intentions before they even acted. Slipping behind him, the Frost Monarch unleashed a bone-chilling gust, aiming to paralyze his target in a storm of frozen air. But Il-Huan sensed it. With a sharp pivot, he launched a brutal kick that connected squarely beneath Silid's chin. The blow lifted the monarch off his feet, sending him crashing through a distant structure. Raikon, seeing an opening while Ilhuan's attention was diverted, lunged forward, his monstrous jaws stretched wide, ready to rip the man in half. But Ilhuan reacted in a flash. One dagger shot upward, embedding itself between Raikon's fangs with a sickening crunch. The beast monarch shrieked, staggering from the sudden agony. Before he could recover, Ilhuan drove a thunderous punch into his ribs, hurling him across the shattered battlefield. Raikon growled, wrenching the dagger from his maw, blood dripping between his teeth. "I'll tear you apart," he snarled, but his voice caught. Something changed. A wave of dread crawled across his skin. He turned slowly, and there it was. The air shimmered with heat, the last remnants of frost evaporating into steam. From within the epicenter of the battlefield, Jin-Woo's eyes opened, glowing with a cold, unearthly light. Terror gripped the beast monarch's chest like a vice. He didn't need words. He didn't need proof. He knew. The shadow monarch had returned. Silid emerged from the rubble, face twisted in fury. He roared for Raikon to regroup, calling for a joint strike to take down Ilhuan before it was too late. But Raikon didn't move. Silid froze, disbelief cracking his voice. "What are you doing?" The beast monarch didn't answer. He was backing away, retreating one slow step at a time. Silid pressed him again, desperation in his tone. "We made a vow. We'd defeat him together." Poor Raikon's eyes narrowed. "That was when he was still human," he said. The words hit harder than any blow. Still trying to sway him, the frost monarch growled, "You're the king of beasts. You can't run from this." But Raikon only shook his head. "You've never faced him. Not when he was whole." Without another word, Raikon summoned a portal. The swirling vortex opened wide behind him, and he stepped through, abandoning the battlefield, abandoning Silid, without a single glance back. Silence hung for a breath, and then rage erupted from the frost monarch. His howling curses echoed into the sky, the betrayal cutting deeper than any blade. Under his breath, venom dripping from every syllable, Silid cursed the beast monarch's betrayal. To abandon him now, at the peak of battle, was unforgivable. His teeth ground together, threatening to crack under the pressure of his rage. Letting fury consume him, he raised his trident high and slammed it into the ground. The earth quaked in response as a storm, born of pure hatred, erupted from his will. Snow howled like wolves through the broken streets. Winds screamed with unholy force, hurling cars like toys and causing buildings to groan and collapse. The very atmosphere cracked as raw mana condensed into jagged crystals, tens of thousands of them, each one shaped to kill. With a roar that could have shattered mountains, he unleashed them. The frozen spears hurtled toward Ilhuan in a lethal barrage. Yet despite the onslaught, Ilhuan stood tall. Every muscle tensed, his daggers flashed through the storm, slicing, deflecting, shattering as many as he could. The air sang with sharp edges and mana. Blood welled from fresh cuts, but he held the line. Silid's fury twisted deeper. How? How could a human still be standing? How could mere mortals continue to spit in the face of monarchs? Snarling, he thrust an arm skyward, channeling every drop of his hate into a single final act. A massive column of ice began to form above him, towering, dense, alive with wrath. It cast a shadow large enough to swallow the battlefield. This was no spell. It was judgment, a divine punishment meant to end all resistance. He would crush Ilhuan and the Shadow Monarch in one fell strike, burying them beneath eternal frost. Ilhuan's instinct screamed. His eyes locked onto the column, and in an instant, he understood. This was the end. He moved, fast, but not fast enough. A sharp crack rang out as an ice spear tore through the chaos and sliced through his hand. Blood sprayed as his dagger fell, clattering across the ruined earth. Pain surged through his arm, and for the first time in years, Ilhuan felt a chill that didn't come from the cold, but from fear. The pillar began its descent. Then, boom! Out of the darkness, a black blur erupted through the sky like a bullet fired from the abyss. It collided with the ice column and shattered it mid-air. The frozen monolith exploded in every direction, a hail of glittering shards raining down like broken stars. Through the debris surged Baru, his mighty wings cutting through the storm, his carapace steaming from friction and mana. His piercing shriek rang across the battlefield as he locked eyes with Scyld, fury burning behind his insectoid glare. From the shadows behind him, another figure stepped forth. Igris. Jet-black armor clung to his tall frame, the crimson plume atop his helm fluttering in the gale. He planted his massive sword into the ground, the steel pulsing with dark energy, and raised his head. When he spoke, his voice was steady, regal, laced with burning resolve. "Do not dare insult our king with such pathetic strength." The words hit harder than any strike. Scyld staggered back, his ultimate spell. Destroyed, not just countered, humiliated. But worse than the defeat was the revelation. The commander-ranked shadow soldiers had fully returned to their true strength. And then, he felt it. A pressure rolled across the battlefield, thick as a tidal wave. The ice encasing Jin-Woo trembled. Then it cracked. A breath escaped. Slow, quiet, controlled. And the cocoon shattered. Pieces of frost fell like shattered glass. Jin-Woo stepped forward. Shadows curled at his feet like beasts awaiting a command. His movements were smooth, calm, terrifying. His face betrayed nothing, only stillness. His voice was low, almost like a whisper to himself, yet it carried over the battlefield like thunder through silence. Trusting in prophecies was my only mistake. Jin-Woo's eyes swept across the battlefield. The beast monarch was gone. His gaze lingered on the empty space for a breath, then shifted coldly toward Scyld. The frost monarch. Sweat beaded and ran down Scyld's pale face as Jin-Woo stood amid the devastation, his aura heavy, his gaze razor-sharp, and his voice low with contempt as he questioned how anyone dared flee without his permission. Scyld, still reeling from the crushing force of the Shadow Monarch's return, could barely comprehend the chasm of power that now separated them. To him, Jin-Woo was not a man but a towering wall, immovable, untouchable. The frost monarch stood frozen not by ice, but by the sheer magnitude of fear, yet Jin-Woo didn't spare him a glance. He closed his eyes, tuning out the world, his senses expanding beyond the carnage, stretching across dimensions until he found what he was looking for. Rakan, the beast monarch. In that fleeting moment, with Jin-Woo's focus elsewhere, Scyld saw his chance, a rare opening. A breath where the predator looked away. Desperation surged in his veins as he raised his trident, pouring every shred of mana into one final, devastating strike. Ice howled into being, forming a massive spear that crackled with killing frost, the air brittle with supernatural cold. With a roar, he hurled it, straight for Jin-Woo's heart, but Jin-Woo didn't flinch. Calm as winter's stillness, he raised his hand, invoked ruler's authority, and halted the massive spear mid-flight. The attack froze in place before warping violently, twisting in on itself like metal in a forge, until it shattered with a deafening crack into 1,000 shards. Silence followed. In that instant, Scyld saw the true horror, the unimaginable force not only of the Shadow Monarch but also the brilliant fragment of light residing within him. Jin-Woo turned, his expression unreadable, his voice glacial as he instructed the trembling monarch to wait. He would deal with him. After the beast. Elsewhere, far from the battlefield, deep in a mist-choked jungle thick with roots and dread, a portal cracked open. Rakan stumbled through, gasping, thinking he had escaped. He sought solitude, the wild, anywhere the deathly force couldn't follow, but the shadows betrayed him. The trees shifted, unnaturally alive, their silhouettes bending toward him. That was when Rakan felt it, the oppressive presence of death incarnate bearing down on his spine. He turned, but it was too late. From the earth itself, Jin-Woo rose, silent and inevitable. The beast monarch staggered back, breath seized in his throat as the Shadow Monarch stood before him, unchanged, unbothered, unrelenting. The air itself recoiled. Rakan's survival instinct screamed, begged him to run, to submit, to vanish, but he knew the truth. Against this power, even fleeing was meaningless. Then the primal urge kicked in. Survive. With a guttural growl soaked in desperation, the beast monarch Rakan dropped to the ground, lowering his massive frame until his face nearly touched the soil. His voice trembled, barely above a whisper as he begged for mercy, pledging loyalty to Jin-Woo, swearing that when the great war against the Dragon King arrived, he and his beasts would stand by the Shadow Monarch's side. Jin-Woo said nothing at first, his expression unreadable as he gazed down at the groveling traitor. A sly glimmer flickered across Rakan's monstrous snout. He believed he had fooled him. In Rakan's mind, the real Shadow Monarch would never show mercy to a traitor. He planned to play the loyal hound, bide his time, and when the Dragon King returned, he'd strike, tearing Jin-Woo apart with his own claws. But Jin-Woo's voice broke the silence, cold and absolute. There could be no forgiveness. Not until a debt was paid. Raising his arm, Jin-Woo revealed 5 deep scars etched into his skin, remnants of Rakan's claws from their last battle. His voice carried judgment as he offered a condition. If Rakan could survive 5 of his strikes, he would be forgiven. The realization hit Rakan like a storm. Jin-Woo had never intended to let him live. Fury ignited his body. With a roar, he shed his humanoid disguise, unleashing his true form, an enormous wolf-like titan. Fur bristling with raw mana, muscle coiled beneath his skin like thunder. The jungle groaned under his weight, his breath steaming with power as he snarled his final warning. If he was to die, he would ensure Jin-Woo paid in blood. But Jin-Woo didn't flinch. With Kamish's wrath in hand, he vanished into a blur, faster than a blink. In the same instant, the trees behind Rakan split apart in a clean arc, and blood sprayed skyward as one of the beast monarch's limbs was ripped from his body, severed before pain could even reach him.
Jin-Woo stood where the limb had been, voice sharp as obsidian, reminding him 4 more remain. Meanwhile, in Seoul, the city still trembled under the fading echoes of war. The frost monarch Silid had no room to breathe. Igris, Knight of Death, pursued him with merciless precision. His demon monarch sword crackled with violent energy, slicing the air with every swing. Biru remained behind, tending to the battered form of Thomas Andre, but Igris required no aid. Silid fled through the ruins, panic shadowing his every step. He knew what Igris had become, unshackled, evolved, unstoppable. With his mana nearly spent, Silid leapt atop a broken rooftop, sneering down in defiance, voice shaking as he mocked the Shadow Knight, claiming resistance was futile. But Igris offered no words. He halted, lowered his blade, and raised his tattered cape with solemn grace, as if saluting royalty. And from the swirling black mist beneath Igris's feet, Jin-Woo returned. Jin-Woo emerged from the shadows, and Silid's blood turned to ice. His gaze dropped involuntarily to Jin-Woo's feet, where a pair of massive blood-stained fangs lay shattered on the ground, unmistakably torn from Rakan's maw. The Shadow Monarch's voice pierced the silence, calm and unwavering. The Beast Monarch was dead. Silid couldn't believe it. In the fleeting moments since Jin-Woo vanished, Rakan, the king of beasts, had already fallen. The impossibility of it sent his thoughts spiraling, disbelief clawing at his sanity. But Jin-Woo stood tall, the embodiment of finality, his voice low and resolute as he pronounced that the death of the Plague Monarch, the Beast Monarch, and now the Frost Monarch would serve as a warning, a message the remaining monarchs would never forget. Panic surged through Silid, desperation bloomed like frostbite as he summoned a ring of sharpened ice arrows, each one packed with the last dregs of his mana. But before he could release them, a dagger tore into his shoulder, then another. Blood splattered across the ice-ravaged ruins as he stumbled, the pain staggering. He opened his mouth, attempting to conjure one final breath of deathly frost, a mana-laced blast that could level a city, but Jin-Woo was already upon him. In a blur, he seized the Frost Monarch's face, clamping a hand over his mouth, forcing the deadly mana inward, suffocating it. With his other hand, Jin-Woo carved a ruthless slash across Silid's chest. The Frost Monarch staggered, gasping, his legs buckling. Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed with something between pity and grim resolve as he murmured that Rakan had perished on the 4th strike, and wondered aloud how many Silid would last. The Frost Monarch's scream echoed through Seoul like a dying winter storm as his icy armor shattered, breaking off in frozen shards to reveal the weakened mortal form beneath. Piece by piece, his body unraveled into dust, scattered like snowflakes by the wind. Jin-Woo remained unmoving beneath the violet sky, his silhouette cutting a solitary figure against the fading battle smoke. The war of monarchs had ended. From the shadows, Baru approached, kneeling silently in unwavering devotion. Jin-Woo acknowledged him with a subtle nod before asking who had protected him during the chaos. Baru replied quietly. The man had vanished without a trace. Jin-Woo listened without speaking, but then his eyes caught a glint on the ground. He turned, expression sharpening, and stooped to retrieve it. A dagger, old and familiar. Not far from the battlefield, behind a half-crushed building, Sung Il-hwan leaned heavily against cracked stone. His body was broken, torn, barely clinging to consciousness. Every breath seared his lungs, and he could feel it, the divine energy of the rulers burning away his human shell. There was no saving it now. His end had arrived. As he waited in silence, he reflected on everything, the silence, the choices, the burden he carried. Maybe it had always been meant to end like this. Then a sound, soft, metallic. He looked down as a dagger spun to a stop at his feet. Slowly, painfully, he raised his eyes. His son stood before him. Jin-Woo's voice broke the silence, steady but laced with emotion, a quiet grief wrapped in steel. "Why did you leave, without saying anything?" For the first time in what felt like eternity, he called him Dad. Sung Il-hwan's voice was a whisper, raw and brittle as he began to speak, revealing the truth he had carried in silence for so long. It began with a dungeon, one without an exit, a dimensional prison trapped inside a rift, with no return, no rescue, no light, only time. Time that stretched endlessly, collapsing upon him like a weight. His body withered, his strength faded. Death by thirst, hunger, madness, it all loomed, inevitable. Jin-Woo's voice trembled slightly, not with weakness, but with truth finally spoken. "I wanted to hate you," he said, "but a part of me always waited for you. And when you finally did return, I didn't know whether to be angry or just glad you were alive." Sung Il-hwan's eyes welled with emotion, his body too broken to rise, too weary to speak more than a whisper, but the pride in his gaze was unmistakable. "You became stronger than I ever imagined," he said softly. "You became more than I could have ever hoped for." The silence between them was filled only by the falling rain, heavy and relentless, as if the heavens wept for a father and son who had lost too much time. Jin-Woo knelt beside him, lowering his head, not as the Shadow Monarch, not as a king, but as a son. Il-hwan's hand, trembling and cold, reached out and rested on Jin-Woo's shoulder, the weight of a final blessing in his touch. "I knew you'd make the right choice," he whispered. "I just wanted to see it with my own eyes one last time." And then, with a soft breath, his body began to fade, not in pain, but in peace. The divine energy that had sustained him all these years finally dissipated, returning to the world. No fireworks, no blaze of light, just the gentle vanishing of a man who had fought, endured, and chosen love in the end. Jin-Woo remained kneeling long after his father was gone, unmoving beneath the pouring rain. And though the storm had passed and the battlefield lay silent, a deeper quiet settled in his heart. One chapter had ended, but the war against the Dragon King and the truth of what lay beyond was only just beginning. He had always missed him. The words struck Il-hwan like a blade. Jin-Woo, his voice barely audible through the rain, asked a single question that shattered the silence. Had he missed them too? Il-hwan couldn't answer. The emotions surged, crashing over him like a tide, tearing through the walls he had built over years of silence. And then everything unraveled. Pressing a shaking hand to his forehead, he broke down. Tears streamed from his eyes as he admitted how deeply he had missed them all. Even if they never saw him, even if he had only been a silent shadow watching from afar, it had been enough to keep him going. He stood unsteady, walking toward Jin-Woo with trembling arms. As he embraced his son, he whispered how much he had grown and how proud he was of the man he'd become. Jin-Woo's fists clenched, his eyes brimming with unshed tears, as he asked whether the rulers were the ones behind everything. Ilwan shook his head. The rulers hadn't forced him, hadn't bound him in chains. They had offered him a choice, and he had chosen. He chose to protect his son no matter the cost, and he did not regret it, not one moment. But Jin-Woo could feel it. His father's body was breaking down. The divine energy barely holding him together was fading. Jin-Woo stepped forward and pulled him close, holding him tightly in a final embrace. Ilwan's voice cracked as he confessed his one true regret, that he hadn't been the father he wanted to be. Then, with a final flicker of light, his body gave way. His form crumbled, disintegrating into dust, scattering like ash in the wind. Jin-Woo reached out, grasping at nothing. He could only watch as the last traces of his father vanished into the air. Grief surged through him like a storm, and with a cry that tore across the heavens, he let out a roar of anguish, a sound so raw, so powerful, that even the skies trembled. The rain fell harder, as if the heavens themselves wept alongside him. Far away, inside a quiet home, Jin-Woo's mother stood at the window, her eyes lost in the grey downpour. A single tear rolled down her cheek, as if something deep within her had been torn away. Beside her, Jinnah sat in silence. She said nothing, but felt it too, a weight in the air, the quiet finality that only came when something irreplaceable was lost. Back on the battlefield, Jin-Woo's voice rose again, not just a cry, but a vow, a declaration hurled into the void above, aimed at the monarchs who had struck first. To those who had ravaged Earth, who had slaughtered innocents, who had stolen his father, he promised vengeance. They would pay, every last one of them. That roar, echoing through the storm-soaked sky, marked the beginning of a war that would shake the heavens. High above the chaos, news drones hovered, capturing the aftermath. Broadcasts flooded across the globe. Reports confirmed that Hunter Thomas Andre was no longer in critical condition.
Ambulances had already begun transporting the injured to nearby hospitals, weaving through rubble and collapsed buildings. The monstrous beasts, once harbingers of death, had vanished into nothingness, reduced to cold, lifeless ash. After the carnage, Jin-Woo returned home. He hadn't even shut the door before he was pulled into a tight embrace, his mother and sister clinging to him, as if to anchor themselves in the reality that he was alive. Elsewhere, in the stillness of the Hunter Association's headquarters, Chairman Woo Jin-Chul sat alone, eyes locked on the television screen, replaying the battle's footage. His thoughts drifted back to Jin-Woo's vow, the promise to slay the beast that had taken President Go's life. And Jin-Woo had kept that promise. A heavy breath escaped Woo Jin-Chul's chest. Gratitude surged within him, pure and overwhelming. Tears welled in his eyes and spilled freely as he whispered his thanks quietly to the hunter who had stood against the darkness.
In Seoul, reconstruction began immediately. The city, now a skeletal remnant of its former self, bore the deep scars of war. Yet even as cranes moved and the dust began to settle, an invisible weight hung in the air. The monarchs had fallen, but something worse loomed ahead. The true calamity had not yet come, and its shadow was already crawling across the sky. In the days that followed, tens of thousands of hunters from every nation assembled beneath the colossal gate that hung above the world like judgment incarnate. The air thrummed with unease. Among the gathering, Liu Zhigang, China's seven-star hunter, gazed upward in awe. The gate was massive, terrifyingly so, and the thought haunted him. Even this great army could be swallowed whole by what lay beyond. Beside him stood Thomas Andre, tall and resolute. He felt it too, that tremor in the air, the pressure, the stillness before the storm. In the rear, Go Gun-hee scanned the field of hunters. Despite the sheer size of the force, no comfort came. A question clawed at him. How many of them would survive the day? At the front of it all stood Jin-Woo, his eyes locked onto the heavens. Beside him, Cha Hai-in stood close, not speaking, until she finally whispered that she had never seen him like this. Jin-Woo let out a quiet scoff, but the weight in his expression betrayed the truth. He felt it. The moment had arrived. The sky split. Cracks raced across the surface of the gate like dark veins, and then silence shattered. Hunters tensed, weapons drawn. Formation lines snapped into place as the black barrier that separated dimensions dissolved. And then they came. A flood of magical beasts burst from the gate, blotting out the sky like a plague of shadow. Claws, fangs, wings, and shrieks, over 100,000 creatures surged forth, a living tide vast enough to devour cities and erase nations in their path. And with that, the war of monarchs has come to an end. But the real battle, it's only just beginning. A new chapter rises beyond the ashes, one filled with gods, destinies, and a storm unlike any we've faced before. If this journey gripped you, then don't just watch. Join the army. Hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, and stand by for what's coming. Because next time, even fate won't be enough to survive what's about to unfold. I'll see you there, soldier. A thunderous wave of mana surged across the battlefield, rippling like an invisible storm. From the colossal gate looming high above Seoul, a monstrous army began to descend, an endless flood of creatures spilling from the sky. Panic exploded among the hunters. Shouts echoed. Positions! Get ready! Attack while they're still descending. The sky darkened, choked by a swarm of wings and snarling fangs. The approaching horde resembled a tidal wave about to crash onto the earth below. But then a voice rose above the chaos. Calm, commanding, absolute. It was Jin-Woo. Just the weight of his words, laced with an overwhelming aura of mana, brought the battlefield to a halt. No one moved. No one dared speak. Confusion spread like wildfire. Why weren't they attacking? Hunters glanced at each other, baffled and uneasy. Standing nearby, Guildmaster Gun-hee couldn't hold back. He stepped forward, concern lacing his voice. Jin-Woo, why are we stopping? But Jin-Woo's expression remained steady, calm, in control. There's no need to fight, he replied. Yet still the horde continued its descent. Wings thundering, power radiating, tension rising. Among the elite of the Hunter Association, Cho Jong-in narrowed his eyes, disbelief etched on his face. This is madness, he muttered. We should be attacking while they're still in mid-air. But Jin-Woo didn't waver. He stepped forward, alone, walking straight into the shadow of the descending legion. Then, from within the monstrous swarm, one figure broke formation. A creature, larger and more commanding than the rest, descended, its body clad in jagged black armor. Its presence was suffocating. The very aura it emitted rivaled that of a monarch. The battlefield held its breath. The beast landed before Jin-Woo and knelt. Its voice was deep, resonant, like thunder rolling across a stormy sea. "I am Grand Marshal Bellion, commander of the Shadow Army," it declared. A heavy silence followed, and then, like a shifting tide, the impossible happened. The sky-born horde, once poised to annihilate everything, moved as one. Thousands upon thousands of monsters bowed. In perfect unison, they lowered their head, not in surrender but in reverence. Reverence for the man who stood alone at the center of it all, for their new ruler, for the Shadow Monarch, for Sung Jin-Woo. Guildmaster Gun-hee could hardly process what his eyes were witnessing. His knees nearly gave out under the sheer weight of the moment. These weren't just monsters, they were forces of destruction, beings capable of wiping entire nations off the map. And now they were kneeling before a human. It defied logic. It shattered every belief the hunters held about strength, about power. Off to the side, Thomas Andre, America's strongest hunter, stood silently, his eyes locked on to 3 colossal dragons at the front of the army. His voice, barely more than a whisper, carried the weight of awe. Just one of those could end humanity's war, and there are 3. Beside him, Leonard could only nod, stunned into silence. The impossible was unfolding right before them. At the center of it all stood Sung Jin-Woo, unmoved, resolute. His gaze didn't waver. His eyes scanned the endless legions now under his command, the army once belonging to Ashbourne, now fully awakened as the true might of the Shadow Monarch. In Jin-Woo's eyes burned a cold fire, not of triumph, but of resolve. This isn't the end, he thought. This is where it truly begins. A few days later, far away from the eyes of the world, in a vast, desolate land untouched by civilization, Jin-Woo stood atop the giant hand of Tusk. From that high vantage point, his gaze swept across the field below, where the Shadow Army clashed with itself in a brutal mock battle. Their synchronized footsteps echoed like the rolling drums of war. By his side, Grand Marshal Bellion stood in silent observation, watching the chaos unfold below. His expression carried a quiet approval. The army had been divided into two massive factions, not to destroy, but to sharpen, to evolve, to prepare for what was coming. Bellion was impressed. Jin-Woo broke the silence with a casual remark. They can't die, so this is the best way to make them stronger. Below, swords clashed, claws raked, shadows danced in fierce, coordinated formations, each soldier fighting like it was their last battle, even though they were already dead. Through the rising dust and storm of mana, Baruka, the former Ant King, now a loyal shadow warrior, approached. He knelt with respect, his antennae twitching. "My liege," he said in a voice filled with determination, "I request permission to challenge Grand Marshal Bellion." He wanted to prove himself, to earn the right to stand at the top of the shadow chain of command. Jin-Woo turned to them both, his gaze shifting between Bellion and Baruka. There was a pause, then a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. He let out a quiet chuckle. "Very well." With a quiet nod, Jin-Woo granted his approval. Immediately, the thunderous training below came to a halt. The shadow soldiers, sensing what was about to unfold, gathered in silence, forming a massive circle around the makeshift arena. An air of anticipation gripped the battlefield. At the center, two figures stood face to face, Bellion, the Grand Marshal, and Baruka, the former Ant King. No words were exchanged. None were needed. Baruka let out a low screech, his claws gleaming dangerously in the dim, smoky light. Opposite him, Bellion moved with calm authority, slowly drawing his massive greatsword, a blade so enormous it dwarfed even Igris's weapon. From his perch above, Jin-Woo watched closely, noting every detail, the scale, the weight, the purpose behind Bellion's stance. He's built for overwhelming force, not speed, he thought. Then, a single gesture from Jin-Woo. The duel began. Baruka lunged forward, tearing through the wind with deadly speed, a blur of motion and razor-sharp intent. But Bellion didn't flinch. In a heartbeat, his sword came alive, whip-like and glowing with concentrated mana. With a single sweep, he lashed out, a blow so powerful it shook the very ground. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed in awe. The attack tore through the air and earth alike, carving deep gouges around Baruka as if the wind itself had been sliced open. But Baruka was relentless. Unfazed, he hurled himself forward again, a lightning bolt given form. Bellion anticipated it. With a smooth, almost effortless twist, his blade snapped around Baruka mid-air, coiling like a serpent. In one devastating motion, the Ant King was slammed into the ground with bone-shaking force. Dust exploded outward. Silence followed. Baruka lay still. From above, Jin-Woo observed, his expression unreadable, so fast and precise. He neutralized the attack in a single move. This was why Ashbourne had chosen Bellion to lead. But Jin-Woo knew Baruka wasn't finished. As if responding to his thoughts, the Ant King exploded out of the rubble, his eyes blazing with resolve. He surged forward once more, driven by something deeper than pride. Bellion stood his ground. With one brutal counterstrike, he pinned Baruka to the earth, slamming him down and driving his blade into the dirt beside him. A decisive, final blow. The match was over. Baruka gasped for breath. Defeated, but not broken. Still lying on the ground, he struggled to rise, defiance still burning in his chest. "I want to keep fighting," he insisted, voice strained but unshaken. Jin-Woo floated down, landing softly beside them. He looked down at the battered warrior, puzzled. Why? Hey, why do you want the title of Grand Marshal so badly? Baruka lowered his gaze, shoulders trembling with emotion. Because my only wish is to always remain by my legion's side. Jin-Woo stepped forward, his expression softening, as he looked down at the defeated but determined Baruka. Not as Grand Marshal, he said calmly, but from this day onward, you'll stand at my left. He then turned slightly, while Belian will stand at my right. Baruka's eyes widened, glowing with a mixture of disbelief and overwhelming gratitude. Emotion welled up within him, the weight of Jin-Woo's words settling deep into his very core. But before the moment could swell into something overly dramatic, Jin-Woo raised a hand, smirking slightly. "Save the melodrama," he said dryly. From the back of the crowd, another figure approached. Igris. He stepped forward in silent confidence, kneeling before Jin-Woo and asking for the chance to fight, his own challenge for worthiness. But Jin-Woo, almost expecting it, cut him off mid-sentence. "No," he said, "you won't be fighting today. You'll be the one to guard my back." Just then, something strange caught Jin-Woo's eye. A few meters away, Tusk, the High Orc mage, stood huddled in a heated debate with two of the massive shadow dragons. Jin-Woo narrowed his gaze, trying to make sense of what was going on. Suddenly, two dragons reared up, their wings unfurling as they opened their jaws wide. With deafening roars, they unleashed torrents of fire into the sky, streams of molten breath that scorched the clouds and lit up the night. Not to be outdone, Tusk grinned smugly. Reaching into his robe, he pulled out the Orb of Avarice, a powerful magical artifact. Drawing mana into the sphere, he condensed it into a blazing core. Then, with a roar of his own, he launched a towering pillar of fire that split the sky in two. The night was lit in roaring flame. The ground trembled with power. Around them, the High Orc soldiers erupted into cheers, thrilled by their master's victory in what was clearly an unspoken firepower contest. The dragons, now visibly annoyed, exchanged awkward glances, clearly unsettled by the unexpected loss. Jin-Woo squinted, watching it all unfold. So that's what this is, he thought, a contest of firepower. And it was just as clear. Tusk had cheated. The Orb of Avarice still glowed faintly in his hands, which he now tried to hide behind his back, pretending as if nothing had happened. Jin-Woo couldn't help but let out a faint sigh, half amused, half exasperated. As he continued observing his increasingly rowdy army, Belian stepped beside him. "My liege," he asked gently, "why haven't you returned us to your shadow?" Jin-Woo didn't hesitate, "Because," he said softly, "I want you all to enjoy this time in the open. You've been trapped in the dimensional rift for far too long." Belian was silent, but his expression darkened slightly, not in anger, but in memory. Then Jin-Woo turned to him again. "Do you ever feel sorrow? That you'll never see Ashbourne again?" The Grand Marshal didn't answer at first. His gaze drifted to the night sky. Still glowing faintly from the flames of battle, his voice came low, reflective. "I stood by his side for eons. Even when the rulers condemned him, I remained. I was Ashbourne's first soldier," Belian said quietly. "The one who never doubted him, not even once." His voice held the weight of centuries, of wars fought in silence, of loyalty that never wavered. Jin-Woo, moved by the quiet conviction in Belian's tone, asked gently, "Tell me everything. I want to hear the full story." Belian hesitated. "It may take a while," but Jin-Woo simply nodded, settling into the moment. And as the firelit sky slowly darkened into deep night, the battlefield grew quiet. The flames died down, even the shadows stood still. Only Belian's voice remained, retelling an epic tale of ages past, of his journey by Ashbourne's side, of loyalty through betrayal, sacrifice, and war. Jin-Woo listened in complete silence. The next morning back, in the soft warmth of his apartment, Jin-Woo stood at the stove, preparing breakfast. The sizzle of cooking oil filled the air. The comforting scent of home drifted through the quiet apartment. He moved with practiced care, cooking for his mother and sister, but his mind remained far away, echoing with Ashbourne's memories. "The Dragon King is coming," he thought, and with him, the armies of destruction. He could feel it.
A terrible storm loomed just beyond the horizon. The 8 monarchs with their legions could descend at any moment. There would be no hiding from this. Not anymore. Everyone needs to prepare, he thought. The world has to know what's coming. As he finished plating the food, his mother watched him from across the table. A soft concern glimmered in her eyes. "Is something wrong?" she asked quietly. "Your father. He used to cook for me too, whenever he was about to do something dangerous." Jin-Woo paused, then forced a soft smile, brushing away her concern. "It's not like that," he said gently. "I just wanted to cook for you." Before she could press further, the doorbell rang. Jin-Woo tilted his head slightly, already sensing the presence beyond the door. "We have a guest," he said. He walked calmly to the entrance, opening the door to find President Yoo Jin-ho's father, Chairman Yoo Myung-han, standing outside with a few associates in tow. The older man gave a polite bow. "Forgive the sudden visit," he said. "May I speak with you privately?" Jin-Woo nodded, stepping outside with him into the quiet snowfall. The air was cold. The snowflakes fell gently, softening the noise of the world. For a moment, Chairman Yoo stood in silence, as if unsure how to begin. Then finally, he spoke. "I've been thinking about my miraculous recovery. How I woke from an eternal sleep when no one believed it was possible." He turned to Jin-Woo, eyes narrowed not with suspicion, but with wonder. "I know it was you, and I must ask, why? Why did you help me?" Jin-Woo looked at him calmly, with the quiet honesty of someone who had already made peace with his decision. "Because I trust you," he said. "If you were the kind of man who'd do anything to reach the top, I never would have risked it." The snow continued to fall. President Yoo Myung-han understood immediately. This was about Jin-ho, wasn't it? Jin-Woo gave a small nod. That simple gesture held an entire history of loyalty, of sacrifice, of trust that needed no words. Gratitude welled in the president's eyes. "How can I ever repay you?" he asked, voice low with sincerity. Jin-Woo smiled faintly. "I don't need anything," he replied. "But if anything happens to me, please protect my family. That's all I ask." President Yoo bowed his head. "You have my word." The sky had darkened, and from the clouds it emerged. A massive black gate, wider than the city skyline, humming with ominous energy. It opened above Beijing, quiet at first, but terrifying in its stillness, like a wound in the sky about to spill nightmares. The silence shattered into panic. Screams rang out. News outlets scrambled to report. Global networks flared with emergency alerts. A colossal gate has appeared over Beijing. The world was watching, and the war had just stepped into the light. A screen flickered to life behind Wu Jinchul, casting a pale glow across the room. "Including the gate in China," he said gravely. "There are now 8 all over the world." They appeared almost simultaneously. Across from him, Chairman Go Gun-hee, often misnamed Gentle, sat in heavy silence. Gingshaw, seated beside them, leaned forward. "Are these gates connected to your shadow army?" he asked cautiously. Jin-Woo shook his head without hesitation. "No," he said. "These aren't ours, they belong to the enemy." He rose slowly from his chair, the air around him pulsing with a quiet, unreadable energy. "Chairman," he said, "I need your trust." Though visibly confused, Go Gun-hee gave a solemn nod. Then, without warning, Jin-Woo reached forward and placed a single finger on the chairman's forehead. Darkness. In a blink, Go Gun-hee's vision went black. Not unconsciousness, but something far more intense. An avalanche of images surged through his mind. The rulers and their radiant armies, the monarchs, monstrous and ancient, vast legions of dragons and beasts marching toward Earth, the crushing weight of a war that had already begun in another realm. When the vision ended, Go Gun-hee stumbled backward, gasping, his chest heaving. This isn't a battle between humans and monsters. It's war between gods and monsters. For a long moment, he could only stare at Jin-Woo, this young man, standing alone between 2 unimaginable forces. How can one man face such destruction? Jin-Woo's expression never changed. "He doesn't need to face it alone," he said quietly. The next day, The Korean Hunter Association acted swiftly. At Jin-Woo's request, they reached out to governments and guilds across the globe, calling for an emergency global summit, unlike anything in history. Within 24 hours, leaders from 152 nations confirmed their attendance. The Global Assembly.
In a vast domed hall filled with the most powerful figures on Earth, tension hung like a storm cloud. Flashing lights, murmured conversations, silent glances. Chairman Go Gun-hee stood near the stage, his face drawn and pale. He scanned the guest list one final time. "Are we sure this is everyone?" he asked his aide. "Yes, sir," the assistant replied. "No additional responses beyond the 152 listed." The chairman nodded, but the aide's curiosity got the better of him. "Sir, if I may ask, what exactly did Hunter Sung Jin-Woo show you that day?" Go Gun-hee didn't answer immediately. He looked away, toward the window, where snow had just begun to fall again. In his mind, he saw it once more. An endless tide of dragons, black as shadow, rising from the abyss. At their head, a colossal beast, wings blotting out the sky. A force that could reduce continents to ash. Even now the memory haunted him. He didn't respond. He just stared into the distance, silently asking the same question that had consumed him ever since. How does Jin-Woo plan to stand against that? Snapping out of his thoughts, Ging-shil reached for his phone and dialed quickly. "All representatives have arrived," he informed Jin-Woo. But before he could end the call, he flinched. Jin-Woo had already appeared, stepping out from the shadows behind him, silent and composed. They stood side by side in the large hall. Ging-shil's thoughts raced. He knew once the truth was revealed, the world wouldn't remain calm. Some nations would panic, some might collapse into chaos, and yet Jin-Woo's expression was unwavering. Today was the day the veil would be lifted, the day the world would finally understand the real war that loomed ahead. Global conference, undisclosed location. The massive room filled with murmuring voices, heads of state, top guildmasters, leaders of major defense agencies. Even the director of the Hunter Bureau had come, all gathered in tense anticipation, their attention turned to the lone figure now stepping to the podium, Sung Jin-Woo. He wasted no time. There were no opening pleasantries, no political games, just truth. "A storm is coming," he began, "one that no nation is ready for." His voice was calm, measured, but it carried a weight that silenced the room. Hundreds of demonic beasts, beings far stronger than any we've seen, will descend upon our world, and they will leave only ruin in their wake. Murmurs stirred, brows furrowed. Some leaned forward in disbelief. Others sat back, skeptical. "This will not be like Kamish," Jin-Woo continued. "It will be worse, far worse. Even national-level hunters won't be able to stop them." The silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating. Then came the whispers, the disbelief. A rising tide of skepticism and fear echoed across the room. "Where's the proof?"
someone demanded. "This is madness," another shouted. "You're asking us to prepare for war without evidence." And then he showed them. Jin-Woo calmly lifted his hand, a flick of his wrist, nothing more, and suddenly multiple shadowy gates materialized behind him, pulsing with dark, otherworldly energy. The air itself vibrated, as if reality was struggling to contain the power now present in the room. Gasps, shouts, silence. The glow of the gates reflected in the stunned eyes of world leaders who could barely comprehend what they were seeing. "These are real gates," Jin-Woo said. "I summoned them. The enemy can open these anywhere, at any time, just as I have." You could have heard a pin drop. Even the most hardened generals and elite hunters now stared, speechless, at the eerie spectacle behind him. A wave of fear and realization washed over the hall. The war wasn't a theory anymore. It was here, and it had already begun. The only reason the invasion hadn't begun yet was because of the sheer scale of the army still being assembled. The room hung heavy with tension. Then, breaking the silence, Director David Brennan stood. His voice, steady but tinged with urgency, cut through the air. "What exactly are we supposed to do?" he asked. Jin-Woo didn't hesitate. "Avoid the gates," he said plainly. "Evacuate your people. Get them as far away as possible before the calamity descends. The words landed like a blow. Gasps, rapid whispers. Heads turned to aides. Phones lit up. In mere seconds, leaders began organizing, strategizing, issuing silent orders to prepare their nations for the unthinkable. A remote island, Shadow Monarch's training ground.
Far from the growing storm of the world's panic, Jin-Woo returned to his training ground, a secluded island, untouched and quiet. But something new stood before him. A colossal castle now dominated the landscape. Towering and dramatic, its jagged spires cut into the sky like blades. Jin-Woo raised an eyebrow. "Baru," he called, summoning his loyal soldier. "Kneel." Baru obeyed instantly, his head bowed low. Jin-Woo's voice wasn't angry, just curious, almost amused. "This castle," he began, eyeing its exaggerated walls and impossible scale, was it really meant to be lived in? Or is this just some ridiculous monument of loyalty? Baru flinched, unsure how to answer. Jin-Woo's gaze drifted upward to the top of the castle, where a massive black flag fluttered dramatically in the wind. Its edges shimmered with mana. Its size was needlessly excessive. "And that flag," Jin-Woo added, crossing his arms. Was that really necessary? A shadow stirred beside them. Belian emerged, stepping beside Beru with a quiet bow, his presence regal and composed. His eyes radiated reverence, not just for the monarch, but for the symbolism around them. Jin-Woo didn't need to ask. Of course, this had Grand Marshal Belian's influence all over it. With a sigh, Jin-Woo let the topic drop. There were more pressing matters at hand. The wind howled softly through the castle's towers, carrying with it the weight of what was to come. Jin-Woo turned away from the towering fortress, his expression hardening. "Belian," he said, voice lower now. "We need to talk about what's coming next." Jin-Woo turned to Belian and asked a difficult question. What would happen if the Shadow Monarch were to die? Belian responded solemnly. "The fate of the Shadow soldiers is tied directly to their liege. Should you perish, we too would cease to exist." The revelation settled heavily on Jin-Woo's mind, a truth he couldn't ignore. Before he could dwell on it further, Igris silently materialized behind him. The loyal knight spoke bluntly, his tone void of optimism. "If the war escalates into a full-scale clash, our chances of survival are slim." Jin-Woo listened, noting the absence of false bravado. Igris was stating hard truth. Turning back to Belian, he asked for a realistic estimate. Belian's response was grim. "The enemy forces are likely to outnumber us, at least 100 to 1. Jin-Woo's expression darkened. That meant an army of over 10 million soldiers stood against them. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Canada, S-rank hunter J. Mills had no intention of heeding Jin-Woo's warnings. Standing confidently before reporters and supporters, Mills dismissed Jin-Woo's alerts as mere fear-mongering. "He just wants to monopolize the gates. Don't fall for it." His bold defiance began gaining traction, rallying many hunters and citizens alike. A movement was forming, one that saw Jin-Woo's message as nothing more than a calculated attempt to gain power. Back in Korea, at the Hunters Association, Chairman Go Gun-hee, Gingsel in your draft, corrected here, watched the situation unfold. He called Jin-Woo to relay the disturbing news. J. Mills was amassing support. Hunters were rallying under his leadership, ignoring the looming danger. Concern edged Go Gun-hee's voice as he asked, "What do you plan to do?" Jin-Woo had already decided. "Fighting all 8 monarch armies at once is suicide. For now, I'll focus on the ones closest to home, the ones that could threaten my family." With that, he began setting his plan in motion. As dusk painted the skies over Beijing in shades of crimson and gold, Jin-Woo stepped off the plane, his gaze lifting instinctively toward the horizon. There, looming over the city like a wound in the sky, was a colossal gate, so immense it dominated the skyline even from the airport. There was no need for customs or officials. The moment his feet touched the ground, Lu Zhigang, the legendary Chinese hunter, was already waiting. Skipping all protocol, he approached Jin-Woo with the calm authority of a man who commanded respect wherever he went. Without wasting a word, Lu gestured for him to follow. They moved swiftly through the airport grounds and emerged into the open, where the true reason for Jin-Woo's visit awaited. Spread out beneath the haunting silhouette of the gate stood a sea of warriors, over 100,000 Chinese elite hunters, each radiating powerful mana, their armor glinting in the fading light. Even Jin-Woo, battle-hardened and nearly unshakable, paused. It wasn't just the numbers. It was the sheer force of presence, the confidence, the power, the unity. A force this large, gathered under one banner, spoke volumes. Lu Zhigang turned to him, his tone neutral, but laced with challenge. "This is China's answer to the gate," he said quietly. "We do not intend to run." Jin-Woo's expression remained unreadable, but inside he was assessing, scanning mana levels, gauging potential, calculating outcomes. This army was strong, exceptionally so, but whether even this would be enough against what was coming, he wasn't sure. The gate trembled faintly in the distance, pulsing with ominous energy like a heartbeat. A storm was coming, and this was only the beginning. Liu's face lit up with pride as he declared that the army before them was no ordinary force. These were the most elite hunters China had to offer. His words carried weight, but before he could continue, Sung Jin-Woo calmly stepped forward. Without a single word, he raised his hand. A surge of overwhelming mana burst outward like a tidal wave, shaking the air itself. In the blink of an eye, thousands of shadow soldiers erupted from the ground, forming endless ranks behind him. Lu's eyes widened, stunned by the sheer scale of power. His own nation's hunters were among the strongest in the world, but compared to Jin-Woo's Dark Legion, their might seemed almost insignificant. The display was as awe-inspiring as it was intimidating. From the side, Baru's insect-like form bristled in annoyance. His multifaceted eyes locked on Lu, who had unknowingly taken a position at Jin-Woo's left, a place Baru clearly considered his own. Sensing the tension, Jin-Woo gave Baru a subtle glance and a small gesture, silently reminding him that Lu was an ally, not a rival. Lu caught this brief exchange and raised an eyebrow, intrigued by how casually the Shadow Monarch interacted with his terrifying subordinates. Before any further words could be exchanged, a sharp cry echoed across the field. The gate was opening. A heavy wave of anticipation washed over the assembled hunters, their eyes fixed on the colossal portal. The massive structure trembled, but nothing came out. A strange, eerie stillness filled the air. Belian, the towering knight commander of Jin-Woo's army, spoke in a deep, rumbling voice, voicing the thought on everyone's mind. There was no presence beyond the gate. Jin-Woo's expression hardened. What about the other gates? Belian reported that shadow soldiers stationed around the world had given the same answer. Every gate was empty. A cold realization hit Jin-Woo like a hammer. He had miscalculated. The enemy had not split their forces among the gates. They had gathered everything into a single one. And it wasn't here in China. Far across the ocean in Canada, national hero J. Mills stood tall before a cheering crowd of civilians and hunters. They waved banners and shouted with confidence, certain that their defenders would easily handle whatever emerged. The figure stepped out from the gate, clad in gleaming silver-red armor that caught the light like molten steel. His long crimson hair framed a face marked by an expression of calm, yet piercing authority. With his hands clasped neatly behind his back, he descended the steps at an unhurried pace, scanning the humans before him with an icy detachment. When he finally spoke, his tone was almost casual, as if he were merely making small talk. He asked if J. Mills was the king of this place. For a moment, Mills froze, caught off guard, but his pride quickly pushed through. His mind churned with possibilities. Could this be how Sung Jin-Woo had once bent monsters to his will, through sheer dominance and words? Drawing himself up, Mills puffed out his chest and boldly asked if the man recognized him as king. The red-haired stranger didn't even bother to answer. His gaze swept the area, unimpressed, before shifting away entirely. It was clear his true interest lay elsewhere. Whoever he sought was not here. Meanwhile, back in China, Jin-Woo's unease had grown into full-blown restlessness. Pulling out his phone, he quickly called Adam White, desperate for an update on the Canadian situation. But before Adam could give a proper report, a faint, distant scream bled through the receiver. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed, his voice sharpened. "Where are you right now?" Adam's shaken voice came through the line. He explained that he and several Bureau agents were positioned directly at the massive gate, monitoring the tense stillness that had gripped the area. Jin-Woo pressed harder. "Any movement? Any sign of forces?" For a brief moment, Adam's reply brought relief. "No, nothing yet. No movement." But then his voice changed, trembling, cracking with fear. "Someone just stepped out." Before Jin-Woo could respond, a deafening explosion tore through the line. The noise was so violent it felt like the blast had echoed directly into his chest. Adam's voice returned, panicked and breathless. He described a nightmare in motion. Canada's top-ranking hunters incinerated in mere seconds. The sky was now swarming with countless dragons and monstrous beasts, descending like a vengeful storm. Jin-Woo didn't hesitate. Through the summon he had secretly planted within Adam, he commanded a high-ranking shadow soldier to grab the agent and teleport him to safety. But before the escape could be completed, darkness fell over them. A deep, mocking voice cut through the chaos, dripping with menace. "And where?" it asked. "Do you think you're going?" The red-haired man's lips curled back into a predatory snarl as he gathered an immense surge of energy. The sky above burned with an ominous light, as if the heavens themselves were about to split apart. In the very next heartbeat, a torrent of blazing fire erupted from his hands, engulfing the shadow soldier entirely. The connection between the summon and Sung Jin-Woo was severed in an instant, replaced by a jolt of raw pain and emptiness. Jin-Woo's fist clenched so tightly his knuckles went white. Frustration and regret swirled in his chest like a storm. He had miscalculated. He had underestimated his opponent, and now his entire battle plan lay in ruins. Far away, amidst the smoking ruins of the battlefield, the crimson-haired figure stood tall with his eyes closed, arms spread wide. He inhaled deeply, savoring the chaos. The screams of terrified humans, the roars of ancient dragons, the thunderous beating of countless wings blotting out the sun, all of it was music to him. Tusked dragons and winged monstrosities filled the skies under his command. This was Antares, the king of dragons, the monarch of destruction. On either side of him stood his loyal generals, Tarnak and Yogmont, their armored forms radiating raw, ancient power. The Dragon King's voice rolled out like a dark proclamation, his words carrying an unshakable command. Unleash devastation, burn everything, and leave nothing but ash. Miles away, in a dimly lit room, the catastrophic scene played out on a large monitor. Empty bottles of liquor were scattered across the desk. David Brennan sat slouched in his chair, his eyes locked on the screen, haunted by the unfolding nightmare at the colossal gate. Jin-Woo's earlier warning echoed in his mind, a grim prophecy that now felt horrifyingly real. The silence in the room was suffocating. David muttered to himself under his breath, his thoughts spiraling deeper into dread. The world felt like it was teetering on the edge of total collapse, and he could taste the inevitability of the storm that was coming. But then the shadows in the room shifted. Something moved. David's eyes snapped upward, and there he was. Sung Jin-Woo stood silently across the room, his presence heavy, his gaze unreadable. He didn't waste time on greetings or small talk. In a voice as cold and sharp as steel, he simply stated his purpose. It was not a request. It was a command. David Brennan froze as Sung Jin-Woo's calm yet commanding voice cut through the air. "I need the rune stone," the one left behind by Kamish. For a split second, David simply stared at him, the haze of alcohol vanishing from his mind in an instant. Straightening in his chair, he quickly muttered an apology for his state, then nodded in agreement. But curiosity clawed at the back of his mind. Why would Jin-Woo want that artifact? With what possible purpose could it serve now, with the world on the brink of annihilation? As if sensing his unspoken thoughts, Jin-Woo answered before David could voice them. His plan was simple, yet impossibly bold. He intended to use Kamish's runestone as a crucial part of his counter-offensive against the monstrous invasion. Without wasting another moment, the two men made their way to the heavily secured underground vault of the Hunter Command Center, where the priceless artifact was kept. As they walked, David's thoughts returned to the earlier conversation they had shared about the mysterious rulers. These powerful beings had unleashed monstrous creatures upon Earth, their motives shrouded in cosmic schemes. With a deep frown, David finally voiced his doubts. If the rulers are the ones behind all of this, then what is the real purpose of this runestone? Jin-Woo's reply was steady, his tone cold but without hesitation. The runestones, he explained, were gifts from the rulers to humanity, weapons designed to aid in hunting demonic beasts. But the true intent behind them was far more sinister. By forcing constant conflict between humans and monsters, the rulers ensured that mana would fully take root on Earth. David's gaze hardened. And you think this runestone will actually make a difference against all of that? His voice carried both doubt and desperation. Jin-Woo's answer was calm, yet carried the weight of inevitability. I don't know if it will be enough, but I have to try. There was, however, one more request he had for the director of the Hunters Bureau, and so together they left for a secluded mansion, the home of Norma Selner. When she opened the door, her eyes fell upon Jin-Woo, and she froze for a heartbeat. Her gaze was deep and contemplative, searching his face. She could see it instantly. The man who had once fought against the darkness had now become one with it. Her expression softened, touched by a mix of recognition and something almost like pity. But even as Norma Selner's expression softened, there was a quiet sorrow in her eyes. Jin-Woo met her gaze and gave a slow, knowing nod. She was right. The darkness she had once sensed within him was no longer something he resisted. He had embraced it, allowed it to become a part of him. And now he needed her help. "I want you to look into my future," he said. His voice was calm, but beneath it ran an undercurrent of urgency. Selner hesitated only briefly before extending her trembling hands. Jin-Woo took them gently, and she closed her eyes. As the vision unfolded before her, her face drained of color. Her breathing grew shallow. When her eyes finally opened again, they glistened with unshed tears. She had seen it, the unimaginable weight that would fall upon Jin-Woo's shoulders. The pain, the sacrifice, a battle fought in complete solitude, and a fate where no one would be left to even remember his name.
"How can one man bear this?" she whispered. Jin-Woo's expression softened, but his resolve did not waver. He slowly released her hands, his tone quiet yet firm. Apologizing for his unannounced visit, he stepped back. Shadows swirled beneath his feet, and in the next heartbeat, he was gone, leaving Selner alone with the crushing knowledge of what was to come. High above the city, Jin-Woo stood on the edge of a rooftop. The cool wind brushed against him as his eyes traced the far horizon. For a moment, he allowed himself to simply breathe. Pulling out his phone, he scrolled through his contacts until he found the name he sought. He pressed call, and after a few rings, a familiar voice answered, "Hey-in." The sound of her voice steadied him, grounding him in a sense of normalcy that felt almost foreign amidst the chaos. He apologized for not calling sooner, explaining that things had been overwhelming.
She understood, replying that her own days had been busy as well. Their conversation wandered briefly to the thought of meeting again, an idea that felt both far away and inevitable. Before the call ended, Hey-in asked for one simple thing, a promise. "Promise me, you'll come back." Jin-Woo's voice was gentle, but the conviction in it was unshakable. "I will." Hey-in's thoughts lingered on Jin-Woo's voice, the weight in his words still echoing in her mind. Before she could dwell on them for long, Baek Jong-in stepped forward, gently reminding her that it was time to move. The great alliances of hunters were mobilizing. Each faction was gathering its finest, preparing for the inevitable clash with the demonic forces, the Asian Hunter Alliance, the European Hunter Alliance, the Chinese Emergency Response Alliance. Together they had assembled hundreds of thousands of elite hunters, a force unlike anything the world had seen before. War loomed just beyond the horizon, but before the first strike was even made, another battle was already underway, one unseen, fought on a far greater scale. It was the battle of will between two monarchs. Antares, the Dragon King, stood amidst a wasteland of corpses, his sharpened senses stretching across the void, searching. He hungered for the presence of his rival, the Shadow Monarch. He relished the destruction he had caused, but it wasn't enough, not until he faced Jin-Woo himself. His very presence seemed to roar, daring his enemy to appear, and across the vast distance Jin-Woo felt him. The air seemed to thicken with rage. His voice, carried by mana itself, struck back like a blade, promising that he was coming for him soon. Antares welcomed the challenge. He climbed atop the ruins of a shattered building, gazing over the desolate cityscape below. For a moment, he entertained the thought that perhaps the Shadow Monarch had run, retreated deep into the abyss in fear of the overwhelming army that stood behind the Dragon King. But before the thought could settle, the sky screamed. A missile slammed into his face, followed by a relentless barrage. One after another, explosions lit the sky and shook the earth. High above, fighter jets banked and dived, their pilots trading tense, breathless words over the comms. For a fleeting second, hope sparked. Maybe they had landed a decisive blow. One pilot leaned to peer down at the battlefield, and his hope shattered. From the ground below, a tidal wave of fire erupted, engulfing everything in its path. In an instant, a colossal, burning red eye pierced through the clouds, filling the view before the fighter jet. It was Antares, the Dragon King, now revealed in his true, terrifying form. His presence swallowed the sky itself. The pilots, who had staked their lives to slow his advance, froze in disbelief. Antares' gaze sharpened, and in the next breath he unleashed a torrent of fire that was not merely flame, but pure annihilation. In an instant, the fighter planes were engulfed and erased from existence. Far away, deep within the endless shadows of his fortress, a citadel forged by Beru himself, Jin-Woo sat alone upon his throne. For a long while he had remained perfectly still, lost in quiet reflection. But now his eyes opened. The distant tremors of chaos had reached him. The call to battle had come. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. His gaze drifted to the wall where Beru's words of respect had been etched. A pang of guilt struck him for the harshness he had once shown his most loyal summon. In the quiet, he spoke softly, offering his gratitude for Beru's unwavering devotion. From the darkness, Beru stepped forward, responding silently to his king's unspoken summons. But Jin-Woo halted him with just a glance. Belian rose from the shadows at Beru's side, his deep voice steady but tinged with caution about the dangers ahead. Igris soon emerged as well, his armored figure mirroring Belian's concern. All three marshals stood before their king, bound by loyalty so absolute that they would lay down their lives without hesitation. Jin-Woo met their eyes one by one, understanding the weight of their fears. But he also knew no danger could turn him away from what needed to be done. For a brief moment his thoughts drifted to Ashbourne, the former Shadow Monarch, who had once seen that same unshakable will in him. Belian, remembering his old master, recognized it too. The same fire, the same unbreakable resolve, and in that silent understanding the three marshals pledged themselves anew. The three marshals bowed their heads in unison, pledging their blades, their lives, and their very existence to Sung Jin-Woo until the final breath. Jin-Woo rose from his throne, his steps steady, his heart armored by their unwavering devotion. The time for battle had come. From his pocket he drew out a simple object, a cell phone, a fragile link to the world he was preparing to leave behind. Belian, sensing the hesitation in his king's eyes, spoke softly. Perhaps he should speak to his family one last time. But Jin-Woo stood in silence, the weight of the thought pressing heavily against his resolve. He knew hearing their voices now could weaken his determination. For a long moment he stared at the device, images of his mother and sister flickering in his mind like fading light. Then, without a single word, he closed his fingers tightly. A sharp crack rang out as the phone shattered in his hand, fragments falling into the shadow beneath his feet. There was no turning back now. His spirit was sealed, his path unshakable. With a calm but decisive nod, he gave the signal. It was time. The battlefield ahead was a vision of hell itself. In the skies, dragons hunted the last of the fighter jets, tearing through the air with merciless speed. On the ground, magic beasts prowled freely, their roars echoing through the chaos. A lone pilot, somehow still alive, stumbled through the wreckage, clutching the torn remains of his parachute. His eyes were wide, his breath uneven. He froze. Above him, the shadows shifted. A single drop fell onto his shoulder. Slowly, he turned. A towering, spider-like monster loomed over him, its grotesque maw opening wide, ready to consume him whole. The pilot closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable, but death never came. Cautiously, he opened them again, only to see the creature's body split clean in half, lifeless on the ground. Confusion and disbelief surged through him until his gaze caught a figure standing calmly amidst the carnage, two gleaming black daggers in hand, unmistakable. It was Sung Jin-Woo. Without breaking stride, Jin-Woo glanced over his shoulder and spoke in a low, commanding voice. "Run." Danger still lingered in every shadow. A fresh wave of magic beasts thundered toward them, drawn to the chaos like predators scenting blood. The lone pilot, still frozen in shock, barely managed to stammer Sung Jin-Woo's name, disbelief trembling in his voice. But Jin-Woo's gaze never wavered. His stance remained calm, unshaken by the monstrous tide rushing to swallow him whole. As the creatures closed in, his hand rose, ruler's authority. In an instant, shadows surged at his command. His twin daggers became blurs of steel, cutting through the beasts in swift, merciless arcs. Twisted bodies fell and disintegrated, spilling dark ichor across the scorched earth. Shadows trailed in his wake as he pressed forward, each step carrying the weight of unstoppable resolve. Then he stopped. A single word left his lips, quiet, yet overflowing with absolute power. "Arise." The fallen stirred. Corpses of the chaos-born beasts trembled, then stood once more, their bodies cloaked in darkness, their eyes empty, yet gleaming, bound to their new master for eternity. They fell into formation behind him, a growing tide of death ready to crash into the storm ahead. Far across the battlefield, the Dragon King Antares felt it. The Shadow Monarch had arrived on the eastern front. His senses sharpened, tracking every movement of this emerging threat with predatory focus. Beside him, Yogmont considered rallying all forces for a decisive strike. Tarnak, however, observed more cautiously, noting the absence of Jin-Woo's full shadow army. Antares listened in silence, calculating. Perhaps this was bait. The Shadow Monarch appearing alone could be a ploy to avoid a full-scale clash while buying precious time. But Jin-Woo, everything was going exactly as planned. Hundreds of new shadows now swelled his ranks, and like a rising black tide, they began to swallow the battlefield. Through the chaos, Jin-Woo's figure moved with lethal elegance, every motion precise, every strike fatal. Each swing of his dagger felled another beast, shadows consuming their forms before they even touched the ground. Every step Sung Jin-Woo took carved devastation into the battlefield. Around him, his shadow army ripped through enemy lines, tearing magic beasts apart without mercy. Jin-Woo himself stood at the calm eye of the storm, motionless, yet radiating an unshakable resolve. Then he felt it. A heavier, suffocating presence pressed down from above. The skies darkened. Hundreds of wyverns filled the air, their sheer numbers blotting out the sun, casting an endless black shadow across the earth. This was no ordinary assault. They were part of the army of destruction. The Dragon King Antares had not yet shown himself, but Jin-Woo knew hesitation when he saw it. If the Monarch of Destruction refused to move, Jin-Woo would give him a reason. The wyverns roared in unison, diving in a coordinated, vicious strike. Jin-Woo's voice cut through the chaos, a single, commanding word. "Arise!" The ground erupted. From the corpses of fallen beasts, new shadow soldiers clawed their way into existence, launching themselves into the sky to meet the oncoming horde. The collision in the heavens was thunderous, black steel against scale, shadow against fire, but hidden among the swarm was a greater threat. A colossal dragon, its scales glinting with malevolent light, watched the battle with cold scorn. Its jaws opened. A burning sphere of pure destruction formed in its throat before it unleashed a searing torrent of fire. Countless shadows disintegrated instantly, reduced to ash. The dragon climbed higher, confident that no army born of mana could challenge the might of the Dragon King's kin. Then its instincts screamed. Above it, a presence, sharp and lethal. Sung Jin-Woo, astride Kaizal, was already in position. A blur of black lightning descended. In a single, precise motion, Jin-Woo's blade pierced the dragon's core, ending its roar before it could begin again. The Dragon King felt it instantly, the loss of one of his elite warriors. That was all the confirmation he needed. The Shadow Army was getting stronger, and he couldn't sit back any longer. Antares' burning eyes shifted toward Yagumant, commanding him to stay behind and lie in wait, ready to strike if the battle turned against them. With a grim bow, Yagumant accepted the order. Then, with terrifying resolve, Antares ripped open dozens of portals, tearing holes straight across the eastern front. Through those gates marched the full force of destruction, the Dragon King's army finally moving to confront the Shadow Monarch head-on. A storm was coming. Meanwhile, on the western front, things were looking hopeless. The last line of defense had already collapsed. Soldiers fired round after round, desperation heavy in the air, but the beasts never slowed. One monster leapt forward, ready to crush a squad of men beneath its massive frame, until a colossal fist shattered its skull, sending it crashing through the ruins. The soldiers looked up in shock. Standing tall was none other than the world's strongest hunter, Thomas Andre. His lips curled into a cocky smirk. "These bugs, I'll crush 'em all." But before the soldiers could celebrate, another presence made itself known. From the chaos stepped Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body, his voice booming across the battlefield. His aura alone was enough to freeze the air. Thomas, however, didn't even flinch, relaxed, unshaken, almost like he had been waiting for this exact moment. Then suddenly the ground beneath him darkened, spreading like spilled ink. The shadows thickened, and out from the veil stepped a towering figure, Grand Marshal Bellion, his cold eyes locked onto Tarnak as he greeted him, his voice sharp as a blade. "It's been a long time." And then the battlefield shifted. The Shadow Monarch's army surged forth, endless and overwhelming, catching Tarnak completely off guard. Panic flickered across Tarnak's face as he tried to reach Antares with a mental call, only to realize the link was dead. His eyes darted toward the source. There stood Tusk, holding firm, clutching a talisman pulsing with the orb of Avarice's power. The relic was jamming Tarnak's telepathy, cutting him off completely. For the first time, the monarch of the Iron Body felt cornered. This wasn't the Shadow Army's usual brute force carnage. No, this was strategy, a trap forged by a human mind. His pride burned, and with a furious roar, Tarnak spat out his rage, screaming that Sung Jin-Woo wasn't worthy of the title of monarch. But before his words could echo, a piercing voice ripped through the air. Beru stepped forward, dark mana swirling violently around his form, his glowing insect eyes locked onto Tarnak as he hissed, "Take that back! Do not insult our liege." Tarnak's fury spiked. The idea that a mere soldier, a summon, would dare stand against him was unbearable. With a monstrous cry, his body twisted, swelling, mutating into a grotesque colossus. His armor-like flesh cracked and expanded, becoming even more terrifying. Beru didn't budge. His wings unfurled with a screech that rattled the earth, his claws sharpening like blades, his killing intent drowning the air. The insect general of the Shadow Monarch was ready to face the Iron Monarch alone. Meanwhile, far across the eastern front, snow began to drift silently from the heavens, falling over the ruins. At the center of the storm stood Antares, the Dragon King, his burning eyes locked onto one man. On the opposite side, Sung Jin-Woo met his gaze, silent, unshakable. The two monarchs stared across the desolation, both knowing this was it. Without a single word, Antares bared his massive jaws, and then destruction. Flames of annihilation tore free, his breath of ruin engulfing the battlefield in a blinding inferno. Fire raged like a sea beneath the dark sky, swallowing everything into ash. When the flames died down, Antares scanned the scorched wasteland, smoke curling through the ruins. His fiery gaze searched for Jin-Woo among the cinders, but there was nothing. Through the smoke and flames, Antares' blazing eyes finally caught movement. High above, Sung Jin-Woo emerged, riding atop a massive shadow dragon. He had escaped the inferno by the slimmest margin, leaping back only seconds before the flames consumed the battlefield. Their eyes met again. Neither blinked, neither wavered, and then, with a calm voice that carried absolute authority, Jin-Woo spoke a single word: "Arise." At once, the corpses littering the ground convulsed, twisting into blackened forms. An army of fresh shadows erupted forward, storming the Dragon King in a surge of relentless fury. But Antares did not flinch. His claws ignited with devastating power, and with one sweeping motion he unleashed a fiery storm so intense it incinerated the shadows instantly. Their forms evaporated into ash, stripped of any chance to regenerate under his flames of annihilation. Standing amidst the blaze, Antares scoffed. He mocked Jin-Woo silently, convinced this was nothing more than a weak distraction. Surely the Shadow Monarch had sent his true forces elsewhere, perhaps against Tarnak, while leaving only these lesser troops to stall him. But then everything changed. A massive portal tore open some distance away, and through its rift, Jin-Woo was seen retreating into the shadows. Antares' expression hardened, rage flashing in his burning eyes. Without hesitation, he launched into the air, tearing through the portal in a blur of speed. On the other side, he froze. The western front was unrecognizable. From horizon to horizon, the earth itself was blanketed in black. The synchronized march of countless shadow soldiers thundered across the land, shaking the battlefield like a living storm. Dragons, once proud servants of the army of destruction, now marched under Jin-Woo's command, their wings cloaked in darkness. Antares turned sharply, his vision locking on a brutal scene. Tarnak, the monarch of the iron body, was being ripped apart, his grotesque form collapsing under Beru's merciless fury. Beside them, Grand Marshal Bellion stood immovable, his colossal sword driven into the earth like a monument to his supremacy. In that moment, the truth struck Antares with brutal clarity. This wasn't desperation, this wasn't chaos. Sung Jin-Woo had orchestrated everything. He had crushed Tarnak first, dismantled his army from within, and now he had lured the Dragon King straight into his trap. Antares couldn't help it. He was impressed. Even through his fury, he recognized Sung Jin-Woo's cunning. But in his mind, this was still arrogance, a reckless gamble.
No human or monarch could stand against the King of Dragons. Just then, another presence materialized beside him. Yogmund, monarch of transfiguration, emerged from the void. Without hesitation, he stretched his claws wide and conjured a storm of glowing portals across the battlefield. Each gate pulsed with power, ready to unleash a flood of reinforcements. Antares sneered, his voice echoing like rolling thunder. "You've made a fatal mistake, Shadow Monarch. You focused on me, but you forgot him. With Yogmund's gates, I can summon an endless tide of destruction. Your little trick ends here." In his mind, the fight was already over. But then Sung Jin-Woo smiled. With a single word, his entire shadow army dissolved, sucked back into the abyss of his own darkness. The battlefield fell eerily silent. Antares froze, confused. Why would Jin-Woo dismiss his army at the height of the battle?
Ada, the Dragon King's mind raced. Perhaps the Shadow Monarch had finally realized the gap between them. Perhaps he had accepted defeat. Above them, hundreds of wyverns circled, their wings blotting out the sky, waiting for the order to strike. Yet Sung Jin-Woo didn't flinch. He didn't even move. Eyes closed, he stood still, calm, almost meditative. And then the air shifted. The ground trembled. A crushing pressure radiated outward, so heavy it felt like the battlefield itself would crack. A spark of something ancient surged in the air, and when Jin-Woo opened his eyes again, they were no longer human. They were the eyes of a dragon. In that instant, Antari's heart clenched. He recognized it immediately. That power, undeniable, terrifying, belonged to her, Kamish, the greatest dragon in history, the beast who once made the world tremble. Somehow Jin-Woo had drawn her essence from the rune stone she left behind. And then it came, a roar. Not a human scream, not even a monarch's battle cry, but the primal roar of a dragon, ripped from the dawn of time itself. A wave of dragon fear exploded outward, crashing across the battlefield. Its effect was instant. Soldiers collapsed. Wyverns faltered mid-flight, thrashing in terror. Even Antari's own army staggered, their bodies trembling under a fear they could not control. For the first time in ages, despair spread, not through humans, but through monarchs. The wyverns spiraled into chaos, their wings thrashing as fear locked their bodies mid-air. Even Yogmund, the monarch of transfiguration, stumbled back, clutching his chest, gasping as the roar shattered his composure. Screams echoed across the skies. The so-called army of destruction, once unstoppable, was now breaking apart under the weight of a single man's power. And Antares, the Dragon King himself, was caught off guard. Before he could react, Jin-Woo moved like a storm. With monstrous strength, he grabbed Antares' arm and yanked him into the abyss. Shadows swallowed them whole, and in the blink of an eye, both monarchs vanished, dragged into darkness. They reappeared in a desolate wasteland, a barren, empty horizon where the world felt dead and endless. Antares' eyes narrowed as his voice rumbled low. "Where have you taken me?" Jin-Woo's reply was calm, absolute. "Far from my army, far from yours, just you and me." In that moment, the Dragon King understood. Jin-Woo had stripped him away from Yogmund and the endless reinforcements. No war of attrition, no distractions, just a one-on-one duel. Antares let out a low, dark chuckle. Clever. But Sung Jin-Woo didn't flinch. Mana surged around him like wildfire. In his hand, Kamish's wrath burned to life. His words hit like a sentence etched in stone. "This land will be your grave." The Dragon King's eyes blazed. He accepted the challenge. To him, this wasn't just a fight. It was a test of endurance. If he could last long enough, his forces would come. But he wasn't going to hold back. Molten energy erupted across his body, glowing brighter and hotter with every breath. With a deafening roar, Antares shed his human guise, transforming into his true form, an earth-shaking dragon, massive and terrible. His wings unfurled like thunderclouds blotting out the horizon, his crimson eyes burning with primal rage. The embodiment of destruction stood tall, and so the final battle began. Far away across the ocean, the flames of war reached the United States. Norma Selner stood at her window, staring in horror as cities burned on the horizon. Beside her, David Brennan felt it too, an overwhelming surge of mana tearing across the land, shaking the very air itself. Jin-Woo had warned them this day would come. Still, watching it unfold shook David Brennan to his core. His voice cracked. Barely a whisper. "What are we supposed to do now?" Miss Selner closed her eyes, her awareness stretching far beyond the horizon, touching the chaos tearing the world apart. When she finally spoke, her words were steady. "Jin-Woo isn't fighting alone. Hunters everywhere are rising to join this war." But even she knew the truth. One by one, their lights would burn out, like distant stars swallowed by the void. And yet when she opened her eyes again, there was no fear in them, only resolve. When those stars fall together, they form a constellation. And in that faint pattern, we see the future. Others see despair. I see hope. Meanwhile, in Korea, Chairman Go Gun-hee stood at his office window, watching the war consume the horizon. A report arrived, just as he'd hoped, confirming that Jin-Woo had lured the Dragon King's army to an uninhabited island near Japan. Gunhee's mind flicked back to a past conversation with Jin-Woo when he had mentioned that island, a scar left behind by a massive gate collapse, overflowing with raw mana. Now it all made sense. Jin-Woo hadn't stumbled into this battlefield. He had chosen it, planned it, prepared it. For the first time in days, a faint smile crossed the chairman's face. Humanity just might endure this calamity, and in Japan the stage of destiny shook. Riding atop Kaisel, Jin-Woo faced Antares head-on, his shadow dragon soaring through the sky. The Dragon King's chest glowed, a roaring inferno building deep in his throat, ready to scorch the world in flame. But before he could unleash it, something shot across the battlefield. Fast as lightning, a weapon, long and centipede-like, lashed around his massive neck, snapping tight, sealing his jaws shut before the breath of destruction could escape. The fire sputtered, trapped inside the Dragon King's throat. His eyes blazed with fury as his gaze locked on Belian, unmovable, unyielding, holding his jaw shut with raw, crushing force. The shadows didn't hesitate. Towering giants surged forward, slamming Antares into the ground, their massive hands pinning him beneath the weight of darkness. Then came Tusk, amplifying the impact with gravity so intense it shattered the earth, smashing the Dragon King into the dirt again and again. From above, Baru and Greed dropped like twin warheads, crashing into his face with explosive force. And then the Blade of Legends descended. Igris, wreathed in lightning, brought down the demon monarch's sword in a single earth-splitting strike, thunder splitting the skies as the weapon carved into the Dragon King's crown. From atop Kaisel, Jin-Woo's eyes never wavered. His army was executing the plan with precision, pressing Antares with everything they had. For a moment it looked like the impossible might actually be in reach, but then a voice boomed across the battlefield, deep, thunderous, terrifying. The Dragon King's lips curled into a grin, his fury mingling with twisted delight. Outnumbered? Why, to him this was a rare thrill. That's when Jin-Woo's instincts screamed. A crushing wave of power built in Antares' chest, and with a roar that cracked the heavens, the Dragon King unleashed Dragon Fear. The shockwave ripped through reality itself, tearing across the land. The air distorted, the shadow army staggered, and Jin-Woo felt it. The link severed, every soldier ripped from his control in an instant. He recalled them immediately, pulling his army back to protect them. But there was no time to breathe. Antares opened his maw again. This time nothing restrained him. A storm of flame exploded outward, a sea of fire so hot it turned the battlefield into molten earth. Jin-Woo reacted in a blink, pulling Kaisel with him, streaking through the air as the inferno devoured the land beneath. The smoke rose, curling around the monstrous figure of the Dragon King, and then his voice thundered through the chaos, booming, unshakable, dripping with pride. He called himself the embodiment of chaos, a weapon crafted for war, a king born to erase civilizations. He didn't just fight in battle, he thrived in it. With fire burning in his eyes, he declared his name to the heavens, Antares, Dragon King,
Monarch of Destruction. The pressure of his presence alone was suffocating. Jin-Woo understood in that instant. The Dragon King's flames were not just weapons, they were extinction itself. Even the immortal shadows at his command would be reduced to ash if struck head-on. Then in a disarming shift, Antares shed his draconic form, returning to a figure cloaked in human shape. His voice, calm yet heavy with power, carried a strange respect. He pointed out the faint trace of fear in Jin-Woo's eyes, not mockery, but acknowledgement. When Jin-Woo had seized his arm earlier, Antares admitted he could have broken free at any moment. Yet he chose not to, because Jin-Woo had done something no other had. He had cornered the King of Dragons, and so Antares spoke not as a conqueror, but as a monarch to another. The truth, he revealed, lay beyond this battlefield. Their true enemy was not mankind, it was something greater. The rulers,
a force born to wipe the monarchs from existence, soldiers that transcended worlds, dimensions and fate itself. Even Jin-Woo, he said, was not beyond their reach. For the first time, Jin-Woo stood in silence, listening, the weight of those words pressing down harder than any attack. Antares confessed that once his plan had been to slay the Shadow Monarch, preparing for the inevitable war. But now he hesitated, because what he saw in Jin-Woo was not Ashborn reborn, but something more, something rare, a potential even the Monarch of Shadows had never carried. With that, Antares did the unthinkable. He made an offer. Whether it was safety for his family, the protection of his homeland, or the withdrawal of the army of destruction itself, he would grant Jin-Woo anything he desired. The Dragon King's offer grew bolder. He promised not just peace, not just survival, but dominion over the entire world. To Antares, Jin-Woo carried the strength and will of a true sovereign. If they joined hands, they could sweep aside the rulers themselves. All Jin-Woo needed to do was accept the hand extended before him. For a moment, the Shadow Monarch stared at it. The promise of safety, of absolute power, of a throne built on dragonfire. Then his lips curved in disdain. He scoffed. "I don't trust you." The words cut through the silence. Jin-Woo's gaze was steady, unflinching. He had seen it, the hunger that burned in Antares' eyes, the unquenchable lust for destruction, barely contained beneath his calm. No mask of diplomacy could hide it. Antares' composure cracked, the stillness in his face twisted into something darker, something true. A slow grin spread across his features before it broke into booming laughter, thunder rolling across the skies with his voice. "That was my last mercy," he declared. "Now, no restraints." His hand warped, expanding, reshaping into claws the size of towers. With a stomp that shook the land itself, he lunged. The air split as the Dragon King's talons tore toward him. Jin-Woo reacted instantly. Shadow instinct guided him as he hurled himself aside, the ground erupting in molten fury where he had stood. In the same motion, he summoned Kaisel, who roared into existence beneath him. With a snap of wings, they ascended into the storm-swept sky. Behind them, Antares shed all pretense, his body blazing as he surged back into his true form. A colossal dragon, wings spanning the horizon, eyes glowing like twin suns of annihilation. His chest swelled with heat before he unleashed it, an inferno that blazed across the heavens. "Kaisel! Dive!" The Shadow Wyvern obeyed, plunging downward in a spiral, just as the torrent of fire scorched the air where they had flown, painting the night sky with flame. And in that fleeting pause, Jin-Woo struck. He vaulted from Kaisel's back like a shadowed spear, twin blades in hand. Kamish's aura roared through him, splitting into black tendrils that lashed out in every direction, converging into a single, devastating strike aimed at the Dragon King's crown. The impact echoed like thunder. Darkness clashed against fire as Jin-Woo crashed back onto Kaisel's back, blades smoking with power. His eyes stayed locked on Antares, steady and sharp. Then dread sank in. The attack had landed, yet the Dragon King's scales gleamed untouched. Not a scratch. Antares met Jin-Woo's glare with the same unwavering confidence, eyes burning with ruthless certainty. Jin-Woo's instincts screamed at him, "Retreat now!" But before Kaisel could carry him away, the skies shattered with a roar so piercing it froze the very air. The dragon's fear. That ancient cry of domination spread like a curse. Even the strongest hunters of history had fallen to its grip. And now Kaisel's wings faltered mid-flight. The wyvern trembled violently, his body refusing to obey. For an instant, even Jin-Woo's mind blanked under its crushing weight. And then, in one final surge of loyalty, Kaisel acted. His tail snapped around Jin-Woo's waist and hurled him clear of his back. Jin-Woo's eyes widened as the world spun, wind tearing past his face. For a split second, confusion blurred his thoughts, until the blaze came. Antares unleashed another breath, fire erupting across the sky like a second sun. Kaisel was swallowed whole, his body reduced to ashes in the inferno. Jin-Woo's voice cracked, but he didn't have time to mourn. His body collided against something massive, his fingers digging desperately into jagged scales. When his vision cleared, he realized the truth. He was clinging to Antares himself. The Dragon King's heat was unbearable. It burned like living magma, scorching Jin-Woo's skin through sheer contact, but he didn't falter. Snarling through the pain, he raised his dagger and drove it into Antares' hide. The air split with the force, sparks scattering, and then a shadow fell over him. Antares' colossal foot came down like a mountain. Jin-Woo ripped free, rolling across the molten surface as the impact cracked the air. The ground quaked beneath the Dragon King's weight. And then Jin-Woo rose, his lips curled into a grim command. "Arise!" From the scorched earth, 3 titanic forms surged upward. Dragons, born of shadow, their eyes burning like dying stars. They roared as they ascended, circling Antares with primal fury. One lunged for his throat, locking its jaws tight, while the other 2 inhaled deep, glowing orbs of flame swelling in their throats. A heartbeat later, obliteration. A torrent of fire, black and crimson, engulfed the monarch of destruction. The battlefield trembled beneath the clash, flames spiraling high into the heavens. Jin-Woo stood at the edge of the abyss, watching the chaos unfold, but his chest tightened. Even as his shadow dragons raged, doubt slithered into his mind. Antares wasn't like the others. His raw presence dwarfed anything Jin-Woo had ever faced. Tactics wouldn't be enough.
Brute force wouldn't be enough. This enemy demanded something greater, and then something stirred. The shadows beneath him writhed, climbing up his legs like living serpents. They wrapped around his body, thickening, hardening, layer after layer, answering a call deeper than his will. His aura swelled, pressure distorting the air. Antares, still thrashing against the shadow dragons, suddenly froze. His instincts screamed, his eyes narrowed, flames dimming for just a moment, because he felt it, the rise of something new, something even he did not understand.
Jin-Woo's aura was shifting, waves of death rolling off him like a storm. Then it happened. His figure began to grow, the shadows no longer clinging to him as armor, but reshaping him entirely. His body expanded into a colossal, jet-black form, a towering silhouette that swallowed the horizon, blotting out the sky itself. This wasn't just protection, this was pure domination, a presence that bent reality to his will. The Dragon King froze, his eyes widened in disbelief. This shouldn't be possible. Astralization was a power only beings far beyond Jin-Woo's level could achieve. He was supposed to be just a fragment of light, an inheritor of the Shadow Monarch's power, not something greater. And yet, here he stood, cloaked in a body forged from death itself. A dreadful thought sparked in Antares' mind. Had Jin-Woo dragged the very concept of death into the human world? Or for any mortal, this transformation was unthinkable. But the truth loomed before him, undeniable and terrifying. Inside the shadowy colossus, Jin-Woo flexed his hand. He could feel it, an endless current of strength, the living legacy of Ashbourne flowing through his veins. This wasn't mere power, this was dominion. Antares narrowed his eyes, his instincts sharpening. Now it was clear. Jin-Woo had walked the razor's edge between life and death for so long that he had mastered it. That was why Ashbourne had chosen him as heir, but that same truth made him far too dangerous to leave alive. Without hesitation, the Dragon King unleashed another inferno. Fire ripped across the battlefield, a storm of flames hot enough to melt mountains. But this time, Jin-Woo didn't move. He lifted a single hand, and darkness rippled outward like a tidal wave. The fire met the shadow head-on and was hurled back. The redirected inferno slammed into Antares with explosive force, engulfing the monarch of destruction in his own flames. Smoke twisted high into the sky, and yet when the haze began to clear, the Dragon King was still standing. Both monarchs now stood face to face, their ultimate forms fully unleashed. In the same heartbeat, they lunged forward. The impact of their collision ripped the land apart, shockwaves tearing through stone and sky alike. Power against power, an unstoppable force colliding with an immovable wall. For a moment, They were locked in a brutal deadlock before springing back, resetting the battlefield with predator-like precision. Antares struck first. His massive claws tore through the air, aiming straight for Jin-Woo's chest, but the Shadow Monarch caught the blow mid-swing, halting it cold. In the same instant, his right fist rocketed forward, slamming into the Dragon King's face with a thunderous crack that echoed across the battlefield. Jin-Woo pressed the attack, swinging again with brutal precision, but this time the Dragon King slipped past, faster than his colossal frame suggested. With a surge of speed, Antares lunged in, his fangs sinking deep into Jin-Woo's side. He whipped him violently, thrashing him like a ragdoll before hurling him across the sky. Jin-Woo's body slammed into the ruins of a shattered castle wall, stone collapsing around him. Before he could recover, a scorching blast of dragonfire surged forward, carving through the ruins. Jin-Woo twisted out of its path at the last second, though the flames tore across his shoulder, leaving a searing wound that burned like molten steel. But he didn't falter. Gritting his teeth, Jin-Woo drew his blade, shadows and mana flaring to life around it, and charged straight back into the fray. The Dragon King was merciless. Another inferno built deep in his throat, heat distorting the air as he unleashed his wrath. But this time, Jin-Woo didn't dodge. He roared and cut straight through the blaze, his blade cleaving the firestorm in half. In a single follow-up strike, he swung with enough force to split the battlefield, yet Antares was already gone. With a thunderous flap of his wings, he vanished, reappearing high above. From the skies, his power warped reality itself. Dozens of flaming portals opened at his command, and from each one, fire rained down in torrents, a crimson storm descending like the wrath of heaven. The battlefield burned beneath the downpour, as if the entire world itself had been set ablaze. Amid the raging inferno, Antares suddenly faltered. He felt it, a shift in the air, a disturbance slicing through the chaos. Before he could react, a sword infused with pure mana pierced his colossal frame. A deafening roar tore from the Dragon King's throat as more spectral blades erupted from the ground, spearing upward in relentless succession. Jin-Woo had unleashed his Shadow Monarch's arsenal, an endless barrage of phantom swords raining down to counter the firestorm, but Antares was not so easily subdued. With a guttural snarl, he summoned a devastating breath of flame, colliding head-on with Jin-Woo's spectral storm. The sky ignited with a cataclysmic explosion, shockwaves ripping across the battlefield. When the light faded, it was Antares' fire that endured. Jin-Woo's blades shattered, his defenses ripped apart as flames engulfed him. The Shadow Monarch's armor cracked and splintered, searing his body until he was hurled back, his form reverting to that of a man, burned, exhausted, yet unbroken. Through the haze, Jin-Woo staggered upright, just in time to see Antares emerge from the smoke, his steps unshaken, his presence godlike. The Dragon King, too, had shed his monstrous form, standing now in his human guise. His gaze bore down like steel, and with a chilling calm, he offered Jin-Woo one last chance. "Accept my proposal, or perish." But Jin-Woo's eyes did not waver. He reforged his armor, shadow crawling back over him, and his grip tightened on Kamish's wrath. His answer was simple, silent, absolute. Antares sneered, drawing his own blade, mocking Jin-Woo's defiance. Then, without warning, they surged forward. Two monarchs in motion, weapons colliding with a thunderous crash that split the sky with sparks. Steel against steel, will against will. And as their blades clashed, Antares' voice coiled like venom inside Jin-Woo's mind, whispering of destruction spreading beyond their duel, of Yogamont and the army of annihilation laying waste to the world. Each strike of the Dragon King's blade came not just with force, but with venom, taunts meant to break Jin-Woo's will. Everything you protect will burn. Peace, nothing but an illusion. Their blades clashed again, sparks scattering into the night. But in the chaos, one of Jin-Woo's daggers, worn down from countless blows, snapped from his grip and spun into the air. Antares saw his chance. With ruthless precision, he drove his sword forward, piercing Jin-Woo's stomach. Blood spilled. Jin-Woo gasped, his body trembling under the merciless strike. The Dragon King's voice was cold, unyielding. Do you hear it? The suffering of your kind, the cries of humanity smothered by my flames. This is the fate you failed to stop. Jin-Woo staggered to his knees, pain coursing through every fiber of his being. Antares loomed above him, his blade pressing down like the shadow of a guillotine. Despair, regret, the weight of countless lives amid crushing you. This is all you have left, Shadow Monarch. But Jin-Woo's eyes did not break. Bloodshot, burning with fury, they locked onto the Dragon Kings, and from the darkness his lost dagger surged back, hurtling into Antares' back. The Dragon King snarled, momentarily thrown off balance. Jin-Woo seized the opening, leaping back, forcing distance between them. Yet the blade had not pierced Antares' barrier. He turned slowly, his laughter low and mocking. A dragon's tooth against the king of dragons? Is this your final act of defiance? A dark chuckle rumbled from him. How amusing! A flame of shadow clashing against a shadow of light. Do you not see? The end is inevitable. But Jin-Woo stood firm, shadows gathering around him once more. His voice was steady, unyielding. You're right, Antares. The end is near, but not the one you imagine. Without a word, Jin-Woo surged forward, his speed blinding. Antares raised his blade high, his voice booming across the battlefield. The army of destruction won't even need to find this place. I'll bring them your severed head myself. But then something shifted, a weight in the air. Antares felt it too late. From the abyss, shadows erupted, an endless tide of soldiers, Jin-Woo's army, rising all at once. Their black forms swarmed forward, hands outstretched, their power united against the monarch of destruction. Antares roared, his fury shaking the heavens. You dare defy me to the end? I'll tear you apart piece by piece. Yet Jin-Woo did not falter. Power crackled through his hand, raw and overwhelming. This was more than strength. It was his father, the man who once raised a dagger to protect his family. It was Ashbourne, the former Shadow Monarch, who had entrusted him with his final gift. But above all, it was Jin-Woo himself, his choice, his burden, his will to protect the world and end the endless cycle of death and destruction. With one decisive motion, his blade slashed across Antares. Light tore through shadow, ripping past the Dragon King's defenses. Jin-Woo's body shook with rage as his voice cut through the storm. Tell me, Antares, can you see it now? To your own death. Lightning split the sky as Jin-Woo reached into his inventory. His father's dagger glinted in his hand, carrying the weight of everything he fought for. And without hesitation, he plunged it into Antares' chest. The dagger pierced through the Dragon King's armor, driving deep into his heart. Antares' roar shattered the heavens, but it was the roar of a king undone. His colossal form trembled, the fire in his eyes fading as darkness swallowed him whole. The Dragon King of destruction had fallen. Jin-Woo staggered, clutching his wound, his eyes burning with defiance despite the blood spilling from his side. Above, the heavens split apart with a thunderous crack, and from the rift, endless waves of radiant soldiers began to descend. Antares froze, his massive frame trembling as disbelief swept across his face. When he had arrived, there had been no gates, no trace of such overwhelming power. Opening a rift between worlds should have required impossible strength, yet here it was, wide open. And then the truth struck him. Jin-Woo had planned this. He had lured the Dragon King away, severing him from his legion. Antares' eyes narrowed in confusion. But how? How had Jin-Woo called upon the rulers? The Shadow Monarch straightened, his voice steady and cold. He explained that the rulers had chosen vessels, humans strong enough to bear their power. Through those vessels, they sensed this battlefield, using it as a beacon to tear open the gate. It wasn't chance, it was by design. The realization crushed Antares. Jin-Woo had orchestrated this from the start, ensuring that no matter the outcome of their duel, humanity would not be left to perish. Then Jin-Woo's gaze sharpened, his words like blades. He reminded Antares of his own betrayal, the schemes that had unleashed the Monarch of White Flames and the Beast Monarch against Ashbourne. Antares hesitated, a flicker of doubt breaking his fury. The Monarch of White Flames confess? Jin-Woo's lips curved into a cold grin. "It wasn't him," he said softly. "It was Ashbourne." Then, with deliberate defiance, he raised his hand, middle finger extended. The old Shadow Monarch sent his regards. Antares' roar shattered the air, his fury igniting the battlefield as he lunged forward, sword raised high to cleave Jin-Woo in two. But before the fatal strike could land, the sky itself turned against him. Spears of radiant light cascaded down from every direction, piercing through his colossal body. The Dragon King froze mid-charge, his roar silenced, his strength bleeding away. And then he saw it, descending from the rift above, cloaked in a brilliance that dwarfed even the sun, the brightest fragment of brilliant light itself. As his vision dimmed, Antares' rage gave way to something else. In his final breath, his gaze softened, and he whispered one word: balance. The battlefield grew quiet, wrapped in both the brilliance of light and the weight of shadows.
Antares' voice trembled, weary, yet strangely at peace. He admitted that victory had always been beyond his grasp. With his final breath, he whispered of eternal rest, confessing a hope that someday he and Jin-Woo would meet again. Beyond this endless struggle, Jin-Woo's voice, steady and resolute, carried across the silence. He promised that their paths would cross once more, that this was not an end, only a pause in their intertwined destinies. The Dragon King gave one last exhale as light consumed his form, his reign dissolving into nothingness. Moments later, the radiant figure of the brightest fragment of brilliant light descended, its luminous form touching the earth. It regarded Jin-Woo, acknowledging the truth. His actions had finally brought closure to an eternal, merciless war. Jin-Woo stood tall, but his eyes reflected the weight of countless battles. He bowed his head slightly before speaking, not of triumph, but of what still remained unfinished.
He explained that there was one last request, something only the brightest fragment could grant. Intrigued, the ruler agreed, willing to hear his demand, and, with unshakable conviction, Jin-Woo spoke. He asked to wield the Cup of Reincarnation once more, the divine relic capable of reversing the flow of time itself. The request silenced even the rulers. Shock rippled through them, for they knew the cost of such a choice. Reversing time meant reviving not only humanity's lost hope, but also the fallen monarchs, restoring them with full memory of their defeat, knowledge of everything that had transpired. The brightest fragment cautioned him, its voice edged with concern. But Jin-Woo did not falter. He accepted the burden, but set forth one condition. When time rewound, no monarch would be allowed to descend upon Earth. He alone would face them within the void of dimensional rifts. He would bear the endless war himself, far from the world and the people he had sworn to protect. The ruler hesitated, sensing the enormity of the sacrifice Jin-Woo was about to embrace. It questioned why he would choose to bear such immense responsibility once more. The Cup of Reincarnation had been used countless times before, each attempt chasing the elusive dream of a perfect outcome. Yet now, in this timeline, Jin-Woo had achieved what none of those attempts could deliver. Humanity had survived, balance had been restored. This was, by every measure, the best of all possible ending. So why would he risk erasing it? His gaze fell to the dagger resting at his side, his father's dagger. Its edge caught the light, reflecting the countless sacrifices that had brought him here. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady, his resolve unshaken. He was not seeking victory alone. He longed to undo the tragedies, to bring back the lives that had been lost, to protect those dearest to him. The ruler listened in silence, a shadow of sorrow crossing his expression. Then came the warning. The cup's essence was nearly gone, its divine thread stretched thin, fragile, almost broken. This would be its final use. If Jin-Woo failed this time, there would be no reset, no return, no second chance. One last time, the ruler offered him peace. He told Jin-Woo that he could lay down his burden and be remembered as the savior of humanity, or he could return alone to the battlefield between dimensions, knowing that no one would remember his struggle. If he triumphed, his victory would remain unknown. If he fell, his death would pass without mourning. The question lingered. Did he still wish to go back? Jin-Woo closed his eyes. Silence pressed in around him. Then faintly a smile touched his lips. In the darkness behind his eyelids, images arose, his mother and sister clutching each other as they watched the chaos unfold on their screen, trembling but unwilling to look away. His comrades, bruised and bloodied, standing defiant on the front lines. Ginchu, frozen before a television, his eyes locked on the climax of the battle. Faces filled with fear, with hope, with trust. And in that vision, Jin-Woo found his answer. And then came the memory of Jin-Ho. His desk buried under scattered papers, his voice hoarse as he juggled endless calls, doing everything he could to keep the Arjin Guild steady amidst the chaos. That image, like all the others, filled Jin-Woo with a quiet warmth. Piece by piece, those memories stripped away his doubts, carving through his exhaustion until only one truth remained. The choice had never really been in question. He had decided long ago. When his eyes opened again, there was no hesitation left in him. The weight of the path ahead pressed firmly on his shoulders, but so did his resolve. With unwavering conviction, he reaffirmed his request. He would turn back time, one final time, and this time he would bear the burden alone. And with that vow, the curtain closed on the final battle arc of solo leveling. The war was over, yet a new chapter waited just beyond the horizon. That brings us to the end of the main storyline of solo leveling. But don't go anywhere, the epilogue is still to come, and trust me, you don't want to miss it. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications, because the next chapter will take everything we've seen to an even deeper level. I'll catch you in the next one.